Really good to see some energy in the room. Thank you so much for being here, everyone. We will be starting shortly and with a quick introduction of everything that is happening at the Nordic Funding Day. We're very happy that you could take the time out. It's a rolling event, like from 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock, people will be coming in, going out, and we'll see how that works.
I love the energy. You know, a video call, you just need to put some energy in the screen, and you
Yeah.
usually don't get that much back. But thanks, for the chat and everyone. Give a lot
Thank
of
you.
love to Naimul. He's really, kicking it and spent so much effort into this. So hats
Thank
off
you
to
so
you.
much, Andreas. And we hats off to you on building such a strong backbone for angel investing in the Nordics. Like, it's amazing. But before we go there, maybe a minute on tell us about your journey and what led you to the start of Nordic Angels, or what was burning inside you which made you do this?
Yeah, I mean, we've been doing this since the pandemic. A lot of the things that we built we have done it, under the radar, not, screaming on the fence of, on what we're building. So, but my co-founder is Ash Pornouri. I'm a childhood friend with him. He's done so much for Sweden, putting Sweden on the map, and of course, building a lot of great brands out there. And I've been an angel investor for 15 years or so. I got lucky early in life. I made some money. I wanted to, find new interesting ventures to actually provide my capital and knowledge, what I've learned before. So one thing that came up to us was that, we as angels, we didn't find anyone who just built anything for us on our own terms. SweBAN wasn't around back then, but so everybody, as an angel, everybody wants something from you. And we said that this is a super crucial group for our entrepreneurs, innovators from our region, but nobody, has built tools for them. Nobody's ever, getting them to actually work smoother with tools. So we saw a lack of tools, and we saw a lack of events that actually appeal this group, that they really wanted to join. So that is what we're building, and we're soon about to launch the platform, our high trust social media platform for this crowd. But I'm super happy to be here and share whatever you guys want. And if you have, hi Svein-Magnus, we met a couple of times. I know, great to see you in the chat. But I think that you guys are doing great things. We all want the same thing, but I truly believe in collaboration. I truly believe that we will be much stronger together. We are very keen on sharing our network to other angels, and how can we work closer together. And to give you 3 theses, just to be super concrete here, and there's a lot of entrepreneurs listening in right now, and you and me as an entrepreneur, because I'm an angel, I'm an investor, but I'm also an entrepreneur. I'm a very proud entrepreneur. I truly believe that they will make all the difference out there. You spend too much time chasing capital in every corner of the world instead of building your business, right? Not everyone, but a lot of people does that. And the problem is that there's not a lack of capital. It's a lack of coordination of capital. And the capital is actually on the people. It sits on the people. Even if you're an investment manager on a VC fund, or if you spend your own capital in supporting investing in other companies. So there's a lack of there's not a lack of capital, it's a lack of coordination. And we really want to crack that code. And we want to do it with everyone else who's actually keen on doing this. And for that, we've built tools. Number 2, there's a brain drain going on. We celebrate when we sell our crown jewels to US, even before they're profitable in our country. And we sometimes believe that, the capital is over there, it's not here, which is not true. The capital is here. So we need to stop celebrating selling our crown jewels to US or East, right? And number 3, the crowd, how we define angels are very much broader than everyone else. It's everyone in the private market. So even if you spend billions or a few hundred thousands, or if you're a board member, you're an angel in our book. And they have actually a very important voice in media and into politics. But nobody's ever. I mean, you guys are doing something, and we have SVCA have a voice as well. We all have a voice, but the combined voice will make all the difference. And I told you this before, Naimul. I met 2 billionaires who actually lives in Stockholm, spends capital in saving the Baltic Sea, right? But they never heard about each other. They do it philanthropically and through venture capital, but never heard about each other. So the crowd is very, they want to be under the radar, a lot of them. And there are actually 200,000 out there. I'll stop there. I have a few slides. We can discuss, around those slides if we want to, or shoot some questions. Or
amazing.
I can go. Yeah.
No, but this is really good that you picked up 3 very, very important core issues. Like capital is there, but somehow it's not kind of working together, and it's not accessible. It takes unlimited time from entrepreneur side. They lose focus of their business, what they should be building, trying to access this capital. Brain drain is happening. And then I think the definition of angel, I think that is also, because when you open the market, TAM is everything in any market. So it's very important to look at market with a very open mind, because then you can hit a much larger potential. So I think excellent points over there. Let's talk a little bit about the European ecosystem, angel investing ecosystem. So you're welcome to share a couple of slides, and we can go a little bit on, because you also released a recent report with BCG. I was there at the launch ceremony.
Yeah. Do you guys see this?
We see this, yes.
Perfect. So Nordic, our core business within Nordic Angels is trust and relationships. That's our core business. So when we started this, me and Ash together with 30 of Sweden's most prominent angels. They were our friends and peers. And we said, we want to do this. Do you guys want to join, stand behind the initiative, and we can scale from that? So today we're approximately 2,000 members as investors, angels, board members. And to actually mobilize the group, because we're into that, we want to actually mobilize the entire group in the Nordics, and our end game is Europe. So research is important. So that's why we do research. We do events like the one you mentioned, Angel Prize, and luncheons, concept. And then we do also media, like Patrick becomes an angel and Gin Against the Billion, and all this kind of media outreach. Okay, so I'm not going to bore you with too many slides. I have 4 or 5, so we can discuss around them. So this report, you have also Sandström's atomic report called State of European Tech. This is the whole private capital. It's not only tech, okay, to be super frank. And it's also the capital, not only VC fund capital, it's venture capital at its whole. And the report is 150 pages. You can just download it for free if you want to. The stateofeuropeanangels.com, okay? So what I want to highlight here is 50% of all new jobs within the OECD countries are created by companies founded in the last 5 years. So if you think about that, new innovation, startup scale-ups are so crucial for society at its whole. And a lot of them are backed by angels. So when we approaches politicians and when we approaches the media, we can be a voice for the guys and girls who actually back the innovators, the entrepreneurs. So, and our thesis is that angel involvements are from scratch until, IPO, trade sale, or whatever the company goes. So angels are in all the journey, they are actually with the company from early to late. What we see in the latest report, we've done this 2 years in a row. We will start off by creating the 2025 report as well. So what we see is that the number of business angels in the European visible market affiliated to business angel networks. So we see that angels are still supporting, they're still spending their capital, but they take smaller tickets. We also see that they actually work closer together. So you have some kind of merge between networks, etc., because they become more stronger. We can see this in the Nordics, right? Where we have SweBAN, FiBAN, DanBAN, NorBAN actually work tighter together now than a few years ago. Correct me if I'm wrong, Naimul.
No, totally.
I see that from our point of view. So it's very interesting. So you can look into the report more, but I want to showcase you the last slide. We have 6 million angels in Europe. In the Nordics, we have 200,000 angels. It's a large group. It's an underserved group. And our goal is to serve this group. And everybody will win from that. You as an entrepreneur, or if you're an angel, you can work closer together with other angels, etc. So it's a very large group. It's underserved, but it's a crucial group for society. And that is what I wanted to show you about that.
No, this is
Makes
awesome.
sense?
Makes a lot of sense. If you can stop sharing the screen, great. So what I love about this is I think I captured 3 points. One is that startups are the drivers of economy going forward. And angels are the most crucial component in terms of fuel and support that startups need. But who is fueling angels and who is supporting angels? So I think that's where the gap is. That's where these networks are needed. As you mentioned, regional networks, a Nordic network like you. So I think we should all join forces even more and make it happen. What do you think at this point could be the barriers, which is like 200,000 is a huge number? How can we activate that? What stops this all capital and competence to directly flow to the startups? Because startups are always looking, and they're, as you said, they're shifting their focus from developing startup to actually searching, and this doesn't happen that efficiently.
Yeah, I think it's an educational part of it. I think that you and I and probably a lot of the other people who are actually calling in are getting deal flow from everywhere, which is amazing. I'm very humble that people actually want my capital, want my knowledge and experience. I'm very humble in front of that. But I think that I need to have relevant deal flow. I want relevant deal flow. So I have a portfolio of 25 companies, me as an angel, if I talk about me and not Nordic angels. And I believe that I took one on a pitch day. The rest I got from people I trust, who have a domain expertise within a certain area, right? So every angel who is active, they actually want relevant deal flow. And you as an entrepreneur, you want to actually, you need to do the due diligence on the angel. Like, I want to be relevant for this angel. And when you have that sweet spot, magic happens. And I think that to be relevant to each other, angels to angel, angels to entrepreneurs, I want to meet angels in Norway who actually are investing in the same vertical as I do, because we have so much to share. So just because you're an investor, you're not super agnostic. You don't invest in everything. Some people do, but most don't. So I think that's an educational part of how it actually works. And people call me actually every day and they want tips and advice in, funding, doing their first fundraise. And I usually say that the money is probably closer than you think. Like a rich aunt or auntie in the very beginning, uncle or aunt, sorry. Yeah. And I think that it's a dependency on where you are in your stage, and you see amazing companies like Lovable coming now, have this explosion of valuation and revenue, etc. They're beyond that stage, so they need something else. But I truly believe that we can support companies in the Nordics and Europe so much longer than we think.
You're absolutely right. Totally with you on this. Let's round off the discussion. Where are you headed going forward? What's the dream?
Yeah, we're launching so much things. Angel House is coming up. It's a Soho house for business. Actually, it's not officially yet, but some kind of official. So we launched a lot of new stuff to actually stimulate and give value to this important group of people. We launched Davos Angels, and we launched European Angels. Not launching in a real big launch. We just started off. So we did the first Davos Angel meetup 5-6 weeks ago during World Economic Forum. And so the end game for us is Europe.
Got it.
And yeah, nice to see you, Philip, as well.
Hi, Philip. Thank you. Andreas, that was awesome. A treasure load of information. I'll put Andreas' profile information here and also link to Nordic Angels and the European report and also some of the Connect links going forward. But Andreas, thank you so much for taking time. You have a busy schedule. We were just discussing there are journalists waiting. So thank you. We'll release you now from the Nordic Funding Day so that we can focus on other big things. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Stick around.
Amazing. First of all, a big thanks from Connect so that you could take the time out and join us today on this very interesting session that we are doing a live stream for the Nordic ecosystems. People will be, so since we have a single link, people will be coming in, coming out, going out throughout the day. So this session for everyone, this is about Nordic regional angel investing ecosystems. And we are very thankful that we have here with us IceBAN, SweBAN, NorBAN, DanBAN, and SweBAN represented. FiBAN got a message a little while ago. They couldn't join today. Milja was not able to join today. So it's still okay. We are still a lot of people in the room. But let's start with a quick introduction. So my request will be I'll go around the room in alphabetical order and request our panelists to introduce themselves. So a short introduction about you and a quick word about the organization that you represent. In the panel deep discussion, we'll go more into organization, but this is more like a quick intro. So if we can start with you, Christine.
Hi, Naimul, and thank you very much for inviting me. And you are also engaged in SweBAN, so I will describe a little bit. But firstly, about me, I've been angel investing since 2011. Been in the ecosystem a lot, also investing. I have my portfolio of 12 companies. But also in European Business Angel Network, which is an organization a little bit more older than Andreas, and also looking for new prosper ideas, of course. So Andreas is most welcome also to join in EBAN. EBAN is coordinating and supporting business angel groups in Europe. And also prosper with new dialogues with European Commissions, etc., for new regulations, and also, of course, big events and also big support to angel groups and countries who are building angel groups. In Sweden, we had, as Andreas mentioned, a gap, and the gap came to the conclusion that we need an angel group like Andreas, a Nordic Angel, but we also have a lot of existing groups in Sweden already. So we wanted to coordinate the groups. So we're not an angel group per se, we are an angel for angel groups. So it's basically to support and visualize all the different angel communities out in Sweden, and also to coordinate together with our colleagues in the Nordics.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Christine. Your own investments, 12 of them, and then EBAN and SweBAN. I think lots of perspectives to build on in today's discussion. John, over to you. Let's hear from Iceland.
Hey, welcome, everybody, and thanks for having me on here today. I'm a startup founder turned angel investor a couple of years ago. Lived in Denmark and had positive experiences joining DanBAN originally. When I decided to move back to Iceland, which I'm originally from, a couple of years ago, I decided to start looking into the angel system here back at home. Found out that there was nothing. So together with my colleague Svava, we took it on ourselves to start the Icelandic Business Angel Network that was founded in May last year. So I'm leading that as its chairman and working there part-time as a pro bono specialist, setting everything up and helping everybody structure everything. So I look forward to sharing our experiences with you today.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And great that you also have the startup experience. We'll be going into these threads as they are emerging from everybody's introduction. Karin, over to you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Karin Künnapas. I'm the Managing Director of the Estonia Business Angels Network. And first of all, I want to say thank you for including Estonia in the Nordics. I think this is something that we are really excited about and where we really want to belong. And about EstBAN, so EstBAN has been operating for a bit more than 12 years now. It started off as a group of 25 friends who were already investing into startups, but figured out that we need an organization to actually make it more systematic and also educate both angels and startups how angel investing works. And actually, I also joined EstBAN for the first time in 2013, and I was supporting them for 3 years. And now I joined back a bit more than a year ago. And by now, EstBAN has grown into about 270 members. We have both angel investors, we also have VC funds. And I think our main goal is to educate angels, help them to build a network, and also help them to find the deal flow. So there's a lot happening in Estonia, and I think EstBAN is an important player in the ecosystem here. And so happy to join you guys.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Karin. You mentioned a very, very interesting point. I actually run Founder Institute Nordics as well, which is a Nordic program, and Estonia is part of it. We have, I think, 3 founders from Estonia in the batch that we kicked off last night. So we put Estonia in Nordics. I don't know. but thank you so much for being here. Happy to learn how your ecosystem is building. Let's go and talk to Svein-Magnus. Over to you.
Hi, thank you. My background is in IT consulting, but I eventually got into investing, and then I joined something called the Business Angels Norway and figured out that, we also have NorBAN. So do we really need multiple organizations doing the same thing in Norway? And with very little activity in either of them. So a couple of years ago, I initiated a merger of these 2 organizations. So while NorBAN as an organization was originally founded in 2008, we really did a relaunch about 2 years ago when I took over as chairman. And we're trying to kind of rebuild from a quite inactive organization and try to rebuild and strengthen the Norwegian startup ecosystem, and also international connections and collaborations to get more both investments and good investors available for startups both in Norway and abroad.
Amazing, amazing. And it was great to connect with you yesterday as well. So great work happening on the Norwegian side. Let's move to DanBAN. Thomas, it was great meeting you. We actually met at this European Angels report launch. I think it was.
Yeah, that was a great initiative. Some really good findings that we've been repeating also in Denmark. I really like the fact that was it half of the unicorns that came out of 22 or 23 were initially funded by angels. I think that's a great story that we can use in the whole European discussion about enforcing more European angel investments. So a little bit about DanBAN. DanBAN is an old network. It's been around for more than 10 years, and it currently has about 300 members. We invest as a network between 50 and 85 million euros a year. The portfolio companies of the network is plus 1,000 companies. So we're pretty central in the Danish ecosystem. We also do sort of the core values that we provide to our members is the networking, the learning, the education, and then of course the deal flow with pitch events. We continue to see a lot of interest. We still get, we saw a dip after 22, and we probably had a reduction about 15% of our members, but we see it stabilizing, And we hear that there's a lot of M&A activity, which is normally the feeding stock for new members. So we're expecting to grow again from second half of this year and onwards.
Amazing, great.
I'll say a little bit more. So we have an exciting event. I just want to make a little advice.
Okay, yeah.
So we're very much interested in the whole political movement in Europe, where as well as defense, we need to grow and create growth in Europe. And maybe the current Trump administration is going to be the enabler of exactly that. And we are hoping that with the Draghi report and the repercussions of that we're going to see political change. We are still envious of Sweden and some of the conditions that Sweden are offering entrepreneurs. And as Andreas mentioned, we have a much worse track record. We have, of the 12 unicorns in Denmark, 10 of them have left. And I think the track record in Sweden is 31 unicorns and 2 have left, something like that. And that just shows a huge problem with how we facilitate growth and scale up. And a lot of it has to do with the taxation system also. And we think maybe it's about time that there could be done something about that. And we are hosting the EBAN event, the EBAN Congress.
Yeah.
So any one of you who would like to join, please come and join us for 2 great days in Copenhagen, 3rd and 4th of June. And we're preparing a great program with lots of funders, investors, and politicians, where we're trying to make it clear and have a discussion about what can we do in Europe to make this better.
Amazing. Great that you're hosting the EBAN conference this time. We would love to be there. Feel free to share the link on the chat directly, because I think that way people can find their way into it. And you mentioned something very interesting as well, and that was also pointed out by Andreas, like how can we stop the brain drain and how can we tap into the immense potential that exists, and we're all together scratching on a surface. So we need to go deeper, we need to go wider and collaborate more. So if we take each ecosystem, so maybe we can go around the table for the first question, and then after this question, we can like go in and anybody can answer. What do you think are the general challenges in your specific angel investing ecosystem in your respective countries? You started talking about that, Thomas, but if we go around in the room, let's say Christine, why SweBAN? Why was it needed? What challenges does it address?
Yes, as I briefly mentioned, it is in Sweden a lot of angel groups locally, and also investment companies or syndicates in different perspectives. And these have been growing more and more, and it's not been so structured. And also we think that if we coordinate a little bit more in Sweden, we can also share deal flows. There can also be more money into the local areas, not only Stockholm and maybe Gothenburg, because it's also prosper out there in the country. And we need also to support maybe the local community perspective, because you learn a lot when you are in a local ban. It's very good with these bigger initiatives, of course, and also the European perspective as I am representing as well. I'm very happy to hear about Thomas launching our event together here, of course. This is very good, very, very important questions, and to be the voice of everyone. Also, as Andreas mentioned, it's not easy to be a voice if you're a small non-profit coordinator organization, even you invest, you don't have so much structure. So if we can assist everyone with tools and a bit more structured, the efficiency will be better. And also the companies will find the money easier and quicker in different perspective. And I think also we can go either sector-wise, or you can go by only that you are in a specific group, you have some interests that you are having together. So I think cross-border investment that we also discussing in Europe is so important, and also to be fragmented in tax regulations that we also can invest in the Nordics. But this is also come down to the local communities in Sweden. If we cannot coordinate Sweden in a good sense, then we cannot match and work together with SBAN, EBAN, and NorBAN. And
Very
so
interesting.
this is very important, I think. That one challenge. And one other challenge is to find very good systems or programs for investing. And today more and more have gone into angel funds. And angel funds are very restricted in some areas because they cannot go so early. And they have only a specific time for investment. So the angels are both earlier and can also be along with the VCs in the longer run if we are coordinating in better groups.
Very good. So I hear two things here. So first is that SweBAN's role is coordination of existing networks, or creation and coordination of existing networks. And second is that we need to work on the systems and program side so the more networks can be created to help support entrepreneurs. Great work over there. Let's move to Iceland and IceBAN. You guys are recently created. Like, what was the primary driver and how is the market initially looking for you guys?
So the reason why we founded IceBAN was essentially because the current angel ecosystem is very fragmented, disorganized, and dare to say the just name itself, angel investors, is very unknown. There is capital here, and there are a number of angel investors here that have been investing in companies for the last couple of decades, but they're very localized. They're sometimes solo. Other times there are teams of 2 and 3. And if they're not interested in that particular startup or industry that that company is presenting, they might not invest. And thus, company might get get the idea that there's no angel investments to be made within their area of interest. So we set aside to base the vision for IceBAN on what we've seen in other countries in Europe, to build a professional network that's focusing on trust, professionalism, education of investors that are looking to invest as angel investors.
Awesome. So you're addressing the problem of localization and fragmentation, and that's the key role. That's how you fit into the ecosystem and trying to get everybody together on the angel investing side.
Yeah, that's the primary driver, because when you are a company in Iceland right now, whether it's a startup or a company that's maybe been around for a number of years and then might want to take the next step into international growth, maybe never sought any international markets, might need some money to grow a little bit, not looking to VC, you don't really know where to look. And traditionally, most angel investors have been names on an Excel sheet that has been shared with company founders throughout the last decade or so. I've seen a couple of them. Some of those lists, you see the same 10 names. Other times you see 10 names plus 30, 40 others, and those 30, 40 others might not even be investors. So there's a problem here in terms of access to capital. There's a problem here in terms of understanding what it is to be an angel and what that entails in terms of respect, standards, and so forth. There's a number of horror stories with companies that have been basically eaten up by early stage investors because they got in early and then signed a deal for preferred shares or work for equity and stuff like that. So we're also making sure that we can build upon the experience that the other networks in Europe have been working on for the past couple of decades to show the ecosystem investors what it means to be an angel and what standards you need to include when you invest in companies. So it's a long-term vision. It's our first year. We've only been here around for 10 or 12, 11 months. And the first and primary goal is just to make sure that we're here. We're opening our arms to angel investors. We're trying to build trust and create a standardized marketplace for companies to access capital.
I love it what you said, standardized marketplace for companies to access capital. Like we are struggling. Like I work with a lot of founders in accelerators and all. We're trying to get them to a single line somehow. But this is really good. And I think you touched on something very, very important, which was when you started talking about that some companies got eaten up, like how important is transparency and trust in something
Yeah.
in angel investing? So great work. Kudos to you that you are taking this on and building an ecosystem from the ground up. I was trying to launch Founders Live 1.5 years ago in Reykjavik. It was very difficult to launch it from distance. So I think I probably need to move there for a couple of months to get that launched as well. It's a global startup ecosystem around pitching.
Yeah,
But
that's
You need to
if we can
stay
help.
here,
That's one thing
Naimul.
that's one thing
please.
that's an issue with Icelanders. Icelanders are very independent, very independent.
Yeah.
And investors are especially very independent here. So one of the problems that we're facing right now is, for example, how to convince existing angel investors that they should join us in sharing our vision and building up the ecosystem. They need to see the value in it. And currently the
Okay.
value is not necessarily access to the companies because they already get those companies probably in their email inbox. The value should be in finding other co-investors, for example, to collaborate on in deals, because not everybody knows everything. You need to collaborate with other angel investors before you make investments.
I think that's a
Excellent.
general issue for all bands, though.
Yeah. You're absolutely right, Svein-Magnus and John, because I think lists have become a commodity with AI powering up. Like AI can do search. So if we go on LinkedIn, every 20th or 30th post is about a list sharing of names. And then there are 700 comments on that and 500 shares for something like that. So I think databases or the access points have become a commodity. The real thing is higher level of value in the pyramid, collaboration, doing things which help people invest better or startups to understand the contracts better. So really great points over there. Let's move to Karin. Let's talk about your ecosystem a bit. Like, what are the challenges that you guys are trying to resolve in the Estonian ecosystem? I was, by the way, over the weekend, like last 2-3 days, I was in Estonia. Great place. I should have gotten in touch, but great.
Well, next time.
Yes.
But I think both the benefit and the problem of Estonia is the size of it. So we are a country of 1.3 million. Obviously, when we're talking here with Iceland, we're not the smallest. But I think in general, just when it comes to the size, Estonia definitely is tiny. So what I mean as a benefit is that everybody kind of knows everybody, especially in the startup ecosystem. So it's easy to have these kind of negotiations and, know people. And this is also why how EstBAN started, which was basically people who knew each other and wanted to invest together. And I think in the beginning it was really good because I think for angels it is essential that they don't invest alone. So this is one of the key things that what we're trying to do with EstBAN. Obviously, it's becoming more and more tricky as the network has grown to get people to know each other when you have 270 members. But it's still like it's a small ecosystem, so I think that's a good thing. But on the other hand, that also means that the number of startups, the amount of funds available in the market is also limited. So none of the companies that are founded in Estonia can build anything just for Estonia. So it was really interesting when we actually were in Sweden last year, and we also went to a pitch event, and there were companies that their target market is Sweden. So this is something that will never happen in Estonia. So when it comes to investors, also angels they can invest in the startups in the first few stages, but then they have to start finding them international investors, helping the international markets, and so on. And that's a bit tricky if you don't have this kind of experience. So basically, like the size of the market and the size of the country is a good thing, but it's also a big limitation for us.
Very interesting point that you have the same attribute with both sides. Like smaller country, tighter ecosystem possible, everybody knows each other, but then smaller country, what happens to the opportunity? And I think, Christine, you made a very interesting point on cross-border investment. I think we need to, with all our capacities, Connect needs to jump in there. We need to enable cross-border investments, network creation. So members in Connect could also be member in other bands. How can we move capital around? That would be so awesome to create cross-border investment vehicles. But really interesting point over there, Karin. Let's get
actually with the cross-border, I want to add.
And also marketing, yes, marketing each other's events, because that also, because it's not so far to travel to Tallinn, or it's not so far to Denmark for us, I mean, or Norway. Iceland a little bit longer, but anyhow. but it is, it's not so far away, and if we are interested in one specific segment or one type of company, we can follow in the sector wise as well. And this is very interesting. My co-investment, you are a global company day one today. So you are entering into different markets very early in your career as a startup. And therefore you also need to have local feet on the ground. And the best thing is to have a local angel with you. To also listen into the ground, also open some doors, etc. Not only money.
Absolutely, absolutely. So let's hear about NorBAN. Svein-Magnus, over to you. Give us a quick capture how your ecosystem looks like.
Thank you. Yeah, so the Norwegian ecosystem as a rule is actually quite strong in a way, because we have a good creation of new startups, which is actually somewhat surprising because the other side of the ecosystem is not very strong. We have very little private capital available, so it's really hard to find angel investments, especially in the early stages. And there's also, while we have some good grants and tax rebates and government support systems in the area as well, we also, especially under the current government, has had a lot of, let's say, variable tax rules and really strengthening of tax rules and other issues as well that have been limiting the availability of both startups and investors to be efficient and to be interested in deploying capital, with the result of a lot of investors actually having left Norway, especially the richer end of the investor scale have mostly left Norway for Switzerland or other places where the tax regimes are less stringent, let's say. So the ecosystem is kind of two-sided. On one side, we have lots of good startups. There's a good creation rate of startups. So there's always new kind of young people wanting to become founders and building startups. But it's really hard for those startups to grow, especially with Norwegian owners. Which is funny that it's actually easier to get international investors somewhat because they are not applicable to all of those taxes that has been introduced. So it's almost like the government wants Norwegian business to be owned by foreign investors instead of Norwegian ones.
Amazing. Like that's a very interesting point. Like you have a regulatory barrier, which is kind of like what we were discussing in some of the previous points in this panel and in the keynote as well, brain drain of the startups. We are actually experiencing brain drain on the investor side. So that's very interesting to know, and would be keen to follow the journey of NorBAN going forward. Like how do you address this problem, which means a lot of regulatory work needs to be done. And Christine, you have a question. We'll also pick up one or two very quick questions from the chat that are coming up. Yes, Christine.
What we do from EBAN side is also looking into this 28th commitment of for regulations in Europe. So what we're talking about being the voice of angels into this, so it makes it easier to invest and cross-border invest. Also to have a regulation in a standard in Europe, even though Norway now is exceptional in that sense, but it could maybe drive your regulation in the right way as well. So it's very important that we have one voice now going very in depth to make it easier for cross-border investment.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Christine, we were discussing when we were talking about SweBAN as well. There are a few changes coming on the Swedish side as well in terms of investing. So we need to. So there are changes are always happening. So I think one of the key roles of bans is to ensure that everything runs smoothly when it comes to regulation and policy building for the angel investors. So I think that's a very crucial function. But let's talk about Thomas. There's a lot of spotlight going to be on DanBAN going forward with the EBAN event. How are you gearing up for that?
So we are a team, a DanBAN team and an EBAN team, and we also have some support outside the DanBAN team to make this the best possible Congress. We do expect plus 600 attendees. We hope some of the new EU commissioners will come and talk. There's a new EU commissioner for startups, Bulgarian woman, and several others we're trying to come up, and there will be Danish politicians also. Denmark is taking over the EU chairmanship by 1st of July. So that is a run up to some of the initiatives that hopefully Denmark will promote in the next half year. So it's a very good timing, we find. It's with the political turmoil. We think that we will have some thought-provoking speakers telling about what we need to do, because we cannot just do these incremental, marginal changes that we're so used to. So Danish politics is very much just straight, to the left, a little bit to the right, but very straight. There's a growing consensus, at least in my opinion, that something more needs to happen to actually make it more attractive to become an entrepreneur, to invest. For a lot of money has been made on real estate in Denmark, so it doesn't come from sort of innovation and others. And the transition from being a real estate investor and that kind of money and that kind of cash flow over to this risk scene is tricky for many. But we need, as has been discussed here, also to make it a more smooth ride. So yeah, we're very happy to do this, and we hope to see as many of you as possible there. And it's going to be some fun days. If you can come on Monday, we have a reception at the Lord Mayor where he's going to. The traditional welcome for foreign visitors to Copenhagen is by serving pancake at the town hall.
Yeah, so, I heard that yesterday. Pancakes. That's nice. Yeah.
So that's we're starting there in the afternoon on the 2nd, Monday the 2nd, and then a full 2 days following that.
But Karin, you can also mention last year you have the host of being a Congress, and also where also the Nordics were attendance quite high, I would say.
So yeah, we had the EBAN Congress in Estonia last year, and I think we also had about 600 participants.
Yeah.
And I also plan to come to Copenhagen this year. I think highly recommend everybody who's able to join it, because I think it's a good way how to connect with the investors, also see some really great startups and understand where all the angel investment and also actually VC are moving and what are the current trends and so on. So really recommend doing that. And I think it's great to establish also cross-border connections. And actually what I wanted to mention also with cross-border, I really agree that I think it's really essential for angels. And what we're doing in EstBAN, for the first time, we're doing a Pan-Baltic Angel Syndicate. So angels from Latban, Litban, and EstBAN are joining for Latitude 59, which is end of May, to put up to 500,000 of angel investment to startups. So I think this is also something that I would be really excited to work with other bonds in the Nordics for the future to create these kind of syndicates, because I think that increases the funds available, but I think also for the angels, it's an amazing lesson to work with other angels, learn how they're investing, what they're investing into. And as all our goal is to educate angels, I think this is the really great opportunity of what we can do together.
So
absolutely.
Can I just say on this specific point, we actually no promises yet, but we're trying to find a case that has the timing and the size for doing a cross-border investment at the event. So we are going to invite EBAN members and other members to actually invest in this case. And we're trying to find one that would fit and be interesting. And of course, the founders need to think this is a great idea also. But we're trying to make something concrete out of it instead of just talking about it. And because people need to see the examples and see how it can play out. And we have two main tracks. We have the defense and space. We see a lot of growth in the whole defense space, which has been a no-go country for as long as I remember. Sweden has a strong industry there. Denmark needs to build their own now, and then on life sciences also. So
sports.
Yes. Yeah. We'll move very quickly to some of the questions. We have 10 more minutes to go. But I think I had a couple of thinking points here as well, because a lot of interesting discussion is coming in. So maybe we should use this forum and create a very simple Google Doc around 2-3 points. which events are happening in each of our networks so that our networks can benefit. So if there is something happening in Sweden in the next, and we can have a 6 months visibility, I think that's, or a term visibility, like the first half of the year or second half of the year, and can kind of enable that first thing. Second thing is that in the global networks that I run, like Startup Grind and others, we run delegations. So we should definitely look into how we can create small delegations on each end on major events, like whichever are happening. So I would love to bring some of the Swedish investors over there to learn from what is happening. And I think these initial 2 or 3 points could really move us there. But great. Let's get 1 or 2 very quick questions, but from the audience. But before that, if we could very quickly go around one question, like if startups need to get funded, how do you help them? Do you have direct deal flow funnels or startup pitching? Can startups come directly to you? How does that look? Maybe half a minute each on each of the network. Maybe let's start with Iceland. How do startups reach out to you?
So we're basing our funnel right now on close connections with actors in the ecosystem.
Okay.
And we're very active on social media, where we're trying to encourage startups to apply through our website. So on our website, we have a button that says seek funding, and that opens up a portal with a number of questions. And since the start in May last year, I think we received around 60 something applications.
Okay.
And of which those 60, I think there have been around 15 or 18 companies that have actually presented and pitched to angel investors in our events. And it's becoming a known thing that IceBAN is now an application process where investors can get an eye on companies. So I think it's a good way for us to start, at least.
Awesome. How does it work in NorBAN, for example? Do you have a direct connection with startups, or are angels searching their own deal flows and you kind of help them?
With us, angels are mostly searching their own deal flows. We don't really have any direct provisions for startups to contact us directly. However, we do work a lot with investment partners, so that all of the startups that want to contact us directly, we direct them to our investment partners, which is companies like the investment company Nordic Ignite in Iceland. And we offer them the deal flow so that they can then evaluate and prepare the deal flow and then share it back to the NorBAN network when they have looked at the companies and filtered the companies first. So that's one of the ways we do it. But we also do and are planning to start a lot more startup-oriented activities going forward. But that's still in the works.
All right. Amazing. Thomas, how is it on your side?
So it's direct. We receive 400 to 500 applications or pitch decks a year. We're in the process of AI-fying it, so we can actually be more efficient, where we set up the parameters for the score, and then we upload pitch decks that will score these pitch decks, and it's going to be a very transparent process where the startups will see where they don't score so well, so they can improve that. And we be transparent about how we view things. And then we select from those things for our pitch events. We have 1 pitch event per month, 6 in Copenhagen, 3 in Odense, and 3 in Aarhus. And then we show them to our members. Okay,
so your primary driver is pitch events.
Yes.
That's like the motor which drives the momentum. Karin, how is it in Estonia?
So in EstBAN, we have 8 pitch events per year that are organized by EstBAN. Some of them are with local partners, so we cooperate with accelerators, incubators, so they offer us deal flow, and the rest of them are open application for a website. But what we've seen with the development of the Estonian angels and what startups they're looking into, we try to call the pitch events more like networking events. So it's a great way for startups to get feedback, meet investors, build their networks, but just for them to understand that it's not like, you come present and somebody's gonna make you a transfer. So I would call them more like networking and presenting events. And also other option, how our angels get deals and how we share deals is syndication calls. So as we have venture capital funds, our members, they send information to our angel list. If they're raising round, they maybe have some amount that's not filled, invite angels to join, and also angels can do the same. So if a startup has an angel who has committed, that angel can send it to the network and invite others to join. So this kind of supporting syndicates as much as possible is one of our priorities for going forward.
Understood. Thank you so much, Karin. How is it on the SweBAN side, Christine? I'm not wearing the SweBAN hat. So,
Okay, not the SweBAN hat. So what we do is that as we coordinate the angel groups, we are, if any startup is contacting us, we are advising them to get in contact with other groups. It could be Connect, it could be Nordic Angels, could be some local, like Vestaf or SOAF, etc. So this is our opportunity for the startups today. Probably a little bit further down the road, we will have some pitch event, but this is also to gather the best startups in Sweden. So we also can visualize this in the cross-border perspective, because I think that is also the way to do it, to really together that we send the best startup as a front figure, and then we can collaborate in between. And I think that is one way to go.
Awesome. Last couple of minutes, I think we have some questions. I think some of these are also relevant for later panels. So Ida had a question. Don't you think investor collaboration could benefit from knowledge sharing? Being up to date should be more important for investors, and matchmaking is better in knowledge. So I think very good suggestion. Ida Brink here, like. And that's where I think when you wrote that comment, I was thinking about setting up a very simple Google Doc or some sort of a knowledge sharing at our internal BAN basis. Like, how can we increase investor exposure to each other's networks, each other's events, and each other's deal flows, if possible? So that could be. So any ideas? I think Thomas, you guys are doing great work. That is a great event. And then Svein-Magnus, you mentioned about, and John, you also mentioned about this Oslo Innovation Week. So the key anchoring events, I think, could be really interesting for us to go forward.
And if I can add here, I know that actually the European Business Angel Network, or EBAN, is also working on creating this kind of knowledge hub for the fund managers, and they're also starting to do like workshops for fund managers who can give that information over to their members. So I think that's a great initiative from European scale, because I think, as somebody said in the beginning, I think most of the funds have similar kind of issues or similar kind of choice. So it's important that we share them, because that's also how it gets to our members and to the investors.
Very, very good points. We'll like to thank the panel for the energy and for the insights that came in. We're very thankful to IceBAN, SweBAN, NorBAN, EstBAN, and DanBAN for joining us today. FiBAN couldn't join, but they have been on a recent event on a Connect Talks and some of the other work we do in Connect. But I think the main learning here is more collaboration, more opening up of our network, so that magic can happen for entrepreneurs and investors, and we can stop both the entrepreneur brain drain and the investor brain drain. So that was also a great learning going forward. But thank you so much for taking the time out. We'll move to our next panel now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Have a great day.
Sure.
Amazing. Great. So I think it'll take half a more minute for everybody to switch in, but I already see Hannah here. I already see Lars here. Great to have you here with us. And thank you for taking the time out for joining. Björn, welcome. Cintia, welcome. And Per, welcome. We have a full house, and this session, the last session, or the first, if we go to the keynote, we started with a European perspective on the challenges and opportunities. We said 200,000 angels are possible in the Nordic region. So that's where we started. We talked about drain of entrepreneurs happening and the fragmentation of like how the investing ecosystem is broken and needs to be fixed. And then we brought in our regional experts and heads of Nordic business angel network organizations to crack the code. Like, how do we do it? And the main learning that was coming out was more exposure, more training, more cross-border investment. So we need to, when networks are initially created, they are created like this, but then network is an expanding entity. So we need to expand and then collaborate more with each other. This session is more directed to our entrepreneurs now. So if you are an entrepreneur listening in, we are going to be talking to the top angel investors in the region and outside the region to see how entrepreneurs can benefit from their learning on raising money from angel investors. So the secret sauce of raising capital from angel investor. Welcome to all the panelists. And I'll go around the table initially. So I would say let's take half a minute or a minute each and give us a short introduction about you and what brought you to angel investing. So let's start with the first letter. Björn, over to you. You are first up.
Okay, thank you, Naimul. Thank you for having us. Excellent event. My name is Björn Larsson, and I'm an entrepreneur, but I also angel invest. And I started in 2017 somewhere when the company that I co-founded went public. And I started because I wanted to help others with my my network and my experiences, but also a little bit with my small money. So I took trainings with Stuaf and Connect and Jason Calacanis, and I learned from those. And then I've also been inspired by Lars, who's in the meeting here, and co-founded Västerås Tech Invest, which then got a spin-off in First Gate Invest. So I also created the investment readiness process to help founders to prepare in a structured way. So that's my background, and that's why I'm here. So I'm really glad to be here to see if I can share any ideas. Thank you.
Amazing. So you have a lot of things over there, like entrepreneur, angel, IRP program developer, network creator, angel, networks creator. So there's a lot of experience. Let's tap into this as we develop our discussion. But thank you, Björn. Over to you, Cintia. Let's see, we can't hear you. Yeah, there is some issue. Yeah. Happens. We are running this as a live stream, so we're not using a green room, so these things can happen. So no worries. We can't hear you yet. Yeah, maybe you can try and reconnect. Let's move to Hannah. Over to you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Hannah.
Perfect. Yeah, that's always fun with technology. Well, hello and good morning, or good morning. It's midday almost in Helsinki, Finland. Very happy to be here. Thank you for the invitation. So my name is Hanna Nyholm. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a founder. I'm an investor and an angel investor, an executive coach as well. Lived most of my life abroad, actually, even if I'm a very Finnish citizen otherwise. I'm also the founder and CEO of SheVestments. I'm a board member at FiBAN, so the Finnish Business Angel Network, and I'm also a global ambassador for Tech Nordic Advocates, so working a lot, very closely with them as well. And a little bit also like Björn, I started off wanting to help others and wanting to help founders. And my company, SheVestments, was really created on the idea that I think we need to see more diversity in the investment landscape. That's an issue everywhere, not only in Finland and the Nordics, but actually global. So SheVestments is really like an educational investment platform and community. And the purpose is really to connect female founders with female capital. So I'm very much involved in both supporting female founders, but also trying to see more women enter into the room as investors. And we're also working on that with FiBAN. So we have a lot of projects going on, and we're happy to see a lot of more women enter both as founders and creating quality startups and also investing. So very happy to be here. I'm really looking forward to this discussion, and Finland is doing a lot of things as well. I was listening to the earlier panel, so FiBAN is very active as well, and I'm happy to share a little bit about that as well in this conversation.
Amazing, amazing. A lot of background, like experience, entrepreneurship, angel, FiBAN, coach, investment, tech Nordic advocate. So lots of hats. Great to hear about that. I think that that's all very important going forward in our discussion. Lars, over to you.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect, perfect. Well, I've been an angel investor since 1984. I started Swedish Venture Capital Association in '85, and I've been quite active in a lot of startups. Done in a total 80 investments, 60 exits, some bad and a little bit more good ones. I can talk about that later on. I also started the Swedish the DHS Venture Partners, which is a partnership of angel investors, alumni from Stockholm School of Economics. So we are investing in startups. I've done like 35 investments in the last 10 years. And Hanna lives in Helsinki. I live in outside Paris. Been here for the last 31 years, but I do all my investments in central Stockholm for different reasons I can talk about later on. Happy to be here and happy to be with Naimul, the one-person ecosystem in the Nordics.
Thank you so much, Lars, for being here. We love the energy, love the energy behind 80 investments. That's a big number, like to chase. And great to know that you are located somewhere and then you invest somewhere else. We'll definitely go into that as to why that is so and what drives that. But Lars, it's great to be, and we are very honored that you could join us for today's panel. Let's move to Per, and then we'll come to Cintia.
Yeah, hi everybody. I'm Per Björklund from Stockholm, and I have only had time to make a little bit more than half as many investments as our master Lars, but I work full time as an angel investor since 2018. Prior to that, I was with big international corporations like Telia and Telenor. I was a VC, venture capitalist at Startup Factory, which later turned into COREangels Venture Capital. And I've been a serial entrepreneur. I'm still a serial entrepreneur, I would say, starting B2B SaaS software companies. And now I invest primarily in tech and deep tech. I do that through the company Further Than Capital, together with my business partner Stefan. And the drive for both of us is that we love working with entrepreneurs. So our preferred model is that we are very active as angel investors. I would say hyperactive, rather not operational, but very active. But we also, of course, do, so to speak, ordinary angel investments where we are active, but maybe not hyperactive. I'll send you the link to Further Than Capital, and you can see our portfolio and a little bit about us.
Amazing. Per, thank you. And thank you for being also a very solid support for the Nordic ecosystem. We are honored that you are part of a lot of initiatives that we run. But I kind of picked it up because Björn wrote something on the chat that you love working with entrepreneurs and then lovable happens. So, but that's great to know. I think that's amazing if experienced angels can really take time out and spend that time hyperactively, as you're saying, and support entrepreneurs, because entrepreneurs require a lot of when you are sailing a ship, you don't want holes in the ship. So you need all the guidance, like where not and how not to have holes in the ship. So great to have that kind of experience in the room. Cintia, over to you. Let's see if it works this time. No, it still doesn't work. But maybe, Cynthia, what you could do is maybe switch out and run a Zoom very quickly with somebody in your network and come back. I think that'll be the quickest way to go. I think let's open the discussion and let's get it in a kind of a fire mode and start discussing this. My first point is you're investing 40 80, maybe fewer in some cases, all these investments that are happening, how do you find these ideas? How do you find startups like Lovable? I'm not going into the case, but of course, when you're working and you're working deeply with these startups, how do you find the cases and how do you know that this is a case to go in with? And we can open the house with, let's say, Hannah, if you would like to start.
All right, thank you. First of all, I have to say I feel very much at home because I'm actually born in Sweden. My father was Swedish, so I'm like I'm a Gothenburg girl. So it's very nice to be among Swedes today as well. But to your question, I mean, we have a very solid and good deal flow system back in Finland here. So FiBAN is running a super deal flow funnel that is actually like something that is very valuable to all the angels and everyone and all our members. But from my point of view and my experiences, because many of my investments come from other routes or other places, it's personally, first of all, I think angel investing is quite a personal thing. There is a personal reason why you have gone into it and what you're interested in, and maybe your background and your experiences. So I've found most in those places that are within those industries or something that interests me, and then that somehow you just find them. I don't know if I have a special trick nowadays when I'm more active and I'm working myself with supporting entrepreneurs and startup founders. Then obviously I also sort of push them towards the right channels so that they can find further investments. But I think it comes, for me, I find a lot of personal interest, and then you have to be active, and the more you get into the ecosystem, you always find someone and you find it through networks. So that's at least a starting point.
So the personal interest, you know that this is the startup I want to work with, and the stronger the ecosystem is around you, the easier it becomes to go about it. How does it work at further than capital pair? Like, how do you guys look into startups, and then what catches your eye in terms of moving forward with a startup?
Yeah, regarding finding the startups, I think it's a big difference if you're an angel investor who does it as a hobby or in your spare time, or if you do it full time. If you do it full time, you could more and should, I would say, especially in the beginning, actively search for startups. So be out there, be at conferences, events. If you invest in deep tech, go to the universities and tech universities and whatnot, and ask around and build a network and be actively searching. Later on, when you have, so to speak, more established yourselves and have a portfolio, the cases will come to you to a larger extent, and you will have an incoming deal flow, and you will have the better network you have, the better incoming deal flow you will have. What then catches my interest? It's not the ideas as such so much. It is as well, but I often say it's 5 things. You've heard it before. It's number 1 is the team in early stages, and number 2 is the team. Number 3 is the team. And number 4, however, that's a giant market, big market opportunity. And number 5, of course, some uniqueness, hopefully some uniqueness that is defendable. And all this together with a high ambition. That is what catches our interest.
Awesome. So team is the primary focus at your early stage, and you have a developed network, and you guys are doing it full time. And you made a very interesting division, like, is it a hobby or is it full time? So I think that's the case with many angels. So team, TAM, and uniqueness is something which catches your eye. Lars, how now probably the France and Sweden discussion also becomes relevant. How do you
Well,
how does it work for you?
I'm participating in different networks, and as Per says, the proposals come to me, so I get a few per day, in fact. So what I'm doing is that I try to narrow the scope that I'm interested in, saying that I'm not investing in a lot of things, and the remaining part is normally around B2B companies, digital services, SaaS model, platform, marketplace based in Stockholm. But on top of what Per said about the team, which is very important, of course, is the other investors. Because if, of course, you would like to invest in a team, at least 2, 3 founders. One founder is too risky often. If someone in that founding team will quit after a few years, it's not a big problem. You can replace that person. But if you have the wrong co-investor with a big stake in the company, that can really kill the company. So you have to check also the co-investors.
Okay.
Then I would like to mention a little bit about the total market opportunity. For me as an angel investor, it's not the same issue as for the VC fund. If you take, for example, an investment I did in a company called WeHunt, which was or still is an app for hunters, the total market is not that great. The turnover right now is like 5 million euros, nice profit. But for me as a co-founder, you can say, for a first investor, I made 12 times the money and 70%, more than 70% IRR on that investment. So as an angel, that's very interesting. Maybe not for a VC. So we can do more things than the VC funds can do.
Okay. Very interesting, both on the points of the total market that you said and also who are the co-investors. And we'll come to this in a minute, like how does it switch if we turn it around to the entrepreneur side? But Björn, over to you. How do you work with? You also run a program for entrepreneurs to get ready. So maybe you can answer from both perspectives. Like how do you either directly invest, or what startups are relevant for you to invest in or through your networks, or which startups are relevant for your program, for example?
Yeah, and I like to say that I agree with Per. It depends a lot if you're in a kind of a semi-professional angel or if you're working with full-time. Very few are doing it full-time, like Lars actually. And for me, as you know, as I said, I'm probably the one latest starting as an angel investor in this panel. So I don't have the benefit of having a large fund behind me or a reputation as the other guys here. So what do I do then? Well, as an entrepreneur, I saw this gap between angel investors and entrepreneurs. So I created the investment readiness process for tech entrepreneurs and deep tech entrepreneurs to understand what this journey is about, because they're going to have their investor on board for a very, very, very long time. And as Lars says, the wrong investor can be really bad for the company. So what really happened is that this process became bigger than I was expecting. So now we actually celebrated the 300 company that was certified through this process. So for me, it actually became my deal flow kind of process. So now we have maybe 80 companies per year who are getting curated through the platform and the methodology with our IRP instructors. So I invest in those companies because it's an easy way for me to find them, and I know very well about them. But what is catching my eye is actually how they behave during the process, because that is a 5 to 6 weeks process to prepare for an investment. But I can see how they behave. If they're scattered all over the place, not focused on the assignment, I can tell that this team will not achieve their goals. They are all over. But if they're focused and they're doing this and they dedicate, that is for me a sign that they will be dedicated to the next task, which will be to find sales or to establish the product. So that is kind of my way of finding out during the process before I invest. So I want to see that the team really achieves. That's my kind of thing there.
So very interesting. So you're using the IRP process as a validation angle for the entrepreneurs, like which of these, and it becomes a curated deal flow at around 80 startups a year. But again, your focus is also on, like where you're focusing on the team, like you are just very closely focusing on how this team is behaving during this period.
Yes, I do. And then this thing that I now invest in those pilot companies wasn't the plan from the beginning. And the big thing, of course, is that these companies then go out to all the investors in my network and outside my network to find investors. So it's deep tech and tech companies today. And I, of course, not just invest in very, very few of them. So, yeah.
So let's switch this question around from an entrepreneur's hat now, because we were discussing that how do you find companies and what kind of companies you kind of go in and invest in or work with or support or hyperactively support, whichever the case may be. How should entrepreneurs reach out to angels? So if we swing the question, it's the same question, but how should entrepreneurs reach out to attracting early stage angel capital? Should they go into accelerators? Like, what do you think? Like, how? Because you guys would be receiving deal flows in your LinkedIn's and everything. What works or what would be working? Yeah. If entrepreneurs need to raise early capital from angels, of course. Yeah, please.
I can start if
Björn.
I was the last time, so I can start. So if it's okay.
Please go ahead. Please
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah, I think you should be as if you're selling your product. You should know who you're addressing with your opportunities. You should know if you have a potential of giving 10 times back in 3 years, giving a 70% IRR, and you have a SaaS company, business to business, you should probably talk to, and you're in Stockholm City, you should address Lars. And I just taking Lars an example. Try to learn what have those angels invested in before, and don't go scattering it all over because it's wasting time. Try to be precise and focused so that you can say, okay, I have this opportunity, this kind of company. We are 3 team members. I know that these angel investors are interested in that. And then you send a very short pitch with 1 sentence and maybe the pitch deck if we're interested. I think that would be my take on it if I was an entrepreneur today.
So you're saying founders should not just spray around and maybe reach out to 500 people with a very broad Indian thing, nothing, but they should be very, very focused. What do you think, Per, in terms of founders reaching out to angel investors? How should they?
It's not so easy. It's not so easy to find the angels. There are all the networks that some of us are representing, but even then it might be tricky to find the right angel within that network, so to speak. But it's a good point to start at, of course. But I would say that the main mode of working would be networking, and just as Björn said, start within your own domain and your own technology, your own market, etc. Go to conferences and so forth. Network with people, talk with a lot of people, and try to get references on people. Then when you look at the angels, have a look at their track record, have a look at to what extent do they have a relevant domain experience. It's not that they have to be experts in your technology, you should be that. It's not that they must know exactly your market or your niche. You should know a lot about that, but that they have experience that is at least relevant and applicable in some way for what you're doing. And also, above all, I would say, once you then meet them, it's very much about personal chemistry. Make sure, just like Lars said also, make sure that you get the right investors on board. It's a little bit like a marriage. When you set your team together, that is like a marriage, I would say. It's the same order of magnitude of importance who you choose as your co-founder. But then when you go for your angels and for your investors, that's partially equally important, I would say. So because you have to live with these people for many, many years. So therefore, that's very important with the personal chemistry.
Very interesting points again, Per. Lars, if we can move to you.
Just a quick add to what Per just said. I made a little graph here. Can you see it?
Yes. Okay.
This is what an angel investor can contribute. So here you have time and money. Here you have knowledge and experience. And of course, if it's someone here, no time, not too much money, they cannot do follow-on rounds, and they don't know about the area, don't go to them. Here they have money, that's good. Maybe not too much experience, but anyway, money is good. Here they have a lot of experience, not too much money, but they can come in as advisors, board members, whatever. These are the guys that you should aim for. knowledge, experience, network, time, and money, especially time in the beginning. Money is not the most essential part. It's the time and the energy and the involvement a person can contribute. Do you agree, the other guys?
Absolutely.
I love this. I love this chart. Like I think,
let me add to the addition from Lars, and I think it's very precise what Lars says, and what it illustrates actually is that angels, what does it mean to have an angel on board? Well, an angel is different from friends and family. It's different from bringing in this rich aunt or whoever it might be, who actually knows nothing, has the wrong expectations on you, and won't really add value apart from the money. So you bring the angels because it's smart money, and that is exactly what Lars is showing there very well.
Very, very good point. And we have some questions coming up. So Matilda, yes, as a designer, I absolutely love the infographic. So Lars, you have a fan already. Great, Matilda. But we also have a question coming from Jarno. Let's see before we forget some of these questions, because they are coming up on chat rather quickly. When your startup does not have MRR or ARR because you're developing, because all your potential customers are saying that they will need fully 100% working product and your resources are very limited. Question, how do you get investors to invest in such a startup when you don't have the MRR, ARR?
I usually say that no one is becoming an angel investor because they are forced to do it. They do it because they like to do it. They love to do it. So it has to be a pleasure to work with these guys. And regardless if they have something to show or not, it should be something like a marriage, even better, because on average, the holding period for an investment from a startup until the exit is probably longer than the average marriage, at least in Stockholm. So you should be a pleasant person to work with and fun to work with. And then it's like you invest in something that doesn't exist. My 80 companies, I would say that 78 of them have had close to death moments. All of them are close to die. That's just natural. They run out of money and the product doesn't work and they whatever. That's the way it is. And then you have to roll up your sleeves and work it out together. And as an angel investor with that kind of experience, 78 close to death moments at least, then it's not that dramatic. It's very important to calm down the situation and solve the different issues one by one and help the founders to do that, not having a panic.
Got it. Thank you, Lars. Cintia, we see you are back, so maybe we can have a quick introduction from you.
Yes. Can you hear me now? I tested
Yes,
it already.
we can hear you.
Finally.
Finally.
I'm so sorry. I apologize to all the panelists and to you, Naimul, but thank you so much for being here. I will do a very brief intro. I'm Cintia Mano. I'm the CEO of COREangels Network. We are a network of angel investing funds. So our angels, they invest in portfolios. We are more than 300 in different countries, invested in 110 startups, sort of this. So our model is, the difference of our model is that our angels, they all invest around a thesis in the same portfolio. So they decide collectively or when to invest.
Okay, amazing. We have had a very deep talk with Cintia a few months ago on Connect Insights, so I can also share the link afterwards in the panel. But Cintia, great to have you here and your perspective in. Question is, when startups, like the question that we are rotating over here on the table is that if startups need to reach out to you guys? How should they reach out to you? So how does it work for COREangels? Do you accept direct deal flow, or is it that your network takes their independent deal flows?
Yeah, we do accept direct deal flow. Usually what we do is our angel funds, they are led by 1 or 2 people who are in charge of selecting, doing all the screening and all the evaluation process of the deal flow. So there is a very simple way of applying that is going to our website, selecting the fund that fits better your business and applying to it. You can do this through the website. But of course, Ella, thank you so much. Ella just put the link here in the chat. So this is one way, but of course, our leaders, they are in events, they are connecting with people everywhere on LinkedIn or accessing platforms. So there are different ways. But one advice I would give is look for what is the investment thesis of, try to understand, make questions to a solo angel or to an angel fund or to an angel group, whatever, about their investment thesis. Because many times we receive applications of all sorts of businesses, and this can save a lot of time from the founder also, instead of just sending decks all over. Just try to investigate a little bit. What is the investment thesis? This will save time for both investors and founders.
I think that's a very relevant point. It came out in the previous panel, has also come out here as well, that probably just handing over hundreds of pitch decks is not the thing. We'll also talk about it in our next panel with VCs. But moving to Hannah, for example, how does it work at FiBAN or your own thing, like how angel entrepreneurs can actually reach out to you? Does FiBAN take direct deal flow, or how does it work? Because you were not there in the previous. We missed FiBAN in the previous panel.
Yes. No, we do take, and we have a really an amazingly well working platform. This one, we just renewed the whole thing, and it's coming in all the time. And from that, how it works, for example, if I put my FiBAN hat on for a while, so how we do it is that we have an amazing deal flow manager, and the members get to screen through the startups, and then we have the pitch events that are like for all the members, and they are attended by at least 100 angels, more or less almost monthly. And in that way, we also ensure the quality. And in Finland, especially now, it's become, FiBAN is really the place to be. So most of everyone who's in the ecosystem knows that that's the top. But of course, there are other programs as well. So it's really for the entrepreneurs to find like what they are, which industry they're working in, at what stage they are. And we also created, now there's a new co-investment fund that works together with an early stage VC that takes in, they do invest from a co-investment fund together with syndicates from angels. And it's become a really, really big thing the last year. So the opportunities are really out there a lot. So it's changed the scene a lot as well. I mean, Finland has always had a pretty strong startup ecosystem, but it's quite nimble here for startup founders. Just what I say, just one tip because someone said something earlier here about, remember who of the gentlemen, about the time it takes, how much time startup entrepreneurs are wasting sometimes on the fundraising and contacting angels. And I agree with everything. And also once you meet them, or a startup founder meets an angel, it's about the personal chemistry. But at very early, I tend to tell them, like, ask very directly if that investor is truly thinking about investing, because otherwise sometimes they spend a lot of time on going on coffees and lunches and discussing, and then suddenly there is no investment. So put that out there pretty early on so you don't waste your time.
Very interesting point here. And I think I'll go back to Lars, the visual that you drew as well. So founder homework is needed. I think that's very important, that you know what you're entering into, just like you're building a startup. You know your product, you know your customer, you should know your investor. So that kind of would save you a lot of time. But let's move from the initial search and investing to actually working with the founders. How do you typically work with a startup once it's in? Maybe Lars, what's your typical way of working with startups? And Per, you talked hyperactive, so we'll come to that afterwards, to the hyperactive side.
Okay, say until 2014, I normally was a board member and very often chairman of the companies. Then in 2014, Sting started with the Propel funds. I started the DHS. I was also chairman of another regional angel investment organization. So I was exposed to many very interesting companies, and suddenly my portfolio grew, and I still had the idea that I should be a board member and preferably the chairman. So in 2017, I had like 13 board seats and 9 of them as chairman, which was too much and not good for the companies, not good for me or my family. So since 2017, I scaled down on that part. So now I'm on 5 boards, chairman for 2 companies, and I'll try to get rid of them also in the coming years. So I'm more working as an ad hoc angel. When I'm in Stockholm, which is like once or twice a month, then I try to visit as many of my portfolio companies as possible. I have CEO dinners where we gather all the CEOs together and talk about common issues like fundraising or putting together a board or doing the exit process or whatever, but mainly for them to get to know each other so they can reach out to each other for common issues. Because all of this is based on trust, and trust is based on that you get to know each other and know each other for a long time. So I try to make my CEOs to get to know each other as much as possible because they are the experts, not me. And then I talk to the people I have in my phone. You know, I have all the CEOs in alphabetic orders, and when I don't have anything to do, I just call them and ask, how are you doing? Which is quite often I do because it's always something you can help them with. So more ad hoc, and I think board meetings and boards are very important, but sometimes it's more efficient to have ad hoc meetings.
Okay, very interesting. So you're moving from a very deeply entrenched board model or the chairperson model on involvement to an ad hoc and more. And I think that also relates to the size of the portfolio. You have a larger portfolio, hence CEO meetings is a natural outcome of kind of finding synergies.
Also, you know, I've been on 45 boards. I've been the chairman for 25 startups. It's not that fun anymore, to be honest. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of responsibility, and I get sloppy. No, not sloppy. Lazy. Maybe not as hyperactive as Per anymore.
Okay, so that's a choice, and I think
you know, I want to go out now and play golf and do things instead of staying here and talking to you. No, that's very very good. But there are other things to do in life than board meetings.
Love it, love it. Per, how do you said hyperactive, define hyperactive.
Yeah, I'll do that. But yeah, I agree with Lars and in very very much. And I think it's a spectrum, right? It's a spectrum from those like rich aunts who will never feed in anything. They might ask strange questions, and you have to answer them. And you have to give them some information at least once a year when you call for the annual general meeting, right? And they are not active at all. And then it comes to like angels who do it as more of a hobby or on the side, and they hopefully are more active, of course. And bring in things. Then when they find something that is relevant, they bring it into the company. You should expect that from them. And then it goes to angels who only are angels and not so much else, and they're of course more active. And then you come to the very active angels like Lars, who has a big portfolio, actually having dinners for his portfolio CEOs, etc. And that's quite uncommon. Not many people have that kind of a developed network and developed way of working. So an example then of how it could be even more active is probably one of the companies that I've worked with, and that's probably the extreme. It's Blackwall, formerly Botguard, who I work with since 2019 when I met them at Slush. And there, the CEO, Nick, and I, during 4 years' time until they closed their A round a year ago, we had weekly meetings. So he sits in Athens and I'm in Stockholm. And every Sunday night at 9:45 after my weekly racquetball match, I sit down and have a Zoom meeting with Nick till after midnight. At that time, it's actually after 1:00 a.m. in the morning in Athens.
Wow.
And we do that. We talk high and low, big and small, any problems that he might have or challenges, both business-wise and what also influences maybe the private life a little bit. Also short and long term. So what are you thinking most about right now? And what should you think about most right now? Are two common questions. And we do that weekly, have done that for 4 years until a year ago. And it's the best moment of my week. It really is. I really love it. But I can't do that with all companies because I don't have all that time. So it's for some companies where the personal chemistry is right, and that is super important.
So personal chemistry is the thing. We have a couple of more minutes. Maybe, Cynthia, we missed some discussion with you in the initial tech issue. Tech is crazy. I also do music. So I got an AI-generated message from one of the platforms where my music is, which says that they'll take down my music because I have filed a report on my own music that it's copyrighted. So I don't know how that happens, but I'll need to resolve that in the evening because that platform will close down. But tech can be messy. But I think what Lars mentioned in one of the points was that who are the other investors? And you are actually working with angel funds, communities. How do you get investors to interact? So that's a question to you, and then probably we'll close the panel after that.
Great question. In fact, in our funds, in our groups, when we are talking about regional funds, so it means they are industry agnostic but investing in a particular ecosystem, it's easier to have on-site meetings, so people go to have dinner or have happy hours, etc. So tonight I have a happy hour here in Lisbon with a group of investors of the same fund. It's extremely important because this is one side of the value of having an angel fund. One side is the portfolio of startups, but the other side is the assets that the angels represent. And the most they can be connected and sharing knowledge, the most they can support the founders and the startups. So usually in the local groups, it's much easier. In the online group, so when we have like vertical funds, in our case, usually the geographic scope is Europe or Brazil or US. So it's really broad. It's hard to get everyone together. We do a lot of online events, but we also have some events that connect the whole community. So very specific on topics that are related to their challenges and experience so that they can come together and share experiences and knowledge.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much. Communities, I think, are really important, and I think they'll become even more important as we find our space going forward as entrepreneurs, creators, and investors. With that point, I'd like to offer a big thanks to all our valued, esteemed panelists for taking the time out. Lars, you showed us the window outside. Maybe it's time to do that. Yes.
And just a recommendation, if you would like to have my take from 80 Investments, please get this book, and it's in Swedish, but most of the audience might be able to read it. So I can recommend that.
Highly recommended. Highly recommended.
Highly recommended from my side as well. Thank you so much, Lars, Per, Cynthia, Björn, and Hannah. Great perspectives. Have a great day.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Lovely.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, hi, Eric. Thank you so much for being here.
Good to see you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Hi, Johan. Hi, Lisen. And let's see if Hannah was also able to join. Awesome. Hi, Hannah. Great to meet you here. Thank you so much. Yes, Christian said, Mit Liv Sommerfärdsengel is the book. Yes, that is the book. That is the book. A warm welcome to Nordic Funding Day. This panel is about, we have people coming in and going out. It's a live stream event, and we are also broadcasting the live stream. How to raise funding from VCs, that's the topic. And we are very honored that we have Zenith Ventures, Norgen Accelerator, Ampli Ventures, and Backing Minds here represented by Eric, Johan, Hannah, and Lisen, respectively. Let's, as in the previous panels and in previous discussions, let's go around the virtual table and try have a short introduction from everyone. And I think you also have interesting background, so maybe in the short capture you can talk about that. So tell us what brought you around to investing, and how are you supporting startups? So if we take that around, Eric, maybe we can start alphabetically.
Yeah, happy to. And yeah, personally, I have a bit of a mixed background. I started out in banking and as a commodity broker at Nordea here in Sweden. Realized that I didn't want to work for a big bank my whole life, so dropped out and founded my first business, which was in the FMCG space. Sold that business after a couple of years. Then was a part of setting up an e-commerce business. So really love building stuff, and also in parallel started to support other entrepreneurs building and angel investing on a very small scale at that time. But I think I sort of knew that I wanted to keep supporting great talents and great builders, but be able to work also with many of them in parallel, and hence sort of got my eyes up for the VC space and started to date some different VCs some 8 years back, and also met some of the very big firms. But then I got across Zenith that was just about to get started, and I was keen on joining the journey of building a VC as well. So now for the past 7.5 years or so, I've been a part of building up Zenith and what we do, and especially then also getting the privilege to work with our entrepreneurs, serve on several portfolio company boards, but also just outside the board forum, also work very closely with the management teams and founders that we back, and also building our house basically.
Awesome. Must be an awesome journey building the company over this time. Thank you, Eric, for joining us on the panel. Johan, over to you.
So thanks, Naimul, for having me. So yeah, what about me? Actually started my career in academia. So I started a PhD in AI 24 years ago when no one gave a damn about AI. No one really believed in AI, right? It was called machine learning and neural network, and wasn't enough computing power to do something meaningful. It was mostly theory. But did that in the States and got quite tempted because many American professors also started companies based on their research, and I was 25 years young and naive. I thought I knew everything, right? So I thought, while I continue my PhD, let me start a company. And of course, I screwed that up completely, so I never finished my PhD. But became an entrepreneur, so scaled my first company in Silicon Valley, sold that one. It was acquired in 2013 by a company on the East Coast. So after many years in sunny California, left for sunny in the summer Massachusetts, so lived in Boston. But then felt I yet hadn't had enough self-inflicted pain. So I started my second company. So I started a company called FishBrain, which is a community for the world's largest hobby sport fishing, and scaled that for close to 10 years, now 16 million users and profitable and growing nicely. But I'm not getting any younger. So I decided a couple of years ago to go into investing, because I've also done a bit of angel investing, been on boards, advised to a bunch of companies. And since 2 years back, I am now a GP in one of the funds. There are multiple funds at Norgen. I'm a GP in the early stage fund, Norgen Accelerator, and we invest at pre-seed and seed stage. And I love now being on the other side of the table, giving out money rather than asking for money. I raised 1 billion as an entrepreneur. I raised 1 billion SEK in venture capital. And I'm happy to be on the other side and working with the ambitious founders that want to make the world a better place.
Awesome, amazing journey. I think I love the introduction about AI, how it was AI. But I think a very interesting point, like computing power was not there, and I think that has become an enabler going forward. But also the journey from the entrepreneur side, raising 1 billion SEK to now helping entrepreneurs do the same at a scale. But thank you so much, Johan. Let's go to Hannah.
Sure. So hi, I'm Hannah. I'm part of Ampli Ventures, which is the investment company I started 3 years ago together with my co-founder, Adrian. We invest in Nordic software B2B companies at fairly early stage, but we invest in the stage where commercial traction is really taking off, and you as a founder are looking to raise money mainly to invest into marketing, sales, and looking to grow the revenue part of the business, often in relation to an internationalization phase of the companies. And so my background is, I mean, somewhat similar to the previous speakers here, but I started in software sales. I started really from the kind of bottom up, started selling and online media monitoring, where before it was even called SaaS. I did that in London for half a year, and then the company I was working for, what's called Meltwater, decided to take the great leap into the US market. So I moved to Mountain View, Silicon Valley, and opened up a sales office there. That went fairly well. So I did the same in Chicago, did the same in San Diego, and then relocated to New York to kind of set a global customer success methodology, which was very, very focused on increasing the value of the customers, which is what we now call NRR. Back then, we didn't have that fancy terms. And then I also worked with kind of product development, bridging the gap between commercial needs and technical basically briefs. Then another company called and wanted my help to pivot them into a SaaS business in Silicon Valley. So I did that for 2 hectic years before Google decided to sweep up the company. And that's when I came to Stockholm. That was about 10 plus years ago, and I became the VP sales at IceBAN. So really kind of grew that company from a Nordic company into a global company, including Mexico and Brazil. Was then ventured over to be a commercial officer at Soundtrack, which was a small Spotify business player, and then we did a global launch into 77 countries and grew that company from 1 million to 10 million in ARR. So my kind of trend here is kind of enter as the first commercial non-founder in companies and growing them from between 1 million US ARR up to 10, 20. And whilst I've been doing that, I've also been very actively as a board member in the likes of companies as Cognigy, Mentimeter, or All Ears. And I think that's where it sprung by the idea of Ampli Ventures, because we felt that there was a need and a bit of a gap of a market of a very niche software B2B focused investor in the Nordic that had kind of a different take on VC investment, where we invest in fewer companies, but we work really, really close with them, helping them mainly on go-to-market tactics, internationalization, and helping them grow sustainable companies. So I became an investor, not necessarily because I was dying to become a VC, but because I'd been on the other side of the table for so long, just like Johan. And I'm kind of trying to be the investor that I missed having in my boardroom when I was an operator.
Very interesting point. Missed having the investor that you wanted, but that's really good about Ampli Ventures. Again, very diverse background, and the focus for Ampli Ventures, as you said, software, B2B, Nordics, GTM, internationalization, and sustainable startup building. Great to have that experience here. Leeson, over to you. And before that, for the community, feel free to raise any questions as the discussion progresses and introduce yourself. Martin, I just saw you here. You're working in audiology space. Yeah, something. Great. Yes, Leeson, over to you.
Thank you. So my name is Leeson Olive. I'm partner at Backing Minds. And we are actually the first all-female funded VC in Europe. We're funded in 2017. There's another all-female GP funded in 2017. That's the Icelandic Crowberry. There are a few others coming along, really good one, competent, fierce women, but there can be more. And we invest in entrepreneurs and/or ideas that are outside of traditional networks or outside of current hypes. So we try to look where others don't. Now, having said that, that becomes increasingly impossible or difficult with the introduction of AI tools where everybody can scrape every single web page, which means that we constantly have to work slightly differently. We can't work the way we did a few years ago, but it's exciting, I'd say. The bigger the challenge, the more exciting. But you asked, how do we support the startups that we work with? Well, we're a small team. We are about always between 6 and 7 people. We want to try to keep it small because we want to be a boutique VC. And what we mean by that is that we want to be actively engaged in the portfolios that we work with. I probably speak to my companies almost on a weekly basis. And that's sort of the relationship we want to have. So we invest in relations. We invest in great ideas, but primarily, I would say a great idea needs to be combined with individuals that join our cause because we are trying to drive change. And equally, they think that we support their cause. What else? I haven't been on the VC side for very long. I joined Backing Minds this summer. I come from Norrsken before that. So Johan and I were actually colleagues, although on different companies within Norrsken. I was head of Nordics for the foundation, where we try to support the impact ecosystem. And before that, I have a background in analysis and analytics.
Amazing, amazing. Listen, thank you so much for being here and for telling everybody about Backing Minds as well, looking where others don't look. And you talked about scraping, and I think that's one of the things I think we can discuss going forward as well. But in a little while, we just finished a panel on angel investing. And I think for the entrepreneurs who are joined on the community right now, and this talk is also being recorded, will be on YouTube in a couple of days, Connect's YouTube. So what's the difference between VCs and angels? Like, do founders need to be aware of that? And is it a different way of reaching out to VCs versus angels? Are different expectations on the VC side versus the angels? So we can take that question and maybe rotate it in the same order this time, and then we can have open order questions going forward. So Eric, how would you think about that? Like VCs and angels, what's the difference or how they are similar?
I mean, I think it's a very fundamental difference that is very important to understand, and that's the fact that angels are investing out of their own pockets. It's their own wallet. They can do whatever they want. We as VCs, we're partly investing money that we ourselves have put into our funds, but mainly we are investing other people's money. We've been trusted by people to sort of be the caretakers of their money, to invest on their behalf and to grow their money. So we have a huge responsibility, and that's why we can't, in the same way as an angel, just over lunch say, yes, let's go, I like you, let's do this. We have to be more diligent. We have to be a bit more process focused. We have to make sure that your house is in order or whatnot. Then, I mean, this is, of course, a scale for VCs as well. If you invest very early, there isn't that much to DD. It's still only pretty much about the founders and believing in the team. But still, we have our processes. Many times it's a partnership within a VC that needs to agree on making a deal. It's not just one person over lunch agreeing with an entrepreneur to let's do this. So I think that's good and important to understand as an entrepreneur raising funds, and not to get too frustrated. Like, okay, I met this angel who just could commit in our first meeting. Why can't you as a VC do that? Do you not believe in what I'm doing or whatnot? It's understanding why we need to have a bit of a process, even though we love to be also agile and fast moving. But then also on the contrary, in terms of being agile and fast moving, I think it's like a mutual benefit also when in angel investing to spend some time together and build a relationship between the investor and the entrepreneur before sort of going into bed together. Because once you sign the papers, you're invested together, you're stuck together as well. And you will be on a journey together for 5, 10, 15 years. So there's a lot of value of actually taking some time before you sign those papers to really get to know each other and make sure that this is a person or a firm that I want to build my company with and I want to work with, and not just on the happy days, but also especially when times get tougher and you have to fight through those times. So yeah, most fundamental thing being the different source of capital, and that reflects how we act, and that's good to have in mind as an entrepreneur as well when approaching the two different.
A very interesting point as well, and I think this is a very clear distinction which probably early stage startups, at least I'm meeting a lot of startups, they don't have that kind of distinction in their mind. So it's just like early stage capital for them. And if we progress to Johan, for example, you have raised capital. So would like to understand a little bit from your journey of raising capital or when startups are coming to Norca. And of course, you guys support them in accelerator with up to, I think, $100,000 or something. But how the VC or the angel, the mix or the separation works in your background, like how do you see this?
Well, I think that Eric put it really well. As a professional investor, we have like a mandate. This is what we can invest in and also what we cannot invest in. And I think definitely all founders out there, you have to do a better job with doing the homework on investors before you contact them, because it's pretty clear from our websites what we invest in, but also what we don't invest in. And being at Norca, we invest in impact companies, broadly defined as UN 17 SDGs. But I think still more than 50% of the companies, the founders that approach me, do nothing with an impact. And it's actually not that hard. It's quite easy to figure that one out, that we are an impact investor. So I think I think founders need to do a bit more or a lot more homework on the investors that they are actually approaching. And then also, I think there's a big distinction between when I was an angel investor, it's not always, but naturally we want to have return as an angel investor for sure. But as a VC, it becomes really, really strict, because if the company doesn't have unicorn potential, it's an absolute no-go. That's not necessarily the case if you're an angel investor. If you have a 3 or 5 or 10x, it can be great, right? But the portfolio, when you do the numbers, if you look at the portfolio dynamics in the VC fund, very, very brutal. In our case, since we are a pre-seed seed stage investor, we look at 70% write-offs. And that also means that the ones that are actually succeeding, they have to succeed big time. And I think a lot of founders don't really understand that. But I have such a great business. Yeah, but I can only see that it can return 10x the value we come in at. Then it's a no-go. Because we definitely have to follow. We have a scorecard for when we evaluate companies. It's much more of a machine than when you're an angel investor. You trust your gut feel. I'm not saying that we don't trust our gut feel as investors. Of course, you definitely need to feel that there's a passion in the founder and stuff like that. But again, it is a scorecard as well.
So very interesting point. Like you were also, Eric, you were mentioning that there's a huge responsibility and the pressure on due diligence, and you were talking about scorecard. But the second point that you brought in, I think very interesting, and that's for the founders who are listening in. Are you the unicorn potential? Because if you are not unicorn potential, you can still go towards angel investing, and somebody could invest and could fall in love with what you're building or the way the team works, but not the VC side. And I think second point that you made was, do your homework. Like if you're going after the impact side, don't take your non-impact company there, because it won't get interaction with that investor side. I think let's discuss also like how early you guys go, and maybe that's where we can switch the question to Larsson, and then we can go to Hannah. Like how early in the team, in the startup building process, do you actually go when you're working with founders?
So yeah, how early do we go? I think the answer is it depends.
Okay.
Again, just coming back to what was said before, I think a company that has a VC potential, people speak of hockey stick growth. And I mean, it's a mathematical exercise. If you look statistically at the companies that have been coined unicorns, they have 2 years of triple growth and then three years of double growth, and that's the potential for reaching unicorn status. That is probably what a VC industry is aiming for. Not all companies need to go there, of course, but that is sort of the outset of when we're looking at a company. So there are a lot of brilliant and healthy growing companies that don't have that trajectory, and then you probably shouldn't be aiming towards VC, and then angel investment is probably a great idea to tailor with something that isn't VC. But with that said, then how early do we go in if we see that potential? Absolutely, nothing is too early. We've invested in companies that are pre-revenue, that are pre-seed, and we have done investments actually up to Series A.
Okay, so you're quite broad when it comes to, but
yes,
you said it depends.
It certainly depends. It depends on the potential and the good fit, because we have a very flexible mandate.
Very good. Hanna, you guys work on software B2B Nordics. How early do you go? And what are you looking in startups?
So I completely agree with it. And, everything that's been said before is really understand the mandate that the investor has to invest in, and that does not need that someone doesn't believe in you as a founder or anything like that. It's more about focus and finding a good fit there, right? So we invest where we feel there is a product market pull, and where we feel like the product is kind of reached the product market fit. We have recurring revenue, we have customers, and there's something happening in the product or in the market that is a bit of a step change, where customers or the ICPs or the potential are starting to really pull the product. There's a huge demand, and that demand might be in a waiting list or in a beta, or where we see an increase of customer engagement in the product, or it might be purely sales. So it really depends on the business model. If I'm going to put my foot down and be a little bit more concrete, typically that means that most of the companies that we invest in have between 400,000-500,000 euros in ARR. Up until then, you can kind of pull in your friends and family and beg them to start paying and use the product, but typically there, and it might happen quick after that. So for us, it's about toggling where is there a product market pull, and what is causing that? What is the underlying drivers where we feel like now it's the time to accelerate? Now it's really the time to start over investing, because that's what you're doing with venture capital, right? You start over investing in resources and marketing, for example, to accelerate on the commercial traction that's happening right now. So if we look at our portfolio, most of them we have invested between 500,000 to 1 million euros in ARR. We seldom go earlier than that. We have certainly invested later as well, but it's more about the stage, and it has to do with the focus, the investment thesis that we have, but also what stage where we feel like we can really add value, when we can be that active, trusted investor, which makes sense to choose us or work with us as opposed to anyone. So it's not just about what we have signed up to invest our investors' money. It's also where we feel like we have a playbook around where our strengths are, and that's going to benefit the founder as well, to choose the best investor for the phase and stage and industry that they're in.
Okay. Thank you, Hanna, for that. I'll quickly pick one of the questions here, so we have a question from an angel investor. How much, no, not the scorecards. Before that also we had a question. How can VCs and angels collaborate to support a startup during the startup's time scope? Like, do you guys actively collaborate with when a funding round is being created, or is it that you're taking the lead? We can quickly kind of rotate that question. How does a typical round look like when you're going in? Are there angels around in then? Do you work or collaborate with them? And anybody can just pick up Eric.
I'm happy to start, and then everyone can tag along. But yes, we are sort of very collaborative in our approach and syndication focused. I mean, we many times see that as a part of our role if we're leading around to also support the founders in pulling together a great network of angels who can also come in. Many times it's not them bringing the big funds to the round. It's more about the strategic importance of getting the right people gathered around the company. It can be people who are strong leaders within the vertical that you are targeting and can support on opening doors to potential customers. It can be from technology providers who are building the foundation models that you're building your business on or whatnot. So for strategic reasons, so that they can get direct access to these people without sort of having to, well, first of all, not pay them or like owe them anything because they are in your business already. You're sharing incentives, you're aligned. Yeah, there's great value in gathering angels as well. And for us as a VC, it also sort of gives us leverage on our investments, knowing that we've gathered a lot of good people around this company, apart from the founders and the VC investors. And not to forget about, it might be a vanity thing, but it does matter. Signaling value is super important when it comes to building a hyperscaler and attracting external funding. So many times when you see the headlines in the papers, I mean, yes, it's a VC that's supported, but it's also like this top CEO and this unicorn founder and this person also backed this round. Well, maybe they put in a 10K euro ticket, but that's not the important thing. They show that they believe in these founders, they believe in what they're building, and that signaling value has a massive value when that founder is then going to attract talent, attract future investors, attract customers and whatnot. So angels, yes, bring a lot of value to the table, and we definitely support on making that happen as well when we enter as a VC as well.
Very interesting point on both signaling value and the strategic value. So I think those are important points, and I think good insights for our community here. We're also getting some direct questions. I think the chat works that way, so you can directly respond. If you get a direct question, you can also chat back with that person by heading to attendee side. In this case, Matilda has a question for Hannah. So maybe we can skip that and you can directly respond to the question. Thank you, Matilda, for raising the question. And okay, so we were talking about what kind of founders we work with, how they are coming in and all that. Let's switch a little bit to the discussion once they are in. What is the modus operandi? How do you guys work with a typical startup? Are you hands-off, hands-on, how hands-on, reporting focus, board focus? And we can probably take a different order this time. Maybe Lisa, you can start.
Yeah, sure, happy to. Well, as I was saying before, we work very actively with all our portfolio companies because we want to be an active investor. We want to be a small, tightly knit team that is very accessible. So we do that in a few ways. We have a platform which is more like an offer to everyone that can simply ease some time-consuming tasks. But I think it's the real value is in the qualitative bits, where it's either the ongoing dialogue that we have, or that we have a bigger advisory network that we actually tie to each investment. We don't do it publicly, but it's simply if we do an investment in a company that is strong within a certain field, we make sure that we use advisors that have done similar things or have had experience within it to use from it. It's the same like the reference to keeping angels along. I think it can work in the same way with advisors as it can with angels. So we work very actively with our portfolio companies, and since we invest across different industry, it really depends from every single company and their growth journey, I would say.
Awesome. Thank you, Lisa. What's the typical way NorBAN Accelerator works with companies? So Johan, that's a question with you. Is it during the accelerator tenure? So maybe there is the during tenure and post tenure. So maybe you can clarify that for people who are here.
Yeah, I think we have a very different approach than the rest of the people on this call, because we are not an active investor, or we are super active, but only for 8 weeks. And this is because when I was a founder for 20 years, I think most VCs overpromise and under-deliver when it comes to value creation. They bring a check, and that's a huge value of actually bringing the money into the company, because you can do a lot with money, right? But from a value creation, I've been quite underwhelmed. And I've had SoftBank as an investor, SoftBank on the board. Great brand, a lot of money, but from a value creation, not that much. So we decided we take a different approach. We do a lot of investments, and we take them through an 8-week program where wherever they are in the world, they have to come to Stockholm, to the Nordic House here. And we work super actively with them for 8 weeks. We match them with like unicorn founders as mentors, but also operators or domain experts. And I run sessions, the other GPs run sessions. And then after 8 weeks, we kick them out and wish them best of luck. And we are very transparent with this, because again, I really believe in transparency. So we tell them we will be extremely active with you guys for 8 weeks, but not after that. So we don't take board seats. We don't have any governance roles at all. So basically, but that said, and also we in the fund one, we have 80 investments in fund one, and we're a team of 6. So we don't have the bandwidth to be active either. Naturally, we try to help out if there's a round happening. We matchmake them with VCs. But again, setting the expectation that post those 8 weeks, don't call us.
Got it. So very clear, 8 weeks is the focus. But I think that's also interesting. It's super quick. Listen, you had a point?
No, I just wanted to say,
yeah.
The brilliant thing with the Nordic Accelerator setup is it's practically keyhole investments. They're super clear on what you can expect. I like many others, we look at the companies that come out of the accelerator. I haven't met a single company that is disappointed, because sort of you understand the rules of the setup of the accelerator. And what actually then happens, at least for us, is that Nordic Accelerator is almost like something in between angels and VC. They do vetting effectively of companies that then want to grow and afterwards. So we're super happy about the setup. It benefits us as well.
Awesome, and I think I like the impact focus as well. So that gives you a hyper curated impact funnel, if that's what the focus is going to be. Hannah, how do you guys work with startups? Like you're working with the startups who already have a lot of revenue.
Yeah. So I think we're quite the opposite of NorBAN. And don't get me wrong here. I think it's really not a right or wrong here. It's just really about applying the best fit for you and what you have. So I mean, I've been working with lots of amazing VCs that they have a lot of brand name, they have amazing portfolio companies, and they bring you capital, but that is it. And at best, they have someone sitting in your board thinking that he or she knows a lot, but they might actually not have that kind of experience. And I think then you need to be really careful of listening to that person, and you really need to understand why he or she is in your boardroom. And most reasonable is that they are there to purely defend their part of the ownership. They don't really care that much about the company if it's not directly connected. So we are really hands-on and where it matters. And I think we work really actively with helping the founders. We already start kind of the diagnosis, what we call it in the DD, where we really try to make sure that we kind of diagnose the company's strengths, weaknesses, where are some competence missing, where do we think that we need to kind of focus our priorities, and we align that with the partners. And whether you want to call it a 100-day plan or a first year plan, and say we feel a lot of it, we feel like this type of competence is missing, and this is where we can help them of attracting that or filling that void short term, long term. So basically, you know, we might actually help in recruitment and formulating what kind of competence that they need, very much lying with putting together a go-to-market strategy. And yes, we do take a board seat, but the board for us is very kind of governance related, and we feel like the magic is happening in between. But we don't have a playbook. We try to really kind of apply more of a methodologically kind of approach to because each company and each founders are different, right? And all have their strengths and weaknesses. And end of the day, we don't really want to micromanage, but we try to really kind of leverage our network, provide a strategic insight, and be that partner if the founder wants to. And considering our experience and competence, we feel like we have a value add creation, but it's important that the founders are coming to us because they want that, and not just purely looking for capital, which is not a negative for sure, but then we're not a good match. And then there's plenty of other investors out there.
Got it. Thank you so much, Hannah. Eric?
Yeah, I think like I'm a bit in the Johan camp here, and I've done a bit of a journey here, and I think we have said it as well, and like realizing that probably 90% of VCs that think they're super smart and want to help out with everything, they do more harm than good in their involvement. They slow companies down, they lead them in the wrong direction. I mean, and end of the day, we're backing people that we're believing in, and we have to believe that they know best what to do for their companies. If it's dependent on us building their companies, it will never become a unicorn and that outlier outcome that we're looking for that Johan was talking about as well. So I think we have, and then like coming into how we do it at Zenit, we have two distinct different fund strategies. One that is like our core fund, which is what we've done for many years, where we back B2B software businesses in the Nordics, just like Hannah and Amplis, close friends there, that are post-revenue, so still early, but they have first paying customers sort of around that €500,000 ARR mark. And there we do take board seats where it makes sense, but especially we focus on like more the founder support outside of the board, like being a shoulder to cry on when needed, supporting on intros, supporting during fundraising, if we can support on connecting technical talent to them or any talent when they're looking for their next superstar to the team, and that sort of support. And then we've just actually launched a new fund that we call Inception Fund, where we are backing strong technical founders with strong founder market fit at the very earliest stages. So it can be day zero, pre-product. It can really be idea stage. Smaller tickets, so 100, 500K euros. And there, I mean, at that stage, you should just stay out as an investor. You should not interfere. The companies and the founders, they should do three things at that stage. They should build product, they should be talking to customers, and they should be looking for talent. I mean, that's it. Don't come in with any sort of governance processes, reporting, whatnot. I mean, it's way too early. So there, our role is really to stay out, no board seats, and there we're also investing in up to 60 companies from that fund. So it's possible for us either to have that sort of hands-on engagement. So rather we're focused on sort of providing that scalable support. So from intros to our network to a lot of like community events, we do builder nights where great technical builders can showcase what they're building in front of other sort of top of the line builders and give raw, honest, unfiltered feedback to each other. We connect them. We do like events with enterprise buyers, etc., so that they get natural connection to the buyer side of their product and know what it takes to be enterprise grade and so on. We, as stated, support on like syndicating with great angels and so on, do portfolio days where founders can exchange experiences with each other. So, and then what we do in addition is that we have like set up quite a number of technical partnerships with players like Google, Mistral, Anthropic, OpenAI, etc., to both be able to provide our startups with like good credit packages. Because I mean, especially in the early days and later on as well, but especially in the early days, a big part of your costs when building a software company will be cloud costs. It will be tokens for LLMs and so on. So if we can support on that, that gives us leverage and it gives extra value to the businesses. And then also giving them early access to new models from these players so that they can always build with the latest, most cutting edge models. So those more scalable things and where we're not interfering, but rather, like Lisa said, providing a platform that they can leverage and benefit from, I believe in, and then staying out when you're not needed.
Awesome. I think great to have different perspectives in the panel. That's also the beauty of discussion. One last question. We have a couple of more minutes to go. how do you prefer to be reached out to, or what's the best way founders should reach out to VCs? We had a similar question in Angel panel as well, because you can find every 20th post with a VCs list, or let's say this is European female female VCs. These are angel investors in Iceland. So like, how do you cut the clutter? What's your preferred way of for founders to reach out to you? So I think it's a two-sided question. How should founders reach out to you, or how do you prefer to be reached out to? Maybe Johan, maybe you can start, and then listen. Yeah.
For me, it's always through a warm intro. You'll be surprised.
Okay.
As a VC, you get bombarded with inbound requests on LinkedIn and email and calls, and founders pretty good at finding ways to get to you. So that's the first filter, because if they cannot hustle to get a warm intro, it's probably I would very likely not look at it. So it's always by someone that I know. So to get a warm intro from someone, so that's by far the preferred way. Otherwise, the likelihood that we will respond is very close to zero.
Okay, very close to zero, if not a warm intro. Listen, yes.
Yeah, I would say I go with Johan's argument there. It is so much easier to get a warm intro, but not everybody has that opportunity, especially if you're outside of network. So we do go through every single request that we get. It's just it is a bit time consuming, because it takes us a moment to understand whether this is for us or not, and then we of course have backup questions. So if possible, yes, an intro. If not, use whatever means necessary. And then I just want to add that I think it's super duper important that when you do reach out, have a think of whether you are fundraising right now or not. Because I do come across startups sometimes that when they're not really in the clear and they haven't thought it all the way through, unconsciously you signal that you're up for review. And if you're not ready, if you haven't figured out how big should your round be, how much percentage do you want to give out, it's actually just a matter of playing the game to go, I'm not fundraising right now, because you're not being viewed through the same lens. I just think it seems like it's a good hack to get better response at an actual meeting, because it's easy to get rejected too quickly.
My question back to you. Are you saying like this could mean two things, that they are either not raising or they don't know how much they are raising or what terms? What is the main problem?
Yeah, I think I'm saying, if you haven't thought it through 100%, this is my setup.
Okay.
This is my product. This is how much I want to raise. This is my go-to-market. And a lot of brilliant startups haven't. Then be clear on, I'm not raising right now. Because I do come across teams that stumble a bit because they're not really in the clear, and then it can be a bit confusing. And then before they know it, they've already been reviewed. So it's much better to go, can we just have a coffee? I may not have time, but I have a great idea. Okay, fine. Of course we'll meet. And then I think also all investors want to meet teams slightly before they've reached out to everyone else. It's just a matter of playing the game better, because I have come across brilliant startups where they feel that they were not being viewed correctly because they hadn't properly thought things through.
Very good point, that because I'm not raising right now, it is good time to reach out to get to know each other. So Ida has a question. Maybe we can respond on chat, because I'm going to, we are
actually,
2 minutes over the, yeah.
No,
very short.
I actually, I actually don't agree at all with any of the previous speakers, because I feel like a warm introduction, I don't think that's necessarily at all the reasons for coming in front of me. I would almost argue that there might be a point of doing quite the opposite, because we want hustlers, we want really, really amazing founders that are approaching their fundraising in the same way they're approaching building their company, and also building their customer base and so on. And if you're looking to get warm introductions to get in front of amazing investors, you would argue that you're not able to sell your company yourself. So for me, it's about approaching fundraising the way you would approach basically as selling your product. So find your potential buyers and really make clear your value prop to why you are standing out and why that investor is the perfect fit for you. And I think you can articulate that very clearly in a very short email of explaining who you are, why you are unique, and why you are the perfect fit for that investor. And purely kind of that leads to a coffee or just a short intro where you kind of assess who are we, where are we, when is a good time for us to kind of talk and how often.
Very interesting.
I just quickly want to add to that. Like, I like fundamentally agree with you, but sort of just being also intellectually honest and knowing that 9 out of 10 investors will respond better to warm intros. I think like I like them to see also that founders, they've found a way to hustle that intro. So just like Lisa said, there are a lot of people who they're not networked, they don't know all investors, like that's the majority. But then the ones that find a way, like, okay, how can I get an intro to Hannah that in a way that makes sure that she will pick this up and she will take that meeting to me. And of course, 1 in 1,000 might manage via a cold email that is perfectly written, but I think it's important to communicate to everyone listening now that warm intros, they do have a huge value. So, and also showing that you were able to get that warm intro, that's also hustling mentality. It's not just like you were lucky to be born with that network. I mean, that's the case for a few as well. Yes, but making sure that you get in front of people like us also via intros, I think has a value and shows that mentality.
Awesome.
Just quickly adding to that. I think you're spot on, because if you can't hustle your way to get a warm intro, because that's also how you sell, right? If you want to get to the CTO for Google or something like, guess what? He or she will not respond to email either unless it's through a warm intro. So I think that's absolutely, we also want to have the hustlers 100%, but hustle yourself to a warm intro, no matter whether it's a VC or selling, period.
Okay, very interesting discussion coming up, and it's a terrible time to end the panel. But I think the writing, I'll pick up something which, Lisa, you said, somewhere in between whatever you were saying, use whatever means possible. So I think that's very, like, you as, it's survival. It's survival for you. It's survival for your business. I think that's the first hat. But then you need to figure out 3 things that came out, and they might not be in a sequence. So there are different viewpoints that came out. One is the warm intro side, of course, works in many cases. In some cases, then the hustler side, as Hannah said. And then I think a very interesting point on, are you actually fundraising, or how clear are you on your fundraising? Do that homework very early, because if you are not clear about that, all else will fail. So really good points. A big thanks to all our amazing panelists. Eric, thank you.
Can I add one final thing?
Yes, point.
I think like we should also like say that this is a bit like dating, and it is about people and relationships. So also like play the game a little, be a bit hard to catch, make sure that you're attractive as a founder. And like not, of course, like I want to know that you're responsive and you're professional to work with or whatnot, but also tell me like, no, I'm heads down building right now. I'm focused on speaking to customers. I don't have time to speak to you. I'm going to fundraise in May. So we can book a meeting for May and then I have time for you. That like makes me feel like, wow, they know what we're up to and they're going to build something big. I want to meet them in May. So sign me up for that instead of like looking desperate. That's the worst thing. Finally.
Amazing. So dating, we are adding that to the learning from this panel. Amazing energy, and thank you so much for the amazing insights you brought in. We'll keep engaged in going forward in our future events. But thank you, Hannah. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Johan, and thank you, Eric, for being here. Thank you. Have a great lunch going forward. I'll skip the lunch and stick to whatever I have on the side. Thank you. Have a great day.
Bye-bye. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much for taking the time out and being with us at the Nordic Funding Day. The way it has been going is we started with, like, there are 2 parts to it. One is that we are running a live stream on Zoom and some other areas. So people are coming in and going out. So it's a flowing event, but this will also be on Connect's YouTube in a couple of days' time, possibly by Monday. So all this insight will stay live for everybody. But thank you so much for being here. This is our ecosystem panel. And till now, we started with discussing the European ecosystem, the Nordic regional funding ecosystem, angel investing and VC investing. And now we are in ecosystem and community building. So a big thanks to everyone here. Thank you, GU Ventures, Maria 01, Deep Ecosystems, and NorBAN for being here with us. Let's go around the table and have a quick introduction from everyone. And my suggestion would be, tell us a little bit about yourself and about your ecosystem and how you're building it. We can have more details going on, but Clementina, if we can start with the GU Ventures side.
Sure. Thank you. Hello, everyone. So good to see you. So yes, my name is Clementina Österberg, and I'm the CEO of G Ventures in Gothenburg. We're one of the holding companies in Sweden that are connected and affiliated to a university. Our mission is to commercialize research results. So we're owned by the university, so that's a fully stately owned holding company structure. I also represent actually all my colleagues as well, because right now I'm chairing the association that we have around the country. So 20 of us are owned by the universities and the state, and we have an association where we work together closely. We're also very active as an incubator, and we're also within the ecosystem of SISP, Swedish Incubators and Science Parks. We're also members of SNITS, which you might know about, and that's mainly our staff and a competence development association. And for myself, I've always been like all around the place. I've been working for many years for some bigger industry companies, but then I really love entrepreneurship. I already did when I was younger. So I was a part of starting Venture Cup in the Nordics. So firstly, we started in Gothenburg, so then followed on with that. So it's a fantastic ecosystem. So my best friends are within this ecosystem right now. I've been working here for 24 years, still going strong.
Amazing. What an amazing background. And we just before this panel posted some information about Venture Cup. They are doing brilliant
Exactly.
work
I heard that.
in Sweden. So so thank you so much, Clementina, and great to have your experience in the room. Let's move to Finland. Hi, Sarita, over to you.
Hello, thank you. So my name is Sarita Runeberg. I'm the CEO at Maria 01. So we are here in the heart of Helsinki. This is sort of semi-officially one of the largest startup hubs or startup ecosystems in all of Europe, where so far as I know, the largest one in all of Nordics as well. So here we have on an annual basis from 200 to 250 startups in our facilities every single year. And here we work not only as a physical location, but especially as a community. So the idea here, what we do is that we bring all the actors of the startup ecosystem together. So meaning startups, venture capitalists, different other kinds of funding mechanisms, and also then obviously corporate partners. And the whole idea is that as we have all these actors here, so our aim is to build a kind of an environment where the startups are able to build their businesses as quickly and as sufficiently as they can, and then of course launch from here to the world, because Finland obviously is a small market, so no unicorns built here, but then we help them launch out to the world. And as of my background, so I've been working in startups or with startups in tech for well over a decade already. I'm actually a political scientist by training, but I've been working especially with the Spanish and Portuguese speaking world in my own startup career as well. So I've been opening offices in different parts of South America and Southern Europe, and acquiring customers in those regions as well. So I very kind of personally feel the pain when it comes to opening markets, and therefore it's been one of my key focus areas here as well. But really happy to be here and looking forward to the discussion.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Sarita. And Maria 01 is doing great work. I actually run one of my networks. So outside Connect, I run a lot of other networks, and one of those is Founders Live. which holds pitching events, and we've gotten great feedback, like how lively Maria's EBAN is as a community. So we'll be learning more about your ecosystem going forward. Let's move to Thomas. Let's learn about what you guys are doing at Deep Ecosystems. And you.
Yes, I'm Thomas, based in Vienna, Austria. And Deep Ecosystems is a global community of ecosystem leaders. So our members work at VCs, at accelerators, or public institutions like economic promotion agencies. And our central platform is the startup heat map. And actually today in the morning, we published the startup heat map report 2025. And it doesn't look pretty for most ecosystems, I have to say. I can share more insights later. And with the startup heat map, we promote connection building between ecosystems, benchmarking, support public funding, especially EU fund raising. So that's what we do. My passion for ecosystem development started in 2015. Have been in Tel Aviv and Israel the first time, did deep dives many times. After that, it's impressive, it's fascinating. I learned a little bit of Hebrew, so I understand the context. So to benchmark it and trying to replicate it is very tricky, and it is a story of itself. Lately, I've been a lot in Scandinavia, the Nordics, Oslo / Stockholm, Tech Arena. I've also been to Maria 01 and very impressed what is happening there. That's my story.
Thank you, Thomas, for being here. Exciting to hear about your new report. I've been following Startup Heat Map. We have had Thomas Kosters on some of our talks from Deep Ecosystems, and I was part of one of the impact hackathons that were done like a couple of years ago. So looking forward to learning about that, and especially for our community and Israel's ecosystem. I think my learning is I also run Startup Grind in Nordics. So our Israel country team is so ahead. Like they're always coming up with so many new initiatives, which are then trickled down to different countries, different ecosystems. So very interesting point over there. Victoria, over to you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Naimul. Hi, everyone. I'm Victoria. I'm ecosystem manager at Nordic Foundation, based in Stockholm here. And we are building a global ecosystem to support impact founders. So founders that are working on scaling businesses across any one of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So it could be to do with climate, sustainability, energy is a big sector, lots of sectors on that side, as well as people's health. So encompassing a lot of different sectors, but essentially what we believe to be entrepreneurs that are solving some of the world's greatest challenges. And we do that in a number of different ways. We run houses. So I'm here based in Stockholm in our Norsken House, Stockholm, where we have about 400 entrepreneurs, impact entrepreneurs. That's about 170 early stage companies. You can kind of do the math there. The teams are quite small. So the companies that we support here in the Stockholm House are very early stage. And we have houses in Kigali, in Rwanda, in Barcelona, and very newly opened as well in Brussels that we're really excited about. So we're building these communities in different locations and essentially connecting the impact communities there. But across, if you zoom out a little bit more from and looking at the Norsken umbrella organization, we also have 5 funds. I know the Norsken Accelerator was on a previous panel, so that would be one of the funds. So we invest directly through our funds and have a lot of global initiatives and different things. But my work more specifically here in Stockholm is to support the founders in the community here. So working very closely with the founders and trying to understand their needs, their challenges, and then how can we best match that with events, with collaborations, with opening the right doors. Myself, I was previously based in Ireland, so been working in the startup ecosystems in different places around Europe, and was running accelerators and early stage programs in Ireland before coming to Sweden. Oh, you're muted, Naimul.
we have had some struggle with the tech, but thank you so much, Victoria. Great introduction. Yes, we had Johan here in the previous panel from Norcan, and Leeson, by the way, from Backing Minds has also been in Norcan before. So great to learn how you guys are building the ecosystem. I think this panel is about giving, because Connect works at the center with entrepreneurs. We help them with capital, competence, and connections. So this panel is about kind of figuring out how ecosystems are constructed, what entrepreneurs need to know about, and maybe investors also, because that's also one of the markets we work with. Like, how do we create investor ecosystem? But before we kind of take the layer of the onion, let's reach a common definition of an ecosystem. How do you see, like, what in your mind, with all your background and experiences, is an ecosystem, and what are its essential components? So we can start building a story which we can present to everybody in around 30 minutes, that yes, we came out of this. So anybody can go around, take the first lead, but maybe Clementina, let's start with you.
Okay, I can start
in your
again.
view, in your mind, because
Yeah.
you were involved in Venture Cup way early on when it was started. What's an ecosystem? What does it consist?
I would like to start to look at an ecosystem from the startup perspective, or let's say the founder or entrepreneur's perspective. And I guess that in that ecosystem, I would count in everything. Like the first step you take all the way to the customers, you get your suppliers, your service providers, where you're situated, in what type of ecosystem are you? Like, are you within life science, mobility, other tech areas, or maybe you haven't found that sort of application or road yet, then you're actually, more free or in a general ecosystem. So I would like to start with counting everything in that ecosystem. Otherwise, I know that we usually use the ecosystem word just to define all the actors that support startups, but I would like to say that it's include everything. Like, sort of, if you look at your value proposition, who do you need to work with, and that will be a startup or a company's ecosystem. What do you guys think?
Well, I think so. We do a lot of rankings of cities and regions, and I posted the link to our latest report. And the recent meltdown of funding had ripple effects on the whole ecosystems in Europe, meaning that there is a concentration and consolidation trend going on. And the leading ecosystems are always London, Paris, Berlin. These are the top three. And then in the middle, Stockholm and a lot of other Scandinavian ecosystems. But that does not mean for the entrepreneur, in which stage ever you are, that it's the smartest thing to go to these three ecosystems. So I think, and this is for the entrepreneurs out there, you have to build your own ecosystem. And there are places which are more suitable for your tech vertical, for your stage of startup development, the investors you look for. And what we also see in the report, that the European startup founders, they wait a long time before they go international, when it's scaling, go to markets time. But I would encourage them to look at different European ecosystems and go out earlier, maybe find a co-founder there. Explore three ecosystems where you think, okay, this might fit for you. Go to events there, to Slush in Helsinki, to Tech Arena in Stockholm, wherever, and then find the right ecosystem for your startup.
Very interesting point. I think so far, like Clementina, you started with that the unit where we need to discuss ecosystem is at the basic unit is a startup. And then you said that that could be a general ecosystem versus vertical specific ecosystem like mobility or something, music tech. And then Thomas, you're saying that very interesting point of building your own ecosystem. Because I think with all the noise out there, with AI giving everybody tools to just generate perfect content. So, which means if like going back in time, there used to be newspapers, maybe there still are newspapers, but they were like, imagine 100 newspapers arriving on your doorstep every day. So how do you first filter out which newspaper and then which news? So, so building your own ecosystem so that your voice is differentiated and exploring other ecosystem. How does it look in Maria 01? Like, how do you see your ecosystem? What's the common building? Is it the startup, as Clementina was saying?
I'm sure that there's very many similarities. I mean, obviously for us, we see the kind of the ecosystem, the startup ecosystem as like kind of a framework. So it's basically a community that supports each other. So Clementina was saying that not only the kind of the actors that are supporting startups, but we see startups themselves being the very kind of key actors in the ecosystem. So obviously here in Finland, this ecosystem is quite tight knit. So what we see is that it's actually almost like a big extended family in the sense that everybody knows each other, and it's also this kind of an ecosystem where we share similar goals, and we understand that if kind of one company makes it, it will raise the whole ecosystem, and therefore there's this very strong give back culture as well. That many of the more successful founders, for example, founders of Volt or Supercell and so forth, they are always very ready to kind of engage in whatever is happening in the ecosystem and however they can help the kind of the more recent founders as well, whether it's then kind of with knowledge sharing or whether it is true investments. Much of the big kind of exits or the revenue that has been coming in from the exits has really come back to the ecosystem as well, through kind of these nowadays investors, then former startup entrepreneurs themselves as well. So in that sense, I see that as kind of a bunch of companies, bunch of people that know how it is to build these companies, and then that they are here to support each other. But they definitely agree that there's a lot of different kinds of ecosystems, both on the industry or vertical level as well, but also in different parts of Europe. And that's obviously something that we, as Maria 01, are trying to do, that we're building bridges between these ecosystems as well. That whenever there are, for example, our startups that go global, and Thomas, you said that Nordic entrepreneurs don't do that quickly enough. I think here we see that happening quite a lot. Obviously, it's one of the requirements for our startups that they need to have the global mindset since day one, because that's the only way to grow, really, because as said, Finland is a small market. So in that sense, we're always trying to kind of introduce our founders as well to other ecosystems, be in Europe or somewhere else. So just to help them grow.
Very interesting and great to know. I think we hear similar stuff about Finland, like being a super connected, sharing oriented and give back oriented ecosystem. But I think now I'm clear, like with Maria 01, I think you said something very interesting, that you are bridging ecosystems. So you sit in the center, and that you're trying to, that's something we are trying to do. I recently started an organization called SweBAN, like a few months ago in September 2024, because we found the gap, like all angel networks exist, like Connect exists, and there are two of exists and other exists, but they don't speak to each other. So how do we bridge? So we created a central node for the connection. So really great to get that kind of deep insight into Maria 01. Let's move to Norgen.
Yeah,
What's your ecosystem like? Yeah.
Yeah, and I think you said you
ecosystem?
made a really good point. I think the value of an ecosystem is really lies within the connections about all the different players. But similar to what some of the others have just said, for us, of course, startups are at the center, if you will, and all of the others are kind of come around, and we really focus on the startups first. When we think about an ecosystem, I mean, we think not only of the startups that we have here as part of the community, but also our alumni that might have been part of a house, whether here in Stockholm or another, and they outgrow us, which is amazing when that happens, and we like to keep them in the loop. And of course, I hope that they can come back and support the younger organizations, so alumni as well as our portfolio companies. So early stage startups, but also those at the later stages, those role models, we see as quite an important part as well, that can, of course, give back, but also inspire the younger companies. So that's a really critical part. But with a lot of our events, we have these core groups that we always like to invite. Of course, there's so many aspects to an ecosystem, but investors being a really big part of that. I mean, operators or business leaders being a big part as well. Another big aspect is talent that we try to bring in. So given that we want to provide access to capital, network, knowledge, and talent here to our companies, those being our main areas. With a lot of our events, we'll try to bring in individuals that want to join these startups, that are inspired and want to join their missions. That being a really key component in building a business is also having the right people to join and become part of the mission. And then another big aspect that we're seeing being more critical within the ecosystem as well is the policy world, which is also a reason why we've set up a house now in Brussels to bridge the connections between entrepreneurs and policy, as there's a lot of good developments and a lot of interesting plans coming from the EU Commission to really strengthen the ecosystem, not only in our individual countries, but also more throughout the EU, which is fantastic.
Fantastic. Really good points over there. Clementina, you started with discussing GU Ventures a little bit. It was kind of rushed. So if you could tell us, like, what are the different components of your ecosystem? What's the common thread within your ecosystem specifically? How does that look?
I'd be happy to. Thanks for asking. And it's really, let me start to say that it's really interesting to also listen into the panel that was earlier today, and also what you are all saying here, and how do we support our companies in the best way. And then we know that it takes a village, like you normally say. You can't do it by yourself, so that's a very important starting point. Everyone can sort of contribute and commit in different ways. But your question about G Ventures, so normally we focus on meeting ID providers. So these ID providers can be usually researchers, students, or somebody else that's not actually affiliated to the university. When we meet these ID providers, we look at their ideas and see if, how far have they come, what are they looking for right now. And if they don't have any affiliation to the university, any university, we look into the business idea that, can this be actually approved, or can it benefit a little bit better if you're working with water and you haven't done research for 20 years on that, but you have an idea how you want to prepare some sort of a product in some sort of application, then maybe you do benefit a lot if you talk to one of the universities that have done lots of research within water. So that's one example. Then we connect these people with researchers that have worked within that field for a long time, and actually it's just up to them if they want to do something more. A major part of the ID providers are the researchers themselves. Let's say that many of them have a very sort of dedicated picture about, this is what we want to do. We want to put this on the market, and we know that by just publishing our papers, we might not be able to reach out to customers or cure patients, for as an example, within pharmaceuticals. So we have to do something commercial. And maybe they are willing to stop doing the research, but most of the time they're not, and we don't want them to. We want to actually match them together with commercial people. So we look for a lot of board members, team members, consultants, service providers. So we sort of help them to create that ecosystem around them. So that's why I think that all this ecosystem it's like, can you go to Connect, they can help you with this. Can you talk to that they can help you with this? Or maybe there's actually an accelerator in the US or in Italy that focuses on advanced materials, for example. Or, you'd be perfect, because we visited Norsken in Barcelona. You'd be perfect to, be in their environment at this point. So we try to, gather them. We don't have offices here, so now I'm lying. Sorry, we have like 5 or 10 companies here at our premises right now, but we don't have like this huge facility where we want to have them all the time, because we do invest in all sorts of fields. So one year we have a turbine company here which work with wind turbines. The next year we invested in a pharmaceutical. So we have them in different locations all over Gothenburg, and as well as outside of Gothenburg. So our major sort of mission is to get them, to put them in a successful position. How could they be helped? But we also invest. So we are the first investor in. we put the board in place, we put the team in place, and then we work very hands-on on their business model and how they could build their company. And we want to invite everybody to help us build those companies. So we're just a minority shareholder and the incubator that supports them, but everyone else is welcome to join us.
Okay, amazing insight in how you're working. I'll switch the discussion a little bit to something which Thomas touched on. For example, Thomas, you mentioned startup heat map report, and we have been discussing
Thanks
and
for
touching.
that, by the way. Thanks
Yeah,
for that.
yeah.
I just read it.
So it'll be good to know, like, what's the respective sentiment of startup building or motility or momentum in your respective ecosystems. So GU Ventures, you guys are on the west side of Sweden. You're also into several different things. What's your take on it? We first start with Thomas, and then we go and do a quick capture on the impact side with Victoria on Finnish side. Like, how is your startup? So Thomas, over to you. Tell us a little bit about what's your 1 or 2 or 3 point learning coming out of this report that came out very quickly.
So I'd like to pick up a term that Victoria just mentioned, role models. And if we call them founders' factories, where technical founders or commercial founders have key positions in these companies, be it unicorns or accelerated startups, where they can learn and then found their own startups. And the top 3 founder factories are Klarna, Spotify, and Zalando. So for Klarna, there are 66 other successful startups where the founders can be traced back. They had key positions at Klarna. And there are other examples like Unternehmertum in Munich, a huge community light tower of founder factories. So again, for people who would like to found their own startups, have an idea, but to get the skills and really to get into the heat how companies are founded, go to a big startup and learn there. And your journey as a startup founder does not have to start founding the startup yourself. So when you are very young, super talented, maybe explore and try to get a position in one of the founder factories, and especially Scandinavia, Stockholm, there are so many opportunities out there.
Okay, and generally, what's the take? Because startup heat map is also kind of a barometer of how startup ecosystems are working. And you said that it was okay. So what's the general take coming out of the report, if you have that data?
Well, the general outcome is that due to the funding meltdown, there is huge concentration and consolidation going on. So the 3 leaders of the ecosystems, they attracted most of the capital, even more. And for the smaller startup regions, it's very, very tough.
Okay.
But however, when you dive deeper into the data, there are some ecosystems which stand out in certain categories. And for example, only one statistic, there is that diversity hubs, which means foreign-born founders, so international group, percentage of female founders, and technical skills and business founders. And there is Lausanne #1, Dublin #2, and Gothenburg #3. So when you look at deeper at certain parameters, the story is different than London, Paris, Berlin.
Okay, got it. So it's great to know about that. Let's talk about how is the startup momentum and how is the outlook looking in Finland, for example, if we go to Sarita. How is your community building up? Yeah.
yeah, I mean, obviously these times are difficult for all the startups in all of Europe, I'm sure, or in different parts of the world. But what we see here, what's quite interesting actually, is that for those of you who remember the early 2010s, Finnish startup ecosystem got a big boost after the Nokia layoffs. And we're actually experiencing somewhat of a similar situation right now, because of course, because of the global economic situation, so there's been quite a bit of layoffs in the bigger corporates, and hence we've again had quite a bit of a highly educated, experienced talent available on the market. So we're actually seeing this kind of a trend now that there's a lot of new companies being founded, and those founders, they're not kind of young guys straight from university anymore. They are really experienced founders that are coming from corporate careers. They might have built their career there for a couple of decades already. So they often have a very validated problem and very, very good networks as well. And that's really something that, kind of having looked at this ecosystem for well over a decade already, it's a big shift in the ecosystem in general. But of course, when it comes to kind of how the startups are doing in terms of getting funding, in terms of building their businesses, obviously it's difficult to find the first customers as corporates are closing down on budgets for innovation, startup cooperation. It's like increasingly more difficult to get the first customers. Then, of course, like Thomas was just pointing out about the funding as well, that's something that we see here, that typically a very large part of the funding in Finland is coming from abroad. We have a very lively, very active early stage funding scene here, but when it comes to those bigger rounds, like those are almost exclusively always coming from outside of Finland. And clearly now in this current situation, the international investors have been a bit more cautious. I don't know if it's a geopolitical issue, us being here next to the Russian border, or whether it's more just the economic situation that they want to bet on those like bigger cities or sort of Western Europe or wherever. But that's something that has been kind of somewhat challenging as well. And obviously then those companies that would have needed the Series A rounds and so forth have been in a bit of a tougher spot. But that being said, we are seeing some kind of, so far it's more like fingers crossed, weak signals, so can't really put too much trust in them yet, but it's starting to look like things are getting a bit better. So in the last couple of months, towards the end of last year, we saw already quite a few bigger rounds being raised here as well, and also funds being able to raise new funds or launch new funds, quite bigger funds as well. So in that sense, all these kind of small signals are now showing kind of towards the right direction, that hopefully, and especially after the summer, the situation would be a bit better already.
Amazing. Great. So things are going towards the right direction. How does it look? Because you work a lot with the impact founders. How is the impact sector coming in? I don't know. There are some global wins and changes also happening. There's a lot of
There
pressure
are
about the
global wins, exactly. So it seems to be that in certain parts of the world, impact has become a bit less sexy, but that really doesn't change much for us and for our entrepreneurs, because there's never been a better time to build a business, an impactful business for the future. There's so many challenges that need to be solved, planetary and others, and I think it's really just semantics. What we're seeing is some of our companies maybe changing some of their language, especially as they're going for investors at the later stages, looking for investors in the US and that part of the world, that it's maybe not so much about building an impact company and something for sustainability and using some of those words that have become a little too political, but talking about resilience, talking about European independence, talking about future proofing, right? So we're changing some of the language perhaps, but that doesn't change the fact that we have such big problems to solve in the world, and there's never been a time for it.
So impact will continue to be on center stage in Nordics.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we saw last year that still the majority of funding did go to impact startups. We're in a very good place here, and seeing so much focus on that. So yeah, absolutely.
We're also so far ahead. So I love the way you say that, because even though, like, let's be frank, most of the Gothenburgian ecosystem around our region is about mobility. The car companies that are here, for instance, but also other industry players. they don't stop. They just continue. It's just business. And of course, if we are very far ahead, we also need to keep that edge. And I just love to hear that our startups can hear that. Whilst as at Go West, when we organized the big investor meeting here in Gothenburg, invited investors from like 20 countries. And many of them actually witnessed that this is quite tough now, because quite directly when we enter 2025, the impact questions became like, should we really invest in those KPIs anymore? And that's horrible.
And I just also quickly comment that like Finland is really in the same front. We were in a similar kind of a panel with Victoria last year as well. And we just launched our research, our impact report a couple of weeks ago. And out of the startups that we have here, 40% are focusing on impact-related topics, and their business model is focused on impact. So it's definitely still very much here, and I think there's a huge momentum for the Nordic countries to really kind of be united with these values that our societies are built on. Like, even though everybody now talks about defense tech, which is obviously growing a lot here as well, but I think there's definitely like very, very much demand, like you, Victoria, well said. So.
And I would like
hope
to add
that this will grow.
Europe, actually. It's all Europe. Thomas, you must agree on that too. When you look at everyone, I mean, it's from the north to the south and from the east to the west. It's like, this is what we believe in now. And I think that there will be more impact companies coming as well. And even as a reaction when the US moves in the other direction.
Very interesting points. I've run a lot of panels on impact as well. And I think my general feeling out of those panels is like, impact is not a vertical, it's more like a horizontal layer that works over several verticals. But I think something which happened over the last year or so has been that there is another horizontal layer of technology that came in, and the voice or the narrative on that on the AI side has been so strong that somewhere the impact layer is kind of not that active anymore. I'm just saying the narrative side. There's a lot of hype around funding startups which are working on that horizontal layer. So very interesting. We'll probably run a specific panel on this. But Clementina, we are overrunning the panel by 2-3 minutes. So one last point, because you mentioned Gothenburg. So Gothenburg as an ecosystem. How do you think, like Go West? I've been following Go West, Sophia. I've worked closely in couple of things. I think part of your team. How do you see that ecosystem? Is it like, what's the momentum in that in your ecosystem in Gothenburg?
Okay, that's what you mean. Well, first of all, I think that if you look into Go West, we try to invite everybody in that discussion about these are our core values. Of course, this has been deep technology, but also lots of SaaS companies. So we don't exclude anybody. But what we see is the most important for us in this picture, I guess you can also relate to that, is that we already have Slush and Tech Arena and all those huge meeting places. What we have seen is that when our companies go over there, they don't find what we are trying to find for them, is that they have a sort of understanding with the investors that we can meet at this place and we can discuss. They accept your meeting request. They talk to you by the fika table. And it's so important to get that sort of exclusive environment in a smaller setting. And I guess that many cities could actually do that, to have their own facilities where they can invite and meet entrepreneurs, investors, and everyone that wants to talk in that ecosystem. And also, if you have just a smaller exclusive setting, maybe you get more sort of quality discussions. So that's what we try to find in our ecosystem, so that we know how we can match entrepreneurs to investors. What are the topics they need to be good at? Who are the people they need to meet? And I guess that, Thomas, you also look at that when you look into ecosystems. And I would love to also get feedback, because in every way, this is a development going on all the time. What's the next thing? What can we do better? What can we do more? So how can everybody in the ecosystem commit to gather and help entrepreneurs? I don't mean that we need to just create a one-stop shop, because that's horrible. Every entrepreneur needs to find their way where should I go and what do I need to find, who is the best person to work with, or who are the 10 actors I need to work with in the ecosystem. So Go West is apparently one of those and can't be the only one. And that's why we all need to sort of, in Sweden, in Gothenburg, we say we gather with kroka arm in that perspective. That's what we need to do.
Very interesting point and very good point. Like ecosystems need to collaborate with other ecosystems. So I think that's where the massive impact can happen. But also very interesting point on regional ecosystem. Something which is kind of linked with funding on that side is that angels typically invest regionally. Typically in the same cities, it's much easier because they want to be probably on a walking distance to the startups or what. So really interesting insights coming out of the panel. We unfortunately have run out of time for the panel. No, it's really amazing discussion. So a big thanks from Connect for being here, Clementina, Thomas, Victoria, and Sarita. Thank you so much for the insights that you shared.
Thank you. And thanks everyone for listening.
Thank you.
Bye.
Amazing. This is where we are switching the focus of the event. We started the event with our keynote with Andreas Grape. We talked about the European angel investing ecosystem. Big reading there was 200,000 potential angels. Then we broke it down into regional angel networks discussion. We went into an angel panel on how startups should raise angel funding. Another panel on how startups should raise VC funding. Last panel on about how communities can help startups grow in their journey. We had very interesting insights on how Finland and Maria 01 community is doing, like give back is their main motive. Gothenburg is a regional community, a self-contained ecosystem where investors and startups are speaking almost the same language due to proximity effect. In Norgen is doing great work on impact. Deep ecosystem brought in a global a reading on startup heat map, which needs a little bit of peeling. But now let's go to pitching. So a big and a warm welcome. Hi, Jenny, Andrew, Frida, Ben, and Chris. Thank you so much for being here.
Hey, thanks.
Thank you. Good to see you, Naimul. Hey, everyone.
Amazing. So let's go around and have, let's say, a half-minute quick introduction from each of the panelists. Tell us about you and how you support startups, and maybe we can go in a, how would you say, a format where we start with alphabetical format. Yeah. So Andrew, let's start with you.
Okay, hi everybody. I'm Andrew Hennigan. I'm a freelancer based in Stockholm, Sweden since quite a long time. Before that, I was based in the south of France, and before that, Italy. But now I think I'll be staying in Sweden for a while. And I'm actually very often the speaker myself, but that's not very visible. What most people see and what people know about me is that I do a lot of coaching and mentoring for speakers of all kinds. Now, a lot of the time, this is coaching and mentoring startup founders. I've been interested in innovation for a very long time. So I do that through a lot of programs like Founder Institute, Sting, university incubators, and so on. But also increasingly these days, I get a lot of individual founders who come to me when they want some extra support to reach a new level, or maybe because they want to shine a little bit brighter than everybody else. And I've got even a couple of people who are actually part of other programs and they have another coach, but they use me to help prepare their exercises. So I do a lot of stuff with startups and the startup ecosystem in general. But I also do a lot of speaker coaching for other people too, including corporates, universities, government departments, especially diplomats. I do a lot of speech training for people who are in the diplomatic service. But I also do a lot of other things which are pro bono activities just for charity. So, for example, right now, I'm coaching some startup founders from Ukraine through some program which is to encourage the Ukrainian startup founders to move to Sweden, or at least to stay where they are but be effective. I've also been part of the UNHCR's Refugee Speaker Program and other pro bono initiatives since it was founded 5 years ago. And I'm also the head of the speaker team at TEDx Stockholm, which is another pro bono role where we put together big events. And we have, in fact, a big event coming up very, very soon on 26 April at Skandia Teatern on Drottninggatan. So if you want to come along and see some live TED Talks, come along and see us in April. And that's basically it. So I do speaking, but I'm probably more visible as the coach and the mentor.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Andrew. You're doing great work in the Nordic ecosystem. We are benefiting from it in several of the networks that I'm involved in. So great work over there. Let's move to Ben. Hi, Ben.
Yeah, hey Naimul, good to see you. Hey everyone, good to see some familiar faces. So my name's Ben. I am based primarily in Canada at the moment, although I do most of my business in the US, Middle East, kind of South Asia, Australia kind of regions. My background is primarily kind of in design, and I come from kind of ad agency world and the music industry originally as a graphic designer, but in 2017 kind of transitioned entirely over into tech, working with early stage accelerators. What I found is that the amount of resources that you have in corporate for pitching and presentations is kind of vast on the corporate side, but in startup world it's pretty thin, right? And so my kind of aside from my work with individual founders and kind of individual companies on kind of working on their pitches and their decks and their presentations, I've always had a lot of involvement with accelerators. I helped run the FI Toronto, the Founder Institute Toronto chapter here. Here in Ontario. I ran about 24 consecutive cohorts over about 10 years. So that's roughly about 2,000 founders that I've kind of seen go through the motions. And currently I'm running PitchRit globally, doing a lot of programs in the US and Middle East. We've helped raise about $150 million to date. And yeah, just going kind of strength to strength.
Amazing. Ben, it's always a pleasure having you in some of our Founder Institute Nordic cohort related work. So amazing coaching to the startups once again. And that's the beauty. So for the community here, we brought in the best people in pitching and startup coaching so that we could derive value from this session. Over to you, Chris.
So awesome to be here in the Nordic region, probably one of my favorite places on earth. Again, also great to see some of my colleagues that I get to work with in startups all over the planet. My name is Chris Foltz. My day job is I'm managing director of Responsible Solutions, a Silicon Valley-based global strategy firm, responsible.com. Very interesting stuff we do there. But where my real passion is, where we get a lot of these wonderful clients that we work with, is in the startup ecosystem. I serve as a global entrepreneur in residence at Founder Institute. So that's really where I work with startups the most on 6 continents. I'm still trying to get a startup I can work with in Antarctica. So if there's any referrals from you, I would love that opportunity. But, you know, I come from politics, if you can't tell right away. An American in politics, I already scrutinized myself for this, but I started when I was really young. And there's a lot of parallels to storytelling, right? One, in the startup ecosystem, it tends to be honest, but I learned a lot of things in politics from this. And more importantly, how do people pivot? How do people tell the appropriate stories to the stakeholders? We live in a stakeholder-dominated world, and the Nordic region really takes this seriously. Matter of fact, to give some perspective here is why I love this region so much. 40% of all the companies in the Nordic region put impact as a major part of everything they do. Less than 10% in the US. We certainly talk a huge game about it, but this is where the action gets done. So I love helping people tell that story, pitch the things that actually matter to the right investors, and I like to do it with startups. So happy to be here, everyone.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Chris. When Chris is coming to some of our accelerator sessions, we say that we have a 3 times more momentum in the same session. Like, you bring so much energy, Chris, with your experience, your background, as well as your unique perspective on how things can and should be. Over to you, Frida.
Thank you. So super happy to be on the panel. My name is Frida Almgren, and I do run my own business as a communications consultant and spokesperson coach. And basically, I think I have sort of 3 parts of my offering. So one is being that spokesperson coach and pitch coach, where I do work with a lot with startups and scale-ups to really help them refine their pitches. So I work a lot closely with the MasterCard program in the Nordics and Baltics called Mastercard Lighthouse, which is super, super fun. And I am also privileged enough to work with business profiles and leadership teams in large organizations to help them sort of shape their messaging, to prepare for, you know, tricky interviews, etc. and whatnot. So that's one part of what I do. The other one is that I do work with strategic comms. So I help a lot of startup scale-ups and really sort of put the plan in place, what to say to whom and when, how to position the company, and how should we really gain that, you know, momentum and awareness for our company and what we do and the questions that we're trying to drive, right? And the third one is that I'm just as Naimul, I'm a moderator for, you know, conferences, events, and do run panel discussions. So I would say I've sort of picked the things that I love the most in communications, and now I can really sort of offer those things on my own. And I have a background within communications, like I've been working with it for 15 plus years. I was previously the head of communications at MasterCard in the Nordics and Baltics, so sort of come from a corporate sort of background with a lot of insights that I can now sort of bring to the startup scale-up community, which I think is pretty useful. So super happy to be on the panel. Thanks for having me.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Frida, for being here. I also come from the corporate background. I think that's a very interesting perspective that you can bring, because startups are going to be very big companies one day.
Exactly.
And yesterday we were having we were having vision. At Founder Institute Nordics Accelerator, where Ben, Chris, and Andrew at times are there and coaching so heavily our startups. So we checked a few pitches, and it was all very surface because it was the first launch kind of a session. And then we had a very open question with the founders. Okay, tell us, why is this important for you and where this could go? So eventually the pitch that came out was very big, an idea as big as a Nestle or a MasterCard or something. So I think startups are getting there, but that kind of experience needs to be there. But happy to have your background here, Frida. Thank you that you joined in. Jenny, over to you.
I also come from the I also come from the corporate world, being at a big tech global company where I actually learned my skill. I delivered more than 5,000 pitches in 5 years. I screwed up many times, but I was a fast learner. And then 11 years ago, I started my own company, being a startup pitch coach. And since then, I've coached more than 1,200 startups. I started in Founder Institute, Connect, and then today I work with more international accelerators. I have this, right now, I'm on a mission to help more than 100,000 startups to nail their pitch, because I think that there are so many great ideas out there, but they miss the mark because they can't communicate it. They miss the funding because they don't know how to sell it. So therefore, actually today, I'm launching my digital course on how to find and book investors. So check that out. Oh, and then I forgot, I'm also an angel investor, invested in 6 funds and 12 startups. Yeah. Thanks.
Amazing. Jenny, thank you so much. Great to have your experience both on the investing side and on the coaching, and very specifically building next 100,000 founders who can pitch.
You have to set high goals, right? I love high goals.
Yeah, amazing. Great. Clementina, thank you so much for the shout out. Yes, I'm loving the energy already in the panel. So let's jump right into it. So we'll raise, let's say, 2, 3, 4 main questions, because the purpose is to inspire founders on how to build strong pitches. And if we start like with the first layer of the onion, what is the purpose or end goal of a pitch in your view? And I'm not sure, because all of you are speakers, that how do I rotate the discussion now? But I saw Frida smiling the first. So Frida, you got it. That's the first go.
Yeah, sure. Okay. I grab some airtime here right away then. So I think it's a super important questions, right? I mean, with everything you should communicate, like start with a purpose, like with the why. Like, why should you pitch this? Like, what do you want to get out of this meeting? I mean, because if you don't know that, it's impossible for you to be able to shape your story, to make something memorable, to really, what kind of call to action do you have? So is it really, okay, I need funding. Okay, then you know that. Then you know how to shape your messaging around that and build a story with that as the key center. If it is, hey, I need to have some advisors opening doors for me to really like help me take the next step in my company journey. Okay, that's another purpose, right? That's another goal with going into a pitch. It could also be, I mean, I work with a startup right now, a Contech, a PropTech one, and they just raised money internationally in Europe. And then they went on a pitch and they were like, we don't need any funding. We've just secured that. But they wanted to spread the word about what they do, how they make an impact, how they solve a problem. So that was their purpose of going up on that stage. So I think as a founder, you need to ask yourself, like, why am I going to do this? And then you know how to shape your story around that.
So why am I pitching? Okay. So what's the end goal? Any further views in the panel?
I would actually love to add something to Frida. I totally agree with Frida, but I also think that it's a combination on why and also who. Because depending on who you are meeting, then you can also find out different whys. So you're not always sure why someone contact you. And then when you research, then you're like, there might be possibilities for network or connections or evangelist if they're not raising funds.
If I can also add something, that's a brilliant point. And I hear a lot of the word why here, right? And why's always really been the most important thing to me. But what I've learned is you can have the best whys in the world. But if you're not able to convince somebody how you're going to get there, then you're going to be facing a struggle. The why doesn't matter as much anymore. And we all know the why is the core to anything that we're doing. And what I mean by that is investors are really looking, or anybody that you're pitching to, are really looking at the idea of differentiation, validation, and de-risking. And that means you need to tell the story to get those points across, right? So many people try to craft this beautiful message that is so heartfelt, pretty graphics, all these things to try to get people to say yes. We all think we want people to say yes. What we need to be focused on is eliminating the ability for them to say no. Because you do that with strong differentiation, then it's going to show that you validated something. And most importantly, you have to be able to show people that you have a customer and that you understand them. I can tell within about 5 minutes that there's going to be success with a company by how well they know their stakeholders, how well they know their customers. Because if they don't know them, all the pageantry won't matter. That's just all there is to it.
I think one of the, to echo one of the things that I echo a lot of the sentiments from the panelists, 100% true. I think one of the things that sometimes gets missed in the conversation is that a lot of founders will jump to these relatively generic structures in terms of what it is that they're trying to say, when really what we're looking at here is the first moment where you're taking kind of your initial baby step out of ideas world and out into the real world and starting to formalize what is an idea that eventually becomes a plan, becomes a set of actions, becomes a company, right? Investors are not here ultimately to be entertained. We're here to back companies that are actually building something of value or impact. And so if you have an idea and it's very aspirational, and to Chris's point, it's very shiny, flashy, entertaining, is that it may be a very nice idea, maybe a very nice concept, but is that a company worth backing, right? And so when looking at a pitch, I mean, I always suggest founders should start putting together decks and putting together pitches immediately the moment they think of building something, because it's a forcing mechanism that puts a structure around what am I going to do, to Frida and Jenny's point, what am I going to do, what is my aspiration, what is my big why? Is that okay? But then to Chris's point, how do we do that? And the first formalized structure of that is a deck. Doesn't have to be flashy. It can be boxes and text. It can just be stock photos and text boxes. That's all you need to kind of get started. But the point is to really start structuring that thought and turning it into action, right?
Very good, very rapid. I love the energy that's coming out, the rapid energy that's coming out. So
we're all pitch professionals. What are you talking about?
So okay, I need a little bit of, like, I have not started the bottle since the morning, but let's see. Really good. What are some of the common challenges you have seen? Like, you guys must have seen founders left, right, and center coming in and pitching you with great pitches, not so great, terrible pitches. What are the common challenges you see in startup pitches? Or what turns you off completely? Yes, Chris, let's start with you.
You know, I think that that, people don't like to be sold, right? So you can tell if somebody's really trying to sell you on their idea. But investors, just like consumers, they love to buy, right? And how do you get them to buy, right? You need to basically relate to them. In politics, it'd be like relating to the voter, right? Nowadays, it's relating to the stakeholder. So people like to buy and work with and collaborate. Collaboration is a huge thing in the Nordic region, and it is obviously globally as well. But the simple fact of the matter is, if you can show people how you can get people to like you, right? Mean that they can be your partner, collaborator, affiliate, ambassador, all of these things. People want to work with people that they understand what they're doing, because when people feel understood, they feel that they belong. And you certainly want your investors to feel that they belong with your brand as an investee. That's the thing. You get them to feel like they belong, they're going to invest.
Super quick.
Yeah,
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Frida. Go ahead, Frida.
Okay, just adding to that, what I'm seeing sometimes is like, as a founder, I mean, your idea, your startup is your baby. Like you eat it, breathe it, or you don't eat and breathe a baby, but you know what I mean? So it's really, it's your everyday, right? It's everything you think about. And sometimes I see in a pitch, you come in and you would like to include all the nitty-gritty details because you have all the facts, you have everything in your head, which is great because you should be the expert. But maybe you have 10 minutes. You will never be able to deliver all those facts, and I will never be able to remember those. So I think like trying to squeeze too much data, too much like unnecessary things, that's not building relationships, that's not creating FOMO, that just leaves you with a question mark, like what should I take out of this? So I think like squeezing too much details, nitty-gritty, that's something that I'm seeing, and it doesn't do the job for you.
But they are really fun to work with, right? Huge challenge. I love working with them.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That detail overload, Frida, is, I mean, it's a huge problem. I wouldn't say necessarily a problem, but it's a big challenge, right? Because the founders are looking at it from their perspective, and they're trying to provide an education. And so kind of bouncing off that point, one of the things that I found is that the level of context and intuition that a founder has is not, they often don't realize that you as an audience member don't have that level of intuition. So on the one hand, the detail overload is huge, but also trying to do kind of a technical deep dive or kind of a show of force on just the product, as if just unpacking the product is enough to inspire their counterparty, whoever the audience is, and they often leave out the organization that is going to bring that product to life. Yes, you can tell me about how amazing your software is, how your platform is, but like, who's behind it? What relationships do you have? Do you have a sales mindset? Do you have a go-to-market strategy? Do you have, like, the reason why pitch structures have these 12, 14, 15 points? And we often get asked when we're trying to shorten pitches, which bit do I skip? Says, well, don't skip anything. The whole thing is a strategic overview of the business you're trying to build. So if I only get a tiny breadcrumb on everything, then I can see how are you taking this big chunk of detail and bringing it into the real world. I need all of that. I'm not going to make those connections if I only hear about the product. Right?
I think there's another problem where a lot of founders, they overestimate how much the audience knows. So maybe they come, especially you see this in deep tech companies, which have come from universities, where they go and talk to potential investors, but they're still using the technical language. And there's certain things that they think surely are not technical and that they take for granted, like even the term drug discovery. I've discovered that sometimes is what trips people up, because I'm often trying to find out why a pitch failed. So I talk to the people. And then later on, I find out that maybe that there was one key term in the whole pitch, and that was where they lost the audience. Because if you were, say, Karolinska Institutet, everybody knows what the word term drug discovery means. In the street, in investment companies and so on, it's not so obvious, and if you're not a life science specialist. So very often people are not adapting their pitch to the kind of audience they have, and they're maybe not able to read the faces in the room, because in my opinion, if you're watching the audience, you can see from the face if you've said something they don't understand. But I think that a lot of people are not quite so careful with these things. And I find that out often when I'm pretending to be the audience. I play the role of the investor or the corporate partner or whoever is the stakeholder, so that I can then give feedback to the founder saying, look, this is not going to work because you said this, and they will not understand that, or at least not in the way you understood. Like even a thing like recycling can be confusing because there's pre-consumer recycling and there's post-consumer recycling. And if you're just taking for granted that everybody knows what you're talking about, you're going to fail.
Very, very, very interesting points coming in. Like I'm just thinking, because we started with consumers like to buy, not be sold. So I think that is a very, very strong thesis here. And then Frida, you came in with cramming everything into a single pitch and then not leaving room even for the air to speak. Like you're just going, and that's happening. Level of intuition was a very strong point, and the language disconnect. So I think really, really good points for founders here who are going to be here and in our later when it goes to YouTube. Let's move one step further, because if you are pitching in a demo day format, like we will have a demo day format in about 14 minutes now. So there's some startups which are already coming in. And you have 3 minutes to say, what do you say? So you don't have that 30 minutes, let's say, leverage of sitting with an investor, discussing like a pitch for 15 minutes, get a question. So on a 3 minutes pitch, what should you be able to communicate very well? Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. This is something I think that's very, very important because a lot of people, they focus entirely on the pitch deck, not on what they're going to say. And I think this is what causes a lot of problems, because then somebody shows you their 16 slide deck and say, okay, I've only got 1 minute. What do I have to throw away? But I think they're looking at it from the wrong perspective. What you should be doing instead is to work on what is your fundamental story, what is the message, what is the idea you want to put into people's heads, and then figure out a way of delivering that, which very often means that you don't say all of the things in your 1 minute pitch, but you leave enough interest so that the audience will want to ask questions to fill in all the gaps. So you don't need to give all the data, give all the facts, give everything you've ever done, but you just give enough so that the story hits the audience. They think it's so interesting, they want to know more about it, and they call you or they ask you questions or whatever. But the fundamental problem, though, is planting that first idea. And this is why I think that very often, if you start by typing slides, that puts you at a huge disadvantage. You should start by just writing in one sentence, what is it I want to put into the heads of the audience? And there used to be a thing I did when I was living in France and I was teaching in a French business school. In the speaking workshops there, I would often ask people just to do a short talk just as a demonstration of what level they're at. And what I noticed is that some people did very badly and some people did very well. And the difference was that those who did very well had a clear idea to begin with. So then what I thought was, okay, I'll tell people that I've got a magic idea machine. It's a big box with a handle at the side and a hole in top. And I said, with this machine, if you write anything on a piece of paper and put it in the hole, turn the handle, everybody in the room will know your idea in their brain directly. And I say to people, imagine that you have that tool. What are you going to write on your piece of paper? And what's amazing is how many people struggle with that. And I'm saying, but your whole purpose today is putting an idea into somebody else's head, but you don't know what that idea is. So you need to be focusing on what you want them to remember, what you want them to know. And if I lent you my machine, what would you write on your piece of paper? And that is fundamental for any short pitch, because then you know what to focus on. And then the slides then to just support that, rather than trying to take a 50 slide deck and reduce it, which is the wrong way to go about it.
Very good point. Rather than the reductionist focus, you're saying start with a scratch. Yeah. Plant that first idea and give enough, not all.
Yes.
Yes, Jenny.
Well, I reacted on something that you said in the beginning, and that was the 15-minute pitch. So for me, a pitch is never 15 minutes because a pitch is really, really short. And as Ben was saying, it's all about planting those small seeds or breadcrumbs in order to get the bigger picture. And I think that's quite interesting. When I started as a pitch coach, the pitches were always 7 minutes. And then suddenly, because also our attention span gets smaller and smaller. And I mean, I've been working with Andrew a few years as a speaker coach at TEDx Stockholm as well. And it's quite interesting on how when TEDx or when TED Talk started, it started out, I think it was 21 minutes in the beginning. And now you can see that the average is around 11 minutes. So our attention span has, you know, degraded and become smaller and smaller. Maybe I'm wrong with the number there. I saw Andrew react. But
I just want to-
it's still, what I think is interesting is that we're getting shorter and shorter attention. So for me, I never work with anyone who wants to have a longer pitch than 10 minutes. That's like my absolute maximum. If they want to have longer, then for me, it's a presentation. And then I know tons, like in this room, I know tons of great presentation coaches. But for me, it has to be short. It's all about planting that seed. You're never going to get the $1 million from a 3-minute pitch. It's all about getting into that next meeting. As Chris said, how do you make sure they don't say no? That they want to give you another chance to get into that next meeting.
There's a quick little update. The latest I counted, I actually went to the last TED event and averaged out the length of the talks, and the average was 8 minutes 46 seconds. So what we're telling people now is 9 minutes or less.
Okay, I will remember that. 8:46.
Yeah.
Very interesting. But we also need to see people are doing great work on 1-minute videos as well. So that's the real competition. That's the attention span where startup pitches. We are quite close. Like Connect runs, I across platform run 3-minute pitches, never a second more than that. Founders Live, one of the networks that I run, they run a global 99-second format on pitch, and they've been running it for several years. So I think really interesting insights here. Coming in. Yeah, please.
Just make a quick point on that, Naimul, in the kind of like the escalation of like the kind of condensing of the pitch format, and now that we have all these generative AI tools and things, that, you know, I think we can't like leave that out of the conversation to a degree. But let's zoom out for a second and just understand what the purpose of a pitch is. It's not just delivering information. There is also a layer there where me as an investor or an analyst, I'm trying to figure out you as a founder. What might you be like to work with? If I get a super robotic, monotone, hyperspeed pitch, I'm not necessarily like that. Isn't necessarily better. There's a level of polish where you go too far. I want to see who's the navigator of this company that is going to steer it in the right direction, because the technology you're using today is not the same as you were using 2 years ago. And at this point, it might not be the same technology you're using 2 months from now. So who's the navigator? Don't give, like, I do not want to see a pitch from an AI avatar. Sorry. Not in a million years. I want to know who's actually steering the ship, right?
Here.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Whoever, Jenny.
Yes, Chris.
Yeah, you know, just on Ben's point, we're all sitting here talking about kind of like the mechanics. What you put into 3 minutes, what do you put into 60 seconds, whatever. To me, what I look for is authenticity, right? If I feel that the person's authentic, the story that they're telling is authentic, they're going to get another meeting with me. Again, it's to the goal that everyone has said here. The likelihood of you getting an investor to write a check on some first meeting is very, very, very low. It's hard to get them to write a check sometimes on the 10th meeting too. The goal is to get the next meeting. You know, consider your business the movie, but your pitch is the trailer, and you need to make sure that that trailer is authentic enough. We've all went to movies where we loved the trailer, but the movie was horrible. We don't want that to be the case for your brand. And how you make that not the case is being authentic. Authenticity is the new disruptive, right? So before you come in here and tell me how you're disrupting this, you're changing that, you're doing this, if I do one Google search and it kind of decredits the hyperbolic language, your authenticity is done with me, right? And then you're not getting the next meeting, and my pals aren't going to give you a meeting as well. So be authentic. You can feel that. If somebody walks away feeling something about your startup or about your pitch, about your idea, then you've won that next meeting. You deserve it.
Yeah.
Yes, Jenny. Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask everyone in the panel if you are like me, that you can, and I hate when that happened. This is something what I started to think about when Ben talked about the AI. But I just hate when I coach people and I can directly see this is ChatGPT.
I can tell the tone, I can tell you whether it's Claude, whether it's Gemini, whether it's. But here's the thing, like you use the robots are here to help us. We can work with them and use them well, but if you get them to do the first draft, that's a problem. Give them source material about yourself in a messy data dump kind of way, and they'll work off that. So there's ways around it. But yeah, Jenny, I can 100% tell for sure.
Because you need to have that authenticity that Chris talks about. I mean, it's all about the heart and passion.
if you can't tell there's a human in the loop, you're done, right? To use an AI term, I'm a founder of an AI research lab with a bunch of academics. And I tell you, when they write copy and everything for the website using AI, the leaders of this are the first ones to veto it. We run an AI lab because it removes the human. People invest in humans, not in entities that exist on paper. Nobody forget that. That's important.
No, but I can just add to that as well. I think the authenticity, difficult word to say, is so important. And I think a lot of people that I work with, both startups and more mature business leaders, it's so easy to talk about the rationals, the whys, the numbers, the figures. But then when it comes to like challenging them a bit, like, so who are you? Who can you put yourself into this? Who is this person saying it? How do you be more personal? How can you add that to what you're actually saying to stir those emotions? Because we are emotional creatures, right? And all of a sudden it gets hard. It's like, I don't know, I can say that, I don't know how to do it. I mean, so I think it's important for a pitch not to focus on the what you're saying, but very much on how you're delivering it. How would you do that in a way so that they get to know you, so that they leave with feeling something? They want to be part of this because this is the next big thing. I can't miss out. So super important.
Isn't it the Nobel Prize winner who said that you make decisions 98% based on emotions, and then you try to justify it afterwards? Yeah, exactly. And I just love that when I heard that the first time. It's so spot on.
I'm loving this conversation because suddenly the entire canvas I'm just trying to figure out, I'm trying to summarize. We started, and we have moved to the total feeling side, the human side, in the last 5-7 minutes. Andrew planted the first idea with plant the first idea, like give enough but not all. So I think that was, we started there. We talked about emotions, have human in the loop, authenticity, and people should leave the room feeling something. So really, really interesting human-centric conversation happening here. We have a couple of more minutes, and I'm just trying to think, what should we ask? Like, what should be the single most important ingredient of our pitch? Like, what in your view, like what comes to your mind as a single most important ingredient for a pitch that can excite investors?
I would say traction, right? And the only reason I say traction is because traction, which is generally anything that has evidence that you're moving towards customers, right? Like it has to be something quantifiable. But traction de-risk a lot of things. Now, that word is nothing more than actually doing what you need to do to be successful anyways. So the faster you can talk to customers, the faster you can beta test something, the faster that you can actually get a pilot going, those are going to be the things that are in there. And generally, that's going to make the entire tone of everything different. Now, there's a difference between what you intend to do and what you've done, right? People often confuse doing things with getting things done, right? So traction is where you get to tell people, this is what we've got done, because then I'm going to believe you. That's something that's hard to dispute. That's real. And that's ultimately what your charge is once you get that investment anyway. So show them at the beginning. You'll also get better terms when you have traction.
Amazing, amazing. We can take one more comment. If not, then we'll close the panel. Okay, that's good.
Chris was spot on. Spot on.
Amazing, amazing. I love, we'll cut out this section specifically as a pitch workshop for the founders in Connect and other ecosystems. But a big thanks, Jenny, Frida, Andrew, Chris, and Ben for being here and driving the energy up several folds in the room. Thank you.
That's like Thanks for having us.
Everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hi, Anders, Elsa, Eric, Philip, Jan, Michaela, Sami, and I think Tobias is also moving in. It'll take just a quick minute. Hi, Tobias. How are you? Amazing. First of all, a warm welcome to Nordic Funding Day. This is our last session. We'll get on with the session very quickly. So I would just go around the room requesting our founders to, our investors and panelists to introduce themselves. So tell us about yourself and how do you support startups? And let's go alphabetically. Anders, if we can start with you.
Absolutely. Great to be here. So I'm Anders Nygren. I've just launched a investment company called Foundry Ventures. We are looking for AI native products and AI native sort of operations type of companies, mostly application layer things. We're pre-seed stage VC, primarily sort of Nordic based, but could do some outlier cases as well. We launched a couple of months ago. We've done a few investments, but have tons of investments to do.
Okay, that's great to know. That's the reading. Thank you so much, Anders, for being here, and thank you for being active in the Connect network. We'll request Elsa to go next.
Yes, hello everyone. Happy to see so many of us in the jury as well. Exciting. My name is Elsa Highland. I'm an angel investor full time, working as advisor to startups, mentoring different cohorts as well. Right now, also helping with the Connect SweBAN to put some companies through the impact accelerator that we have there, which is very exciting. Love what I'm doing. Previously VC, before that operational at tech startups. And if I'm not totally mistaken, I think that Anders and I overlapped for a short while at Trustly. Yeah, which is fun because I don't think I've seen you since then. So amazing to be together as well.
Amazing. Small world. Thank you so much, Elsa. Great work you're doing in the ecosystem, and we love the energy you bring now also as a moderator and host of several events. So that's also coming up and traveling in the world. So great work in the ecosystem. Let's go to Eric.
All right, Eric Abselius. I'm a serial entrepreneur since the last 30 years. I've done a lot of failed startups, some successful startups. I'm a part of the Stockholm ecosystem. Been engaged in the Venture Cup for about 10, 12 years, something like that. So I've seen a lot of pitches come and go, and generally working as a co-founder and or advisor for various startups within loads of different strange areas.
Amazing. Thank you, Eric, for your extensive work in the Nordic ecosystem. We thank you for last night as well at the launch of Founder Institute cohort. So great to have you here. Philip, over to you.
Hi, everybody. Philip Willegut again. Really happy to be here. Thanks, Naimul. Long background in corporate with a lot of sales and commercial type of roles internationally. I've been also doing a lot of coaching and mentoring along the way, but really have been on my bucket list to move into the startup world. So since last year, I jumped ship. I do a lot of coaching and mentoring, really enjoy the idea of helping startups with particularly their commercialization journey. It's been fun, be part of Connect and a few other networks. Also in a couple of angel syndicates with like 60 plus angels where we co-invest together. I focus a lot on B2B SaaS, energy, automotive, IoT, but also through my partner in crime, also around medtech and life science as well. But really looking forward to the pitch with the colleagues, and good luck to all the startups.
Thank you so much, Philip. We love your energy in all these ecosystems. So you're doing great work in the Nordic ecosystem. Björn, over to you.
Hello, great to meet you. My name is Jan, and I'm representing what we call the Nyfikna Investerare. It's a community with two business areas. One is a small media house with a magazine, with a blog, with a podcast. And the other business area is the one that I'm responsible for. It's Investors Club. It's 25 members that meets regularly, 5-6 times a year for knowledge sharing, and we equip them with different kind of education programs. And each meeting we also invite 1 or 2 entrepreneurs that make their pitches. And it's a really funny thing. The community in total, it's approx 1,000 people that are connected digitally. I'm a background as managing director in 22 years. I've been working as business angel for 7 years right now.
Thank you, Jan. Thank you so much for being here. Love your experience in the room. Mikaela?
Hi, everyone. Nice to be here. Looking forward to the pitches.
I'm head of investor relations at Tech Arena. It's a platform gathering investors, entrepreneurs, decision makers, and the corporates under the same roof through events and programs, both large-scale tech events. We run 3 per year, and then also smaller events every month, and accelerator programs. Yeah, everything to boost innovation, technology, and sustainability in our ecosystem. I've been a founder before in a fashion tech company, and then been working as a COO at a venture studio, building software products. Also been running accelerator programs now in Time to Raise, focused on fundraising for women-led startups. So been screening pitch decks for a long time and looking forward to hear the pitch today.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Michaela. You wear lots of hats, so I think that experience will be very useful from accelerator running, investor network running in VC companies as well. So thank you for being here. Let's go to Sami.
Hi everyone, Sami Vikbak from 8 Media Ventures. We at 8 Media Ventures invest media for equity, which actually means that we provide startups with premium media, advertising and media strategy help. And by that, we are growing the companies, often the top line, and also the brand awareness. So we started off with this fund in Sweden and Finland like 4 years ago, and made investments in both countries. And I would like to just to take the opportunity to say to the startups listening that too polished isn't perfect when you present, because I think it's very important that there's actually humans doing this. So too polished presentations isn't perfect. It's actually better that it's in Swedish called skaver lite grann. Then it makes me very interested.
Thank you so much, Sami, and we really appreciate your very recent massive involvement in the Connect ecosystem. So thank you for all the insight and guidance you bring to the startups at our events. Let's see. Hold on. I lost my trail here. Oliver, I'm just trying to see if you can. Do I see you? Yes. Hi, Oliver. Over to you.
Hello. Oliver Steinarsson. I'm a partner at the M&A team at CMS Wistrand. I've been involved in CMS Wistrand, has been a partner to Connect for a long time, and have supported startups for a very, very long time. I do think that we identify coming from an entrepreneurial mindset, understanding that investments in startups and scale-ups, it's different from other types of advice you might give as a lawyer, as you're looking at not a short-term win, but you're actually setting up a long-term success for all parties involved. So that's something that we really thrive in contributing to.
Thank you so much, Oliver, and thank you for being a partner to Connect. Tobias, over to you.
Thank you, Naimul. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Cool. Hello, everyone. I'm very excited to hear the pitches. On myself, I've been 10 years in Nordic tech startup scale-ups. I was an early employee at 2 unicorns now. They weren't back then, Budbee and Volt. I founded my own company called Memo, where we raised like $25 million, and I ran it between 2019 to 2023. And relevant for this, a year ago, I joined a VC fund called Antler here in the Nordics, where I'm one of the partners. We're investing out of a $100 million fund. Our model is special. We run residencies 2 times per year. We bring in founders from day zero. We work very, very hands-on with them and then become their first investors. So that's it.
Thank you, Tobias, and thank you for being here. We love the work that Antler is doing, so rapidly expanding. And that's what founders need. Thank you. We'll now request the startups. I've put the pitching order here. We have 10 startups with us today. And this is going to run straight for 1 hour, 30 minutes. Maybe we take a 5 minutes break, 2 minutes break in between if we want to. So all these founders need to be ready because tech can go good or bad. So be ready with your case. I'll bring the first founder in. The important thing to note here is that every founder has 3 minutes to pitch. Of course, 1 minute of setting up everything because we'll be pitching live. So you come in, set up, tell us how you're feeling today, for example. And then you set up and you go. And then you have around 4 minutes or 5 minutes per pitch for feedback. My request to mentors will be that if you can locate on Zoom at the bottom React button, when you click on React, you can raise hands. It becomes very easy for me to prioritize feedback or digitally. When you are in a physical event, you can take the body language sign. Okay, the person is moving, wants to comment. Digitally, it becomes very difficult to rotate an order. So if anybody is having trouble locating the button, let me know. Otherwise, raise hand and we'll go with the priority. It makes it much easier. And we'll try to give compressed feedback so that others have time to speak. And founders don't really need to respond because if you respond with a 2 minutes long commentary on what you pitched, you'll miss out the feedback. So it's good that you get exposure and feedback to lots of perspectives. This is public pitching, unlike most of the review sessions that we do. So there are ecosystem builders, investors, and founders on the other side as well. And this will be live on YouTube in 3 to 4 days' time. Let's go with our first pitch. I'll request the first 2 or 3 founders to be on stage. I'll bring you in, but only the founder that has to pitch opens their camera. By Barb, let's see. Hold on. So Hannah, I'm bringing you in with the first startup. And then we have Niklas Anderson. So if you can all raise your hands, it becomes very easy. So Niklas is here, Hannah is here, and yes, Hannah, you directly shared the screen. Okay, we don't see you yet, right? It's okay. Good, we can probably talk to you later on. So Niklas has gotten it. All other founders can also raise hands because that way we will bring them in on stage. So Niklas and Claudia. It'll take me a minute to set this up, Claudia. So we have the first 3 founders set up now, and we go with the first founder, which is by Barb. The time is yours. Let's go, Hannah. And how are you feeling today? Just tell us. Hello.
I'm feeling good. I'm so happy to be here. So, and you see me now, right? And you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. I'll see
Perfect.
if we can spotlight you. I don't know if it works, but let's see. Yeah, let's go.
So I'll go now. Thank you. So as we mature and go through things like pregnancy, stress, and menopause, our hair changes. And many of us women don't know what new routines to adopt and what products to choose. So we help women better understand their hair by giving them advice and also giving them ideas on what products to use. We call this the hair capsule wardrobe, which is a curated assortment of high-quality hair tools and accessories, plus advice. In the world of fashion, companies like Totem have built their entire success on this less is more principle, and now we're doing the same in our industry. We launched 5 years ago, and last year had a turnover of 250,000 euros. 90% of these come from wholesalers in Scandinavia and Germany. We have grown organically with profitability from start without external funding. We get regular PR in media, and our products are popular among influencers. So to speed up our growth, we're now adding the next layer to our business by expanding our D2C and establishing by Barb as the go-to destination for personalized hair care. Our business model is based on strong e-commerce KPIs. The bulk of products have margins and price points that can bear advertisement cost. We also have replenishment products that can create customer lifetime value. This is a huge and growing market, and in our market niche, there is a driving force of premium quality products and personalized solutions. And of course, there are competitors selling hair tools and accessories, but with the demand for personalization, we feel that we can offer something truly different. We are now building the next generation retail company with expert-driven products, and advice. So we are two full-time working founders with experience from startups, marketing, purchasing, and sales. We have been doing this for 5 years, so we do have grit. We're now leveling up with competences and expertise when it comes to hair and digital content. And we already know who we want to work with and how to build a streamlined organization. We plan to launch this new concept, this D2C layer, in June with extensive PR targeting opinion makers and early adopters. We will run performance marketing throughout this entire period and then launch in the rest of Scandinavia. The reason for this D2C expansion is to create synergy between both our channels in order to create and drive hyper scalability. Next year, our D2C will expand our B2B sales, and we will continue to grow them both with profitability. And we see an exit potential in 5 years. And now we seek 300,000 euros for a pre-money valuation of 1.5 million euros. And we will hope that you will join us on this journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hannah. We can take away the presentation here. Elsa, I see your hand. Please, let's have your feedback. And then Philip, and then Jan.
Yes, thank you so much, Hannah. Your brand, I went into your website. It's a very nice brand. My question is around the business model that you've chosen. You've been going on for 5 years, B2B. Now you're going direct to consumer. Why didn't you do it before? And also, do you count on being profitable there? Is it because of the margins? Because marketing to stand out in this very crowded market, and why would I choose you over someone else? Is a question here when it is so crowded. So do you think that you will be profitable on the D2C side directly as well when the marketing costs in this market is pretty high? Can you elaborate on that?
Very quick Zoom kind of an answer, if you can.
Do you still hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, so we've grown so well with our B2B customers, so it's been sort of easy growth for us. But in the past year, we've experienced a lot of organic traffic and sales on our website without digital marketing. So we feel that the time is right now. When we launched our concept 5 years ago, we tried going direct to consumer, but our margins were a bit too weak and we have low price point. Now we have been working our assortment and are now selling and developing products with higher price points, so a higher average order value, which also gives us the margins to afford digital marketing. So yeah, we really do believe that we have the margins right now with the new assortment in line. Good question.
Awesome. We go to Philip, and yes, we have 2.5 more minutes. Let's go.
I'll be very quick, Naimul. So, I mean, Anna, really sort of good job. It comes across you're doing, and you have really good traction. I think that's really good. I would suggest that you make it a little bit concrete. What is really the problem with the existing solutions that sort of you're addressing? And then as you talk, kind of like tell us who your target segment is, right? What kind of customers are you trying to go after? And the other thing is, since you have such a good traction, you have a lot of those logos. Tell us a little bit more. I mean, how was your growth journey, right? Give us a sense of how much were you growing last year, month to month, or from last year to the year before. I think it will help.
Thank you so much, Philip. Jan? We can't hear you. Just a minute. Let's unmute.
Hold on. Yeah, you can hear me.
Yes.
Good. Sorry. Hannah, I think you mentioned 250,000 euro in turnover. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
What is your net margin?
Well, the profit margin, you mean we've done, or?
Yeah, profit margin.
Yeah, so we have 5% profit margin, which isn't very good. But what we haven't put in an external funding unless the small capital we put in when we started the company. So we have actually used the revenues to sort of restock products and to product develop and also to afford more and more marketing with our wholesale customers. So that's also why we have such a low profit margin. But we've grown with profitability and we haven't needed to put in an external funding.
What is your target, talking about 2-3 years ahead in profit margin? It's not 5%, it's something else.
Yeah, in 2 years' time, you mean, or?
Yeah.
I mean, we will still continue to grow, and our hope, and we have benchmarks that have done the same journeys with profit margins at about 5 to 10%. So in the near future, not more than that, but it all depends on sort of the growth journey we take.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Half a minute more. So maybe just give the feedback. Michaela.
Okay, I'm gonna just give the feedback. I got really excited at first seeing, okay, this is hair capture wardrobe is something new, you're disrupting the market. You're going from fashion to hair and accessories. And you started talking about the problem with women to understand better their health around hair. You could go into skin, you could go into nails because it's the same setup. And then you started talking about that you're selling products in capture format. So I would maybe reframe a little bit the beginning, because I was thinking that this is a service where you better understand your health and then you can get sort of a box with tailored products for you, and you can sell both the service and the products to B2B directly. So yeah, that's just a feedback and an idea to grow.
Very good. For the founders, I think that took 10 minutes almost, this pitch. And we'll be trailing with the time. The main thing for mentors is give the feedback and maybe not ask the question. That way founders then know what to reflect on in the next round, because pitching is forever a game. So, okay, so that's one thing. And founders, if you are responding, if it's a really, really important question, give a very short feedback. Let's move to the next startup. Hannah, thank you so much for being here and for taking the first pitch and presenting by Barb. We go to Niklas with CoLive.
Thank you, Naimul, and thank you, Hannah. That was beautiful. Okay, thanks firstly for a great morning. I enjoyed it plenty, must say. Trying to incorporate it right here. Well, first, let me say I'm Niklas. I'm CEO and co-founder of CoLive. But today I want you to direct your attention to Anna. She just landed her dream job in Stockholm, which is amazing news, but it has some drawbacks. Apart from leaving her home and the safety net of her family and friends, she also has to, by some miracle, find an apartment without 10 years in queue. Then she needs to equip her new home with every little thing needed for life. Friendless in the new city, it's no wonder she feels both anxious and lonely. An effect of urbanization is that Anna shares this hardship with most young adults today. First, there's a significant housing shortage in most of urban Europe. Secondly, cities have eroded community connections, leaving 40% feeling socially isolated. Now, imagine instead if Anna could just grab a suitcase, book a plane ticket, and arrive in a new city to a fully equipped apartment filled with people, all looking for that social connection. At CoLive, we're on a mission to bring people back together. CoLive offers accessible and effortless urban living for young adults. We have proven to reduce loneliness by 50%. Our customers pay 700 to 900 euro monthly for a membership offering a home ready to live in. With our CapEx light model, we tap into the profits of the real estate market without owning one single building, thereby reaching a proven 50% profit margin on hub level. We currently operate 360 beds, making CoLive the Swedish market leader. With a steady 94% occupancy, we generate some 3 million revenue annually. We are set for growth with an 1,800-bed pipeline, where leading partners like EM and Wallenstam give us custom-built hubs. The European co-living market is expected to quadruple by 2030. It's a fragmented market with many small operators that opens up to a structured platform of co-live to gain a 5% market share. CAC dropping by 70% past 2 years prove our ability to attract, and we secure triple revenue in 2027 through ongoing projects. Starting 2028, we take on the European market city by city rather than by specific countries. And networks of hubs increase B2C as well as B2B revenue, like that with the partnership we have with Volvo Cars. In 2030, we'll reach 30 million in revenue with a 26 million take rate. I invite you to meet a proven team of serial entrepreneurs seeking 1.5 million at a 10 million pre-money valuation. Being cash flow positive in the daily business, this will finance ongoing scaling for approximately 18 months. Close to 20% already committed. I invite you to join a strong business with social impact for people just like Anna. Welcome.
Niklas, thank you so much for the presentation. We start with Anders.
Thanks a lot. Good pitch, and I think sort of solid narrative, and especially easy to understand one thing, which is sort of the problem, right? And then also very easy to see sort of traction and where you're heading. I think it could be an idea to dig in a bit more into the solution, and then also try to sort of position the solution a bit towards, you know, all potential competitors that are out for roughly the same customer, right? So how do you clearly differentiate from others? Are there competitors trying to build the same thing and whatnot, which I think all investors are interested to see.
Thank you, Anders.
Thank you. Elsa?
Olaf, if you want to go ahead, since I took the feedback last one, and then I jump in.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Maybe I missed it, but this scalability here on this type of solution, I mean, how scalable is this? For instance, here in Sweden to start off, and then in other markets where you want to expand to.
We see a strong scalability. I come from the real estate market earlier, and the scalability in this is that we lease the buildings rather than own them ourselves. That's one part of the scalability, which also makes the profit margin as high as they are. For scalability, it's a building time, and we have a strong pipeline already. So we see the next wave of scaling coming right now.
But from the customer side, I'm thinking also
from the customer side,
you had 360.
There are 70,000 people today living in co-living in Europe, and this is quadrupling estimated. So it's a big scale up here.
Okay, very good. We can take one or maybe two more very quickly. Elsa, are you still up? Your hand is up. Do you want to say something, or should we move fast?
Yeah, I can just echo previous speakers, Anders specifically. More competition abroad. I've seen different type of solutions. It would be interesting to see more around this. And the same goes with revenue. You have 3 million euros revenue as of now, which is great. But what's actually the profit on this, and how do you scale that type of business? I'm not sure if I missed it, but otherwise, that's very interesting to see, because that also determines how you kind of compare and take on the market going forward, I think.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Jan?
Yeah, shortly, tell us something more about the sales strategy and how do you build the pipeline?
The pipeline on the sales side, would that be it? We are working strongly with the social media influencers, but also through Google Ads. The customers we are receiving are 50% Swedish, 50% international. And we've seen a lot of movement on this side from our part, where we reduced it by 70%. It's finding the right characteristics for the people we're searching, and we see it narrowed down month by month.
Thank you. Great. That was right in the time. Niklas, thank you so much for the presentation. Very interesting, very clear storytelling. We'll move to our next startup, Claudia, GoFriendly.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Hi. Yes, we can hear you. How are you feeling?
I just checked my Apple Watch and my pulse is up to 95. So I guess I'm here.
Okay.
All right. So let's get started.
Yeah.
So hi, everyone. My name is Claudia, and I'm the co-founder of GoFriendly, the largest female friendship app in the Nordics. 80% of women feel lonely at some point in life. I know it firsthand, how hard it can be to find friends as an adult. You move to a new city, your friends are in relationships when you are single, or you have a special passion and I want to share it with. So that's why we created GoFriendly, a welcoming space for female friendship without the unwanted intentions. So our main target group, age 20 to 40, in larger cities, in life-changing situations. User match based on age, location, and lifestyle. And we also have a feature functionality, so you can find the person living on Kungsholmen, is 35 years old, has kids, are every other week parent, and wants to meet up for jogging and coffee. That's how good we can filter. Also, users can create and join activities like book clubs, travels, late night partying, and so on, making GoFriendly a community-driven platform. Also, we have users between age 18 to 85. So where we are today, we have 350,000 users. We have scalable tech ready for millions of users, over 5 million in total revenues, and 68% have made friends through GoFriendly. Also, 7 out of 10 women aged 20 to 35 in Stockholm are GoFriendly users. So GoFriendly is designed to be the world's largest platform for female friendships, accessible to everyone with just a few clicks. And we are now tapping into a 500 million woman market across 11 key countries. And currently, we're entering a new phase with our AI-driven growth engine. And we are creating hyper-local communication on Google to scale in new markets, with a target to have 4 million users in just 4 months. So just to break it down a little bit, there are almost 1 million Google search every month that are GoFriendly relevant. And we want GoFriendly to show on each and every search. In the US, there are over 10,000 cities. So when you search for finding friends in Houston, GoFriendly is going to be there in the search results. Competitors. No, let's see. This is how it can look on Google when you search for GoFriendly. And competitors. Yes, unlike dating apps, we focus only on friendships. And our main competitor targets new moms, but we support all stages of life. Remember, the age 18 to 85. So we see a huge opportunity to dominate this global friendship market for women. Our business model. We have GoFriendly premium subscription and also advertising platform with customers like Lindex and Storytel. In the future, for scale, we're going to add programmatic marketing, so to automate this process. The split is premium 30% and ad 70%. We are a high volume business like Tinder or Facebook, and the next year, using our growth engine, we project 4 million users and over 100 million in revenues, Swedish crowns. So this is our team. We have skills in growth, revenues, product expansion, and much more. And now we are seeking 3 to 4 million for a valuation of 20 pre-money, 20 million, of course. So if you want to be a part of shaping the future of female friendships, just reach out. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The pitch was slightly longer, so we'll with mentors. I think my request will be, if so, 2 ways of giving feedback. One is TAM. The TAM is not clear. Can you explain? Or you could just say your TAM was not clear. Should be super clear like this. So that way we save time on interaction. So Elsa, please start with you.
Thank you so much, Claudia. I've seen your pitch before, and this was a few years ago. And for me, as an investor, I wouldn't want to see actual growth and KPIs. That is something that you have to bring in order for me to kind of trust where you're going forward. And then I would also say, if you're adding Google search into the pitch, I think it's more relevant to showcase AI search at this point and AI SEO. Very interesting if this is something you bring up in the pitch.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elsa. Philip?
No, I was thinking maybe Michaela, you can go first. It's more relevant, I think, from a female perspective first.
Yeah, I can go absolutely. Hi, Claudia. Really nice pitch. Love your branding and energy. I think paid ads is obviously very, very expensive, and your target is to raise 3 to 5 million SEK. Why don't you raise more?
So first of all, we're not going to do paid marketing. So this is how we create content and add that on Google without, paying for it. It's just posts that we automate on each and every city, each and every location and suburb in the US, UK, Canada, and so on. So no paid.
And I just want to add a quick comment. I've met several people that have met through GoFriendly. So well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tobias?
Finding the right button. Thank you very much, Claudia. I would just add the two things. As a consumer app investor, I would see and would never look at a case without. It's just first, gotta switch to activity rates and not users, because everyone knows that users are a stale metric, and the question is how many of these actually come back and open the app. And the second one being how to manage the churn, because at let's say some of Michaela's friends then, once they meet a friend on GoFriendly, why do they then need GoFriendly, right? You meet 2 or 3 people you actually enjoy, you switch over to texting, and then you leave the app. Or are people in a continuous need of meeting new friends all the time?
Thank you. Yes, they are. And if you compare to dating apps, you're supposed to meet one and then you leave. In GoFriendly, when you found your friends for, suddenly someone getting married, someone move, someone get kids or whatever, and then you're back in GoFriendly. And we have traction, and, we can see traction for 5 years back in the time, and we see they coming back to GoFriendly.
So one, that's why dating apps switch to hookup apps. And 2, I would add that proactively into the pitch, if you can actually show it.
Got it.
Thank you.
One very short observation. Eric, maybe it's you.
Yes, sorry. So basically, to sort of fill in, first of all, I'm extremely impressed with the revenues and the overall traction, I think. And I was noting down questions, and you answered every single one. However, I would like to reiterate, you need to mention lifetime value, MRR, this type of thing. And also, I'm curious about the conversion rates to paying subscribers, because it's kind of obvious if you're on a Tinder situation and you have a sort of males wanting to really find and get advantages, it's things like that. But when you're on a sort of more even distribution, if the willingness to pay basically would be really interesting to see more details of.
Sorry.
Thank you. We finished the time. Thank you so much, Claudia. Let's go to Greenleaf Games. Marcus, over to you.
Hello, thank you. All right, you can see my presentation, right?
Yes, we can see you. It's go.
Perfect.
It's a marathon session.
Thanks. My name is Marcus. I'm a co-founder of Greenleaf Games, a new mobile gaming studio in Stockholm. And we are taking the next leap in the gaming industry, combining play, profit, and purpose. And we do that with fun first game that also makes a real world impact. A lot of players in this huge market are looking for a deeper engagement. They want to feel good about their gaming, and that's where we come in. And at King, we worked with Candy Crush, one of the biggest games out there, and we have seen how millions and millions of players engage in this game every day. And what if the same engagement from a successful game could help make the world a better place? And what do we mean, and what are we going to do about that? We have a current game called Hope's Adventure. It's a Merge 2 game, and it's focused around nature restoration and how it affects the wildlife. And we nudge our players throughout that game. And we also provide relevant real-world donation opportunities. And right now we're collaborating with experts on how to measure on how much our nudging impacts our players. And this game has also showed great test result in our first play test out there with the real players. And the revenue streams for us is in-app purchases and ads. And players are already spending billions on mobile games. So we use the same model. We're tapping into these existing spending habits. And for competitors, a few green games out there focus mainly on impact through donations. And we have the genre leaders dominating the space with a really strong engagement. And we want to do both. We want to have a top tier game that competes with the best, with driving donation, and we also want to shape our players' real world behavior. And we're going to scale our games with top-notch performance marketing, viral features, and our green message, of course. And we want to scale our studio by reinvesting in more games, creating a portfolio of high-quality games. And with our games, we don't preach sustainability. We nudge our players naturally every day through the engaging and rewarding gameplay that we provide. And why now? Studies show that players, they want purpose-driven entertainment. And no major studio is leading this space. So there is an opportunity now, but it won't be open forever. And we have the right team to seize this. All our co-founders, we have a long experience from King and Candy Crush, and we built record-breaking games before, so we know what it takes. And the next step for us is to iterate and find our first game that's worth taking to launch. And for that, we need an investment of 3 million Swedish crowns, will give us a runway for 12 months. And imagine millions of playing, having fun, while making the world a better place. That's not the dream, that's what we're building.
Thank you so much, Marcus.
Thank you.
Philip, let's start with you. And I'll also put the list of next startups. Yes, Philip.
Hi, Marcus. Nice to see you again. I mean, a couple of things. First of all, I mean, what the vision and what you're trying to do is really great in terms of combining the gaming and the learning and the impact part of it. And obviously, the team has strong credibility. So for you to highlight with your experience from Candy Crush, that's really good. I would suggest you highlight a little bit what is your target segment, right? Which users are you trying to go and how you plan to acquire them in terms of marketing and sort of whatever channels. And then also probably tell a little bit more about what you want to do with the investment as well. I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Philip. Anders?
Yeah, hi again. We met before. Thanks for a good presentation. One short thing, I think it's probably a good point to slightly sort of further clarify how concretely the plan is to actually sort of make the planet a better place, right? So concretely, what sort of measures could be taken on the back of all these users in order to make to do good?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Anders. Eric.
All right, thanks for another good presentation. I've seen it, part of it before, and I've seen it develop, so it's even better now. I would like to, one thing you should probably, I mean, you keep on mentioning King, which is good, but I think you should be a little bit more concrete in, I don't know how much you can mention, but how much those games have actually made in euros or dollars to make it. Also, just so you're aware, I don't think investors in general, if you're going wide, are super aware of how studios, distributors, etc., all of that in the gaming world actually works. So you should be a little bit aware of that, I think. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Very good point on the gaming studio side. I think we are launching something in creative tech in Connect, and I think that's a core point we need to work on the funding side. But thank you so much, Eric. Sami.
Yes, thank you for presentation. I just would like to understand a little bit better how you're going to win the game, because the impact side, everybody understands it's important and everybody wants to contribute, but in the end, I also believe that the people start with entertainment first, and then it's perfect. It's also social. So I would really want to understand how you will position yourself and get that be the driver for growth. For you going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sami, for the feedback. Any further feedback from the panel? Okay, we'll stop there. Greenleaf Games, thank you so much for presenting and for what you're building. We turn to our next startup, Interlinked with Katrina. Hi, Katrina, how are you?
Hi, thank you. It's good to be back. We pitched at Connect a few years ago, and today, if you listen very carefully at the end, there will be an opportunity for you guys. So I will start. Yeah. Hi, does anybody like to be stuck by a needle? No, I did not think so. Neither do I. But sometimes it is necessary, like when you're at a hospital and need IV and fluids. IV therapy is the most common invasive procedure, with 16 billion IV lines used every year. However, due to forces on the IV line, 10% get disconnected. And it's not just IV lines. Kidney tubes, that's a pigtail catheter going through the body into the kidney to drain it from urine, is also at risk. And when they have been ripped out, it costs up to 10,000 euros to reinstate them. And it's the same for animals. Ripped out tubes, 15% in cats. And the consequences are severe. Patient injury, risk of death, toxic exposure for healthcare personnel, and loss of medication. All in all, this is 72 billion euros in unnecessary healthcare consumption every year. And I say unnecessary because there is Relink. When the problem is that something breaks, the standard solution is to make it stronger. We did the opposite. We made it weaker. So when there is a harmful force on the IV line, our connector splits into two parts. Double valves prevent blood and medicine from spilling. You can clean this part to rapidly connect them again and reinsert the therapy. Our Relink has 5 patents across 26 countries. The product is CE marked with MDR Class 2 and FDA registered with Class 1. The company has ISO 13485 certification. My name is Katarina. I'm one of the co-founder and CEO. To the right in this graph, you have the board. One is Antonio, is a former vice president of mergers and acquisition at Becton Dickinson. To the left, you have our amazing team. Together, we have the experience needed to take a medtech product to a global market. And the business model is to sell through sales distributors in specific countries. So these 10 markets, they use 2.3 billion lines every year. And since the sales model is to sell through partners who already sell IV lines, pumps, etc., to the hospitals, 2% market share is not too much. And with a 4 euro cost per piece, that is 220 million euros a year once we're up at the 2%. And we have already signed a sales contract for Italy with a minimum order value of 3 million euros. When it comes to the 3 areas of IV or the kidney, as well as vet, it's the same product that we use, but it's different application. These are the 7 clinical trials that are running or have finished. It's a little bit combination, but we have also sold into those areas. Very little directly to hospitals, so it's not much revenue, whereas we have proven market. More than 2,000 relinks have been on patients. These are the projections moving forward that we're doing. The pink is what we have confirmed. We are working on getting the cost of goods sold down. We have ordered new tools, and that is also what the money and the round are going to go for, to increase sell, reduce the cost, and building more evidence. The round size of 1.6, we have already gotten in and committed 1.6. So there is space for you guys, and also you don't have to invest straight into the company. There is SPV. So with as little as, well, I mean, it's money, but for 4,000 euros, you can go into the SPV. If you want to go straight into the company, we want a little bit more. But I would be happy to welcome you to Interlinked. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Andreas, let's start with you.
Yeah, so shortly. Thanks a lot. Great presentation, and I think actually you covered all of the bases you should in a way, right, in a short pitch. Maybe one thing that you could double click a bit more on is sort of the customer partner, sort of the ecosystem here, right? So how tight do you cooperate with other hardware vendors in the space? How does it work with these sales partners? And is there even more sort of layers between you then and sort of the end user, right? So that would be, I think, interesting for a VC to understand a bit more on. Otherwise, good. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Sami?
Yes, thank you, Katarina. Just a short comment on the presentation. From my perspective, as Anders said, you covered everything, but that also means that for me, it was quite heavy, maybe because I'm a simple guy. So try to keep it less crowded and try to be. I heard from the panel before, this guy, Chris Falls, talking about the trailer, that you're actually showing a trailer now, and then you will show the movie in the next meeting, if you understand what I mean, Katarina.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Tobias?
Thank you, Katarina. On my end, it was just I looked you up on LinkedIn at the same time, and it seems like you've been running this for 9 years or close to that. So I would just like to hear a little bit of the history. Like, is this something you just came upon? Have you worked on this for a long time? Have you been doing something else?
All right. Elsa?
You don't expect me to answer all the questions, right? Because
No, it's okay. It's okay.
No,
but this is a
thank
lot of material for you to process into your pitch. Thank you. Elsa?
Yes, absolutely. And this is also some feedback on the deck. You're having both the problem slides. I think you mentioned 2 problem slides and then 1 solution slide. I would say add more data there, like why is it actually a problem in terms of data, and that can be either financials or this many patients per year, etc., into the deck, because a lot of times you're not allowed to actually present it in this way, but just send it off. So it has to be very clear what you're solving. And then I would like to know around the partner conversion. You said that a lot of people have tried, or it has been tried on a lot of patients. Are these pilots that have been going on, are they converting into customers or not? And if not,
I will add that as a tick because they have. So
yeah.
it's a
very
trick of you.
important.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to understand that they liked it and they are the buyers going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Philip, maybe one quick, and then Michaela, short comments maybe.
Good to understand actually the competitive landscape and let's say the existing solutions a little bit more, and then just to add on top, like what is really the main incentive for your end users or the end customers to switch to this one? Again, you did talk about it, and just very quickly, you have a lot of patents. Do you also see kind of a licensing type of go-to-market possibility or monetization possibility there?
I would love to answer all those questions because we have the answers. Yeah.
Shortly, maybe very quickly.
Yeah, we have done business scenarios and run them through evaluation model. So licensing would pay less than actually what we are doing. It's a sort of a complex landscape, whereas now we are targeting the sales distributor that sell directly to the hospitals. And that way we can get €4 each and cut the cogs. So the margins are going to look amazing. Licensing was something we looked on before, but we had gone through all the different layers of regulatory as well, etc.
Thank you. I think we have run out of time. Michaela, is it
quickly.
okay? Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, hi Katarina. Happy to see a former Time to Raise company pitch. I would just, when you talk about the CE mark certification, the 5 patents, etc., you can just highlight that you have overcome the heavy investments and then now you're ready to scale with the next investment. That's also why it has taken some time as well. So just reframe that and double click on that. That you're past that now. You have done all of the things that you need to do, and then now you're ready to scale.
Thank you. That's a really good one. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Let's go. I have a quick question. We are midway through pitching. We have 5 more startups. Should we take like 2-3 minutes break? If you want to? So raise hand for a break, and then we kind of come back in 5 minutes. Okay, we come back in 5 minutes. 4:18 or so. 2:18, like 4 is very close. Yeah, 2:18. Okay, we are still off, but I'll just do some housekeeping with the startups now. So we have 5 startups which are left. So I'll invite all of you now. If some of you are not here, so all of you are going to be here. So Zeiss, you are getting on the stage, and Vicity, you are also getting here. Let me just see who is left. Sortrace. And Rahil, you are here with Sortrace as well. So all of you, the pitching order going forward is here. I'll paste it here. So we'll start with Playmaker, then Puhi, then Sortrace, Vicity, Zeiss. That's our pitching order. And in the meantime, I'll do some sharing. If you want to reach out to the jury that has been there, I'll put their LinkedIns here once again. And the LinkedIn's here once again. Let me also see, because this is going to be our last session. Let me see if I missed something. So that is there. I'll also, you can always scroll up the chat. I think on the chat, you can find previous panelists as well, but I'll just put up some of the important events that are happening. We'll be missing out 3 or 4 additional events will be there, but I'll just put the ones which are just published right now. Where did that list go? Okay. Yeah, so there is an after work today in the evening. If somebody wants to join us there, they still need to register over there. And then On 9th, we have a Connect Creative Tech half day at Stockholm Business Region. On 10th, there is the Founders Live happening. On 22nd, there is Nordic Female Superheroes Summit. So it's a new format. It's in the evening. And on 29th, we have a SweBAN, Swedish Business Angels Networks VCs and Angel Networks Mesh. So these are important events, maybe interesting ones. And if you want to follow all these events and any other announcement which are happening across all these networks, I'll just paste that link here. That's the WhatsApp community to head to. Okay, let's see. The startup which is next, I'll just need to reset some of the timing here, which means how we are ending this session. We just listened to Katrina from Interlinked. So next startup is Playmaker. Niels, over to you if you can set up your screen. Niels, I just need to check, would you be joining us at the after work or is this the session you're in?
Yeah, sorry, this will be the only session today.
Very good.
And also I'll say that I'm called Daniel, actually. My name is Daniel Zettervall.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Why do I have Niels? But anyway, yes.
So shall I go ahead and share my screen?
Yes, you can share your screen, but we will still give it a minute for everybody to file back into the room. And I'll just update a couple of things here. So we are starting 2019 to 1419. Let's see. I think everybody is here, so we are good to go. Daniel, let's go.
Okay, great. Nice meeting you all, and it's been great listening to all the other startups. Anyway, my name is Daniel Zettervall, and I'm the CEO of Playmaker AI. And at Playmaker AI, we're creating football insights using artificial intelligence. And we do this to enable objective decision-making and analysis in the world of football. And we work with two different target groups. We work with football organizations like clubs, leagues, federations, and agents. And we help them make better transfers and win more games. And we work with sports content companies like media companies and sports betting companies. And we help them to attract and retain their audience by giving them or providing them with engaging and unique football content. And our flagship product is our football analytics, football data analytics platform, which is designed both for football organizations and media companies. And we're a software as a service company, so we provide this platform through a subscription model. And what makes this platform really unique, actually it's the only platform of its kind in the world, is that it gives users full freedom to control and tailor their own analysis. We have a really strong position in the Swedish market, working very closely with the Swedish Football Association, with all clubs in Allsvenskan and Superettan through a central league agreement with Svensk Elitfotboll, as well as Expressen, Svenska Spel, and ATG. And our next step for this company is international expansion, which is already underway. A key milestone in that effort is our collaboration with the Borussia Dortmund's social media team, where our tools have delivered significant and measurable growth in their social media platforms. And the most important factor of success is definitely our team. Today we have 13 full-time employees, and a team with a unique mix of competencies within tech and AI, football, and sales, marketing, and management. And we also have sales cooperations with some well-known former Swedish football players. And right now, we are raising up to 10 million Swedish kronor at a 38 million kronor pre-money valuation. And our goal is to build a strong presence in Europe, and especially in the UK market, and also to reach profitability within a year. So, ladies and gentlemen, now you have a unique opportunity to be part of our journey in revolutionizing football data analytics and taking Playmaker AI to the international stage. Thank you.
Daniel, thank you. That was exactly on the dot. Good presentation. We'll start taking questions now. Philip and then Eric. I see 2 hands up. Yeah.
Daniel, very, very interesting. I mean, as you started talking, I kept thinking about the movie Moneyball and what they've done in the baseball. I think that's a metaphor that I would suggest in certain audiences that you actually use because it's very interesting. I think it's also important to understand, again, what kind of analytics, what kind of data are we talking, and what kind of outcomes does it helping to these clubs? I think that's really, I didn't get that, right? It just says that it's analytic, but you have to give a bit more context to what's the value for the club as an outcome and what kind of insights. Again, with that, tell us a little bit about how you differ from the competition, really, who are the competition. I wouldn't use an organization chart in the slides. I mean, I think that's a no-go. And then tell us a little bit about your business model as well. How do you monetize this?
Thank you, Philip.
Thank you.
I now see a different hand layout on the second screen. It was different. But Eric, it's you and then Elsa.
Yeah, all right, great. Thanks for the presentation. I'd like to echo what Philip just said. To me, it was slightly unclear what kind of decisions you will be able to make based on the analytics. Is it like better betting, for example, as you will work with those? Secondly, I think that you could actually also, it's just only football / soccer or other sports as well. And there's a lot of stuff going on in AI, I would like to say, also around producing videos and things like that you can probably combine this with to be able to automate, to produce loads of output on that. All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Elsa.
Hey Daniel, thank you. I'm an old soccer player, so I can grasp the concept, but I will say work on your design on the pitch because it was not good, and when it's too cluttered, either you lose me focusing on what you're saying or reading what's on the slide. Then you, in my opinion, in a pitch, you should not have as much text and as much visuals if it's not in a way where I can follow what you're saying still. So work on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sami?
Yes, thank you, Daniel. I just wanted to comment around traction. It seemed impressive what you have been achieving so far. I would like to understand more about the sales process and the sales strategy. You mentioned the Svensk Elite Football and all the centralized agreement. Are you going to go club by club when it goes on that side? The media side, I understand after 20 years in media, but how are you going to build that up? Because if you go club by club, it will take some time to build this, or will you go on an organizational level, if you understand what I mean, Daniel?
Yeah, I can give a reply to that one. We've actually started by now. Do you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, we have been starting selling club by club, but we've realized that it's much more efficient to go on the big organizations. So now we're approaching mainly league organizations and federations on the football side.
Thank you. Something happened to Zoom. Sami, we lost you maybe. But maybe, yeah, so everything is good. Great. Any further feedback? We have still half a minute more on the startup. But if not, Anders, yes.
Super short. We met before, right, Daniel? But thanks a lot again. I think there are still some things you can do to sort of simplify the product and the value proposition. It's somewhat complex here with sort of analytics and sort of the media side, even though we somewhat sort of understand that you can use the analytics data into sort of the media, right? But I would sort of try to simplify that a bit. And then again, right, be super clear on what's sort of the outcome here for the customer, right? So how do they benefit from this data?
Thank you so much, Anders, and thank you, Daniel, for being here. Interesting presentation. We move to our next startup. I think I posted the list, but last 4 startups, this is the list now. So we'll start with Puhi, Sortrace, Visity and Zays. Let's just see here, reset the clock. Hi, Ellis, yes, over to you, and we can go with your pitch. How are you feeling?
Good, thank you. Thank you for
Amazing.
having me. I hope everybody can hear me now. I'm even trying
Yes.
out this new headset of mine in order to be heard. So I am one of the founders of Puhi. We make biochar for increasing soil fertility and agricultural yields. The problem that we are trying to solve, global challenge, climate change, food supply and water supply shortages. I'm not going to go more into details on those, but more into the solution, which we see is biochar as one of them, and making biochar accessible to all industries that are in any need of carbon. We use recycled wood industry side streams, agricultural side streams, and food industry side streams, biomass from those, take it through a pyrolysis process and produce biochar, side product being lots of renewable energy. And when the biochar ends up in the soil, carbon removals and sequestering carbon dioxide. Biochar is a carbon material then that is obtained from thermochemical conversion of biomass. The biochar market is in rapid growth, and that growth rate is just increasing all the time. The global market at the moment is 1.3 billion euro, and the projection to 2030 is more than 3 billion. A sign of that being exactly what it says is that we already have sold out 3 years of the production of the current existing equipment in Hämeenlinna in Finland in the pilot factory, worth 4.6 million euros. The applications for biochar are endless. We focus on agriculture, livestock, biogas, and metallurgy at the moment, where we can see that we can sell all of the biochar that is needed. Puhi's business model, we operate our own equipment, which we set up where the biomass is generated or available, waste wood and such. We produce ourselves, we sell ourselves to district heating industries or whatever it might be for the heat. The biochar goes to retailers, and the carbon dioxide credits to companies like Microsoft or whoever wants to so-called greenwash their hands. In 2030, our plan is to have more than 100 million euros of revenue, and that is happening in 10 locations, mainly in Finland, Sweden, Denmark, and Germany. The picture there is from our pilot factory in Hämeenlinna in Finland, actually. In order to make this growth, which is quite aggressive, we are now looking for 1 million euro at a pre-money valuation of 5 million. Already next year, we are going to invest in additional capacity in Hämeenlinna, and then starting 27 and onwards, we start our expansion in Finland, Denmark, Sweden, and Germany. Founders, myself with electronics engineering background, Tomi Pulkkinen, my cousin, who is a wood industry expert, and Esko Salo, who is at the VTT in Finland, biochar researcher, and we are supported by a very strong advisory board. Why you want to invest in Puhi, if you want to invest, is if you are interested in circular economy and accelerating that. The biochar use is increasing. We are using proven technology already. Pilot factory is available, and it is a scalable and replicable business model. Thank you very much. I wonder if I kept it within 3.
Yeah, thank you so much. My watch had a tracking issue. I think it did not, but it's okay. Anders and then Michaela, I see that on my second screen. I don't know if that's the correct order. But Anders, over to you.
Yes, it's for me, it's tricky to sort of follow the narrative here a bit, but I'm more or less sort of completely zeroed out in terms of deep knowledge into this space, right? But I think one thing that would be interesting, given the quite sort of aggressive financing path, right, would be to see some kind of a bottom line forecast as well, right? How profitable will this be and when, and what kind of optionality would you sort of have to maybe wait a year or 2 or 3 on financing and then sort of accumulate a bit of profit instead, etc. So I think that's pretty critical in terms of being able to invest.
Thank you so much, Anders. Michaela?
Yes. Hi, Elis. I would like to understand a little bit more around the business model. What do you actually sell? Do you sell per kilo? Who do you sell to? And can you also sell carbon credits? And then also, what does an actual factory cost? How long does it take for your modular factory to be set up, and how much biochar can you produce per modular factory? That would be interesting to understand. I don't think your expansion or investment plan is so aggressive. I think 1 million euro for this is not so much money to raise, but maybe your factories are super cheap to set up.
Thank
Thank you,
I can send
Michaela.
all of that information to you at some point.
I find this super interesting, and I would just want to echo what Michaela just said. I would want to understand more around the setup and scalability and so on, especially since you already sold out 4.3-ish million euros worth from the pilot. I'm also a little bit confused in your scalability and why you're raising either at this point or that little. It would make more sense to grasp that at a first glance. And then I would like to know around competitors as well here, because or what makes you stand out in a sense. But I'm more than happy to receive more information. I find this very interesting.
Let's do that. Absolutely. Thank you also.
Thank you. Most of the startups that are here will be on DLM next week. Not this week. This will be a very tight schedule. So by mid next week and next week, you can check them on DLM with much more details, funding down details, reporting KPIs, everything. So DLM allows for all that for everybody who is on Connect's DLM platform. Jan?
Yeah, more or less the same questions as Elsa, but I want to know more about the sales strategy and how do you will earn money. That should be added to the presentation.
Very good. Thank you. Absolutely. We'll stop there and request our next startup to set up. But thank you for the question. Point for Elis for you to think with all the feedback that you got now.
Thank you very much.
We are now moving to our next startup. We have 3 more startups. We start with Rahil. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you, Naimul? And thanks for having us.
Very good. Let's see if we can spotlight you. Let's go.
Okay, So, yes, my name is Rahil, co-founder of SourceTrace, and I am here to talk about waste and mis-sorting from the households. Let me see if I can change. Yes. So even in Sweden, a leader in waste management, over 60% of the waste is miscorrectly sorted, costing municipalities billions globally on an annual basis. And to tackle this, municipalities today rely on the drivers for manual data collection and mis-sorting detection, which is unreliable and inaccurate method. This leads to a higher operational cost and missed revenue opportunities. And that's where SourceTrace comes in. So SourceTrace empowers municipalities with automatically finding mis-sorting on region, address, and household levels in a way they've never been able to do before. And how we do it, so we leverage data from multiple sources, including visual data directly from the waste trucks. And our AI detects mis-sorting that humans should have noticed, but missed or didn't report. With humans, I mean truck drivers. So SourceTrace provides municipalities with precise and actionable insights to reduce waste contamination, to lower their costs, and increase revenue streams. And we have been here for only 3 to 4 months-ish, and we have already secured 3 paying pilot customers, confirming 90,000 euro in ARR. And the response from the industry has been incredible. So we have actually municipalities reaching out to us, like Mölndal, as you can see, the third one. They are reaching out to us and asking to deploy sort trace. So we are in a very strong position to penetrate the market, a market that is booming, driven by the EU regulations. It's not only massive, but also resilient, non-cyclical, even during economic downturns. And when it comes to our business model, our pricing model is very flexible for the customers. We offer a SaaS solution with a base fee for access to the platform, the left one-hand side, and a tiered pricing model per trucks. So 2 main revenue streams. And our go-to-market strategy is that we will start in Sweden, which is a global leader in waste management and innovations. With the EU-aligned regulations, it's the ideal country for later on scaling across Europe and into the US. And about our competitors, the space is heating up. There is a lot of spotlights on the waste management. What is common among our competitors is their focus on expensive hardware solutions. Unlike our competitors, we focus on software and AI. And behind sort trace is an experienced team consisting of me and Thomas, with expertise in AI, software development, sales leadership, and especially how to navigate in the public sector. And we are raising 300,000 euro to accelerate product development and scale deployment, helping us to grow the team and move faster from the pilots. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sort trace. Ólafur. Hi, Ólafur, over to you.
Sorry, rookie mistake. One question on the business model. I understand that you provide data which help municipalities detect mis-sorted waste, and but I mean, I guess the problem lies one step before the municipalities, doesn't it? So is it data that they can act on, or do you actually provide a solution? That was something was kind of unclear to me, how far your service goes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Maybe we'll skip the answers. Are you expecting an answer, Ólafur? So my question to you.
At some point, but not necessarily now. That was just my feedback. Yeah.
Thanks so much. That's great. Thanks for the feedback.
Thank you. Anders?
Yeah, just echoing that. I think, I mean, the problem is crystal clear. I think everyone buys into the fact that it's a massive problem as well, and that everyone sort of benefits from solving it. But given that, I think it's a good idea to double click a bit more on actually the solution. So in depth, right? Really understanding the solution and how that sort of differentiates from others.
Thank you. Philip?
Maybe just to build on what Anders mentioned, it's just also like maybe visualize or show us how the actual solution works. You had a lot of text, AI, this, like machine, that, but it was really difficult to understand from a waste perspective how it actually works. Maybe there's a different way for you to visualize. I mean, since you have the pilots, you already give an impression, maybe the communes, but who are your actually target customers, right? Who are you planning to sell this? I would also suggest you emphasize that more clearly. Also talk a little bit about the ecosystem when it comes to waste management, and what sort of, again, what kind of go-to-market play you have with the different players in that ecosystem.
Right. Thank you,
Very
Philip.
interesting. Whenever you have this journey kind of thing, I'll just come in visualization. So you could say that commune has this major problem here. This is the bubble, and this is how the trash is currently transported. These are the breakage points. We are jumping in here. So it becomes very simple. Visual storytelling can be caricatures. It doesn't matter. Thank you. Eric.
All right, so I've seen your presentation before. I love your energy and the whole flow. To me, I think I see what the problem is. You show the solution on the first slide, And the problem is we don't know what the problem is. And my question also is, you claim 60% missorting, but how much of that are you able to solve with this particular technology? I think that's sort of a key in this. And then also, I think it would be relevant to have some sort of a unit price, like this unit costs X, you can sell it to the municipality, you have this cost or something like that. And so you can see how it will scale up, because if you have a multitude of scaling, it will make a lot more sense. Oh, we can make this amount of money of Norway or Germany or whatever things coming. So yeah, thanks.
Love the feedback. Thanks, Eric.
Thank you. Elsa.
Quickly, I would like to know, you have pilot customers. I would like to know more, like what are they committed on, for what, how long, how does those agreements look like, and in order to understand where you're heading.
Thank you. Did anybody else have a question or a feedback point? Well, thank you so much for Sortrace. Let's go to the last two startups. We have Michael coming in. Hi, Michael.
Hey guys, how you doing? Thank you so much for having me. Great presentations, everyone. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we see it.
Lovely. So, hi everyone, Michael Sullivan here. I'm the founder of Visity, and I spent last 15 years in travel tech. And if there's something that I've learned in that, it's that every travel platform out there has no idea who we are. They show us what's popular, but not what's personal. And that's a $600 billion problem. So let me show you what I mean. Does this look familiar when you're planning a trip? Well, to me it does, because a few years ago I planned a special trip to Barcelona with my fiance, and I wanted it to be great. So, I spent over 10 hours searching for the best things to do in that city and where to stay and to eat and so on. I used different models like ChatGPT's, Google's, TripAdvisor's, and so on, and recommendations on social media. And yet I ended up in tourist trap and overpaying, and I wasn't really that happy, and it kind of pissed me off. And it turns out that I'm not alone, because 89% of people actually hate planning trips. And on average, it takes them 10 hours every time they're doing this. And yet they end up with generic results. And they do this because the apps today are actually built for the masses, but it's relying on outdated data and ratings and reviews, meaning that the entire travel experience is so broken. And that's where Visity comes in. Imagine every tourist in a new place having a personal agent guide in their pocket. Visity is the first city guide in the world that actually learns what you love and creates and book the perfect experience for you. So forget about hours of planning and bad results. And thanks to our algorithm, we get instant personalized recommendations. It's powered by AI and LLMs that we have built, and combining your history, preferences, and social data sets to craft personal itineraries. Learns and it scales seamless with you in a kind of TikTok-y user interface. And this is not just an idea, because in the last 3 months we hit these numbers. They are growing as we speak. And we are backed by Google Cloud, giving us the AI firepower to actually scale super fast, and together with the partners that we have that you can see in the image. The travel industry is huge, but it still works like it's 2010. And we plan to change that to taking the experience from super static one size fits all to a full, actually personal experience. We just don't fix the problem. We're actually a marketplace that makes money at every step, from commissions on bookings, omnichannel advertisement, partnerships, and with actually a plus 50% profit margin. And soon we're actually doing a SaaS model for cities and companies. We will become the go-to platform for personalized city exploration. We're tapping into influencers, precision advertisement, partnerships, and trying to build that viral network effects. That's working so far. We have built and scaled travel tech and award-winning solutions before for companies like Sofitel, Marriott. We built Secret Escapes, the most downloaded hotel app in the world, and so on and so on. So we know this industry inside out to actually win it. Now, today, we're raising $1 million to scale and accelerate the user growth, and we will expand globally during 2025. So yeah, if you want to be a part of the future of travel, check the beta at visity.ai and connect. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Michael. Let's see. Yes, Michaela.
Hola, Michael. Good to see you again.
Muy buenas. ¿Cómo estás?
Muy bien. I love this. I want to use it now. I would say that today you have probably the nicest looking pitch. You tell a very good story. You have a good experience that gives trust to you and Visity. You have a good pathway to the problem. The only problem I would say regarding the pitching is that we only see your head. So we want to see you also talking with your hands because you use it a lot on stage.
Yes, I'm Spanish, that's why.
Yeah, but we want to see that. So that's just a very quick feedback. But otherwise, yeah, you know it.
I'm terribly sorry. We live in 30 square meters in our house because we're doing construction. So I'm in a little nursery room and I'm sitting so tight to the computer. So
you could even stand up.
yeah, I wish. Ceilings. Anyways.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Michaela. Philip?
Michael, always great to see you, buddy. It's a really
Hey,
good
Phil.
job. I think the way you're building the kind of problem is very good. And of course, the team and the experience is relevant. The only thing I would add is like, again, I just spent not 10, probably 20 hours planning a sort of a long trip. But it would be nice to me kind of, okay, so what are you making the 10 hours to? If I include everything I had to go through, so are you making it 1 hour? Are you making it 30 minutes? I would like to understand at the end, what am I getting back? Right? That could be really useful as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Olafur?
Yeah, I echo that. Everybody knows the problem, but how do you, how will you avoid becoming that TripAdvisor service? Somewhere down the line, it's revenues and associated companies, etc. So how will you avoid that? Because ideally, you would want this type of solution to recommend whatever type of service in the city that suits me the best.
Of course, and I mean, super valid. So here's the thing, TripAdvisor relies on advertising and on presenting the most popular venues first. In Stockholm, the most popular place, give you an example, is Hard Rock Cafe, who are paying to them a lot of money. And so, I mean, you cannot buy your way into Visity. It's impossible. You can't advertise there as a company or a venue or a hotel or a museum and so on. And you cannot place a review, meaning that our algorithm takes care of that because we actually scan and aggregate all the reviews out there. It's over 47 million data points. And what we do with them in our black magic, there's an outcome. And so it's kind of like a Michelin guide of the outcome coming out. It doesn't need to be fancy. It could be a falafel wagon in the park, or it could be Francais in the 5-star, 3-star Michelin restaurant. It could be high and low, but it still selects and curates automatically by press of a button a new city. So it's full data. It's wisdom trusted by the data.
Okay. Awesome. We can take one more comment. Elsa?
Yeah, I actually have questions. I would also in my life, and I've thought about it a gazillion times because I hate TripAdvisor more than anyone in the world, I think. But my question is also like, how much effort do I have to put in here to get it right, to kind of optimize? And then also, how do you make money? Maybe I missed that, but if it's not through ads.
No. We make money on bookings and commissions. We have this, so I mean, we have think about it as a marketplace where you have Expedia, Airbnb, the best of the best, all these kind of platforms into one. So that's one way. So it's basically just commission-based, right? We are working on a loyalty program. So we are going to buy hotel beds by bulk and going to exit a partnership that we're having, and no names yet, but we have signed a thing. So we're buying hotels to actually 30% cheaper than you can find out there today. Through a partnership that we signed a couple of months ago. So that's in the works. And then we are... that's
Michael,
how we're
we'll stop there.
Yes.
We'll stop there. We have one more startup, but thank you. Very interesting, very visually appealing pitch.
Thank you, guys.
Pilot customers. I'm happy to.
Yeah.
Sign up. Have fun.
Awesome. We move to our last startup, Zays. I just have a question. Melody or Isabel, who is presenting, or both of you are presenting?
We're both going to present, but Isabel is going to share screen.
All right. Good luck and welcome to start your presentation. This is our last presentation. I'll put some links here for the community as well. And thank you. Yes.
Great. Clothes that I have purchased online but will have to return. 60% of all online clothing purchases are returned due to poor size and fit. $194 billion lost this year, and material waste of 92 million tons, the weight of 153 Burj Khalifas, the tallest building in the world. A wardrobe that Mother Earth never asked for, increased carbon dioxide emissions and material waste that cannot be returned. But Size has the solution. Welcome to Size, your virtual fitting room. First time here? No worries, we got you. Imagine this. You're about to shop online, but the age-old question haunts you. Will this actually fit me? Enter size. You create an account, do a quick body scan with your phone, and boom, you're all set. Now, every retailer using Size has your perfect fit just a click away. Now, meet Chloe. Chloe sees a stunning set on the model and thinks, I love it, but will it love me back? Luckily, Chloe has made a Size account. She spots the Size tab on the retailer's site, clicks it, and voila. There she is, Chloe, rocking the set, looking fabulous. And guess what? It actually fits. Click, buy, 0 doubts. No returns, no hope this fits moment. Retailer's happy, Chloe's happy, the planet's happy. Everybody wins. The global fashion e-commerce is set to grow 13% CAGR from 2025 to 2030, while new textile waste regulations put pressure on retailers on finding new solutions. Size is perfectly positioned to lead this change.
And Size is different. We offer a simple body scan, a profile that is done once, but can be used across all clothing companies we work with, building a network effect that increases value for both consumers and retailers, driving rapid growth and building a strong moat.
And to achieve this, we charge a one-time integration fee to create a high switching barrier. And when implemented, we charge the retailer a percentage of the order value. It's a win-win-win situation for us, our retailers, and the planet.
Our founding team has been laser focused on strategy and market validation. The technology isn't there yet, and that's why we will be the first. Thus, we have strengthened our tech team. Wilson, our machine learning expert, and 3 tech interns all focusing on our MVP. We also have strong guidance. Ludwig from Connect has secured pitching at the World Expo in Japan. And Victoria from Nelly provides insights on how garments interact with the body. We are moving fast. We have a team, and we are going to expand it to be even sharper.
And that's why we're seeking 4 million SEK at a pre-money valuation of 60 million SEK, mainly for the software development.
If you are ready to revolutionize the fashion e-commerce, then welcome to Size. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hold on, I don't see. Yeah. Anders.
Yeah, so thanks a lot. I think I have a couple of things, but just highlighting one thing. So this is clearly a massive financial problem, right, for the entire sort of e-commerce industry, and it's also a massive environmental type of problem, right? So there are a lot of teams that are currently chasing it and trying to build a solution for it, and has been over the last decade. I think it could be a good idea, and I think all VCs have seen a few decks and knows about this. I think it is a good idea to sort of include in your pitch why the timing is now, right? And why everything sort of else has failed, and how you differentiate, because it's an easy problem to understand.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for the feedback.
Thank you, Anders. Ulafur?
Right. So, I mean, yeah. So a relevant problem, but I was actually reflecting on the presentation as such. I think you have rehearsed it, and that came through. It was almost over-rehearsed, I think. So it was very much by script, and I think maybe try to keep it more natural.
Thank you. On presentation delivery, I think if you are in an online format, always check your mic. So you had a hollow sound issue, and since you were two presenters, it's also very important that the sound levels is, because in a physical event, it's easy to control those dynamics. In digital event, it shows. So I think the sound variation, at least I couldn't hear it very clearly. I don't know if others struggled as well, but some parts. But Michaela, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Isabel and Melody. I love your confidence, especially when you talk about the team as well. So keep that up. I have some experience in the field with Hacker Closet, and we learned quite early on that customers don't want to take pictures of their bodies. So just try to get some market research on that. And then also brands don't have the measurements of the clothes, and the sizes are very different from brand to brand. So put in the deck also how you would actually get the sizing and the measurements from the brands to be able to do that matching.
Yes.
Yeah, and you should also talk to the founder of The Fit. They did this back in the days, scanning the body and getting the measurements. So if you haven't talked to her yet, then you should do that.
Thank you for your inputs.
Thank you, Elsa.
Yes, hi. Quickly also on the presentation, I also found it a little bit reading from a script. Very important not to do that, especially if you meet up in a one-on-one situation face to face. You're not able to, so I think like you should know your company by heart regardless. And then also work on the presentation. Maybe not design, but it was also I mentioned this before, but it was a bit cluttered, in my opinion. Just so you are aware.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elsa. Philip?
Maybe a bit repetition from Michaela's comment, but would be nice to understand how do you actually secure the quality, right? Like how do you make sure, again, with all the sizes, etc., that how do you secure the quality, kind of, that it's going to be accurate, the results?
Thank you. And last feedback of the day, Sami?
Thank you. Thank you. So the differentiation is very important to understand. And then I noticed that you had a competitor that didn't match any of your boxes. And then my question is that the competitor? So maybe you can take that one out from the competitor matrix. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. I hope the feedback was useful. We have come to the end by 1 minute delay over the entire event, but it is good. We were able to wrap it up in time. But a big thanks to all our mentors, investors, and experts here. So thank you, Elsa, Jan, Michaela, Sami, Ulafur, Philip, Eric. And I think Tobias just dropped out. He had a hard cut on at 15. But thank you so much for being here to support the startups, to offer your seasoned advice on their journey, and for the startups, for all the courage that came in. We'll formally close Nordic Funding Day. Thank you so much. I'll stick around for 2 minutes for a couple of links sharing and important details, but otherwise, it's been a great journey today. Thank you.
Thank you, Naimul.
Great job, Naimul.
Thank you. Thank you.